makes me stronger.
파이팅!
DNF 파이팅!
브리온 파이팅! 젠프리스 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. First, before we introduce ourselves, I just want to say, do you think that because behind DRX there is obviously a dragon, that means that Nongshim, behind them, it's Noodles?
Yes.
I think I would
I think
probably
that's
say
more
it.
accurate. I think we can definitely... I think that's the point. I think we're getting to that.
So I thought it was a prophetic question, but I guess it's just a little bit obvious. But I'm Alice, this is Orcs, and we are ready to get into a banger of a Friday here at the LCK. We are halfway through the week, and we've saved some of the best games possible for right now.
Absolutely. You know, and I think this first one, I think a little bit of back and forth with some of the predictions on this one. I think a lot of people deliberating.
It's very contentious because it's very high stakes and high level.
Well, that's the thing. This is what I always say, you know. We often have these teams at the top of the table. You know, let's say we had a matchup D+ against GenG. They get tons of wins, right?
Yeah.
DM Freaks and Bro right now, they need a win, right?
They have both won a game.
Yes. So...
And the best part about that is that they are tied on points. So we actually have a tiebreaker in week 2. It's nutty.
And they've actually had a very similar sort of strength of schedule so far. They've played like a strong team, they've played a weaker team, and they've played Nongshim. That is, both of them have done that exact same path. So they're in a pretty similar position. Historical head-to-head, Bro has the edge. But how much will that mean today?
It, you know, it's not exactly the longest of head-to-heads that we've seen, as it's only 4 games. But still, Bro definitely looking a little bit better from the last little while onwards, one could say. And I think that that's actually kind of surprising, because Bro have always been an underdog here at the LCK, and I feel like DNF were sitting around middle of the pack rather than towards the bottom of the standings last year. Compared to now, where I don't think many people have them super high on their tier lists.
Yeah, I feel like expectations have kind of been thrown out the window pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But both these teams, if I'm going to be honest, you know, Bro, Casper Cup win was pretty phenomenal.
It was.
LCK Cup, they beat GenG. That wasn't a dream, right?
Oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. It's sometimes hard to differentiate
happen,
reality
right?
from fiction, isn't it?
That did. That definitely happened.
Well,
it still seems so crazy, but that's just Bro for you.
Well, we're going to need 5 kills from Kyoshik to hit 1,000 and hit that 7th place milestone as far as 7th player to ever reach 1,000 kills. 7th jungler, sorry, just to correct myself. Having a look at where a lot of these kills are coming from, his Lee Sin has always been fantastic. Whenever I think of Kyoshik's Lee Sin, I think a lot of people would be thinking towards him winning Worlds in 2022. But I think of his time on Team Liquid, playing against T1 at Worlds 2023. That was one of my favorite performances, and this is one of my favorite times of the LCK. It's when the players walk out, and especially when it is the Modu Warfare. We get to see whether they happily fist bump one another, or whether there is still that edge of competition. Yeah, the tension in the air.
There we go.
Ooh, there was a wry smile from Morgan. I feel like he got the mental edge.
This is the
in the fist bump.
part of the battle. You know,
yeah.
This is setting the stake. A mistake in the fist bumps can be so costly.
Absolutely, and I think Dudu has really caused himself a bit of a detriment here. We know that he's a fantastic player, but I don't know whether it's actually going to be enough to get him ahead of the Lord. Of course, the Modu Warfare, the reason why we talk about it is because these two players were both on Hanwha Live Esports when Hanwha made that ludicrous run to top 8 at Worlds when they were like the 7th place team in the league. And that was largely because Morgan got subbed in over Dudu and didn't even do that well on Camille in a lot of his games, but still managed to win the game for his team. This guy had the clutch factor, and that's what we always look for in Morgan. That's why we always have that shred of hope.
I'm sure all the fans, the Bro fans, have been studying, you know, the origins of Lord Morgan, so I feel they're well versed.
Oh yeah,
in history.
this is mainly to catch up the layman.
Of course. But yeah. And again, I think both these teams not having the start they're looking for, and this is a chance to potentially right the ship a little bit, get some points on the board, and hopefully look forwards to a bit more of a positive direction.
Yep, and speaking of points, make sure you get your bro tax in. I was a little bit late, so I'm going to be doing it right now as we are speaking, but if you don't do it, then the bros will never know that you desperately want them to win. And that is extraordinarily important. You can also all in on bro, and that is how you show that you are a true bro fan. That's basically the long and short of it, but bro tax is minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Pay your bro tax, then go all in on bro, and then win even more so you can pay more bro taxes in the future.
Yeah. The way to get out of bro tax is because you just went all in on bro and you can't afford the bro tax anymore because you don't have any.
I am destitute in terms of channel points. I think I'm actually at like 170. It also, you know what actually really hurts it? You know what you get channel points from doing? Watching the stream. And you know what I don't get much chance to do? Watch the stream because I'm here working.
That's why you need to also have access to the Twitch chat like I do, so that I can do it, and with my bro flags as well, that you can actually utilize yourself if you subscribe to the channel. Just to remind everyone. We have our brand new emotes as well, which like you get the actual Orcs Susja emote.
And the best emote, which is clearly Wadida Chad.
Yeah, the Wadida Chad's absolutely
perfect for a bro match. I mean, no bro fan is going to be in a bad place with Wadida Chad.
I like to deal with the G-Sun as well. Deal with the G-Sun's pretty fantastic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But you're right. The fact that you can then use Wadida Chad instead of Giga Chad when you're paying your bro tax as well really does make you feel like you are truly dedicated to the bros.
Absolutely.
That is not to bring any bias into this match though. Okay, Orcs? What we need to do is we need to try and stay level-headed even though bro are playing DNF. They desperately need to win. They need to show us something more than what we were seeing. I think that a lot of us didn't necessarily have them on the lower ebb. I also believe in Rapid Star as well. I like him as a former player, but also just as a person, I think that he is good for teams. So as we dive into the draft here, let's see who is going to rise to the challenge here today in our first match, as we have Sejuani and the Ezreal both banned away. Gwen, of course, not necessarily as ridiculous as she was, but she's still ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like the Ezreal priority has been rising up a pretty decent amount. I've seen some play from him in recent days. I feel like at the start of the season, we were leaning heavily towards a lot of these, immobile carries, lots of lane pressure, like your Varuses, your MFs, your Jins, your Ashes. Varus is still a really high prio ban, but moving away a little. And speaking of which, Varus and Kalista still open and available, which are two of our most banned. Varus going to get taken away by Brion. Will it just be the Kalista ban from the DM Freaks? I would imagine so.
Yeah, Neferi not necessarily needing to be banned as much. Yone's still going to be taken away, and he was kind of kneecapped on this patch, am I right?
Yeah, I think it's hard to scope out because the change definitely hits. Again, in some matchups, in team fights, makes it harder. But especially, I think, if you're against Closer, a lot of respect given with that Yone ban.
Yep.
Kalista going to come through as first pick, no real surprise. Shared highest ban rate with Varus going into this series, so
I would pick there. Would we pick Renata in something to try and deny it, or do we think that we have an answer to the Renata? Because Kalista Renata is still pretty bonkers.
Kalista Renata is really bonkers. It's really frustrating to leave that open. And although you can play like ranged supports into Renata, definitely still a risk. And they've opted to try and prioritize this Azir for Bulldog and the Skarner for Pioshik, so putting priority on those mid-jungle picks. But this means that Brion has the opportunity to take the Renata and pair that up.
Yep. And Hype and Polu certainly going to be no strangers to playing this particular duo, although you do expect Polu on more of your engage supports rather than necessarily something with a little bit more range. You still can play her pretty engage heavy, as especially with Fate's Call, you do have ways to start fights and follow things up with hostile takeovers and stuff like that. But very obviously, the Renata is going to be locked in, and one final lock-in here. Maybe for Morgan, maybe for Closer. We'll see who is going to have the benefit of this third pick on blue side for the bros.
Could just grab Renekton. I think Xin Zhao makes more sense, but Morgan grabbing Renekton kind of felt like his vibe.
Yep.
Xin Zhao syncs well, I think, with Renata. He always pairs well with those Enchanter sort of picks. A lot of skirmishing power. And the DM Freaks fully committing onto that top side right now. Go on the Rumble, and this does kind of hurt their damage profile a good amount if they lock this in.
We've seen so many of this topside in the last few days of the LCK that it's going to be locked in one more time. I'm kind of with you. I feel like putting all of the AD, I guess, responsibility onto Berserker is kind of rough. but Berserker has certainly been one of the better players for DN Freaks and someone that they have been able to lean on.
My concern here is it means if your AD carry falls behind, you can be in a bit of a hole, and they're playing into Calista Renata, so not really easy outs on that one. It also makes it easy for topside to prioritize early MR. There's the Ahri ban come out, obviously super high priority, that Bruiser Ahri that we have seen.
Yep. I think this is looking pretty good for the bros, though. I'm with you. I'm a bit worried for what the DN Freaks topside is going to look like. It feels in this draft like the approach from the DN Freaks is if we just ignore it, I'm sure the problem will go away.
Yeah, it's certainly an approach. We see the Nico ban come out, obviously something we see picked a lot into the Renata in that matchup, try to deny those range supports. I also feel like maybe like a Poppy ban could be good just because of the value it has. Talia ban makes complete sense in terms of that mid lane champion pool. It's basically Ahri, Talia, Azir at the top, and a little bit of drop off before the rest. So we'll be able to deny that one away.
Berserker's pick, like I feel like this whole draft hinges around what Berserker's going to get his hands on and whether it's going to be enough. They have banned 2 supports instead of trying to pinch that AD carry pool even further. So the Misfortune up and available. I mean, that has been exactly what we've seen from almost every other team. I think T1 played basically this exact composition with like a Rel Misfortune on the bottom side, or it was a Rakan Misfortune or something, as far as I can recall. But the Caitlyn is being considered. That would certainly have a bit of self-peel potential, a lot of range available, and in the late game, a lot of consistent damage. That will be locked in here for Berserker.
Yeah, and then you have the option of pairing it with something like a Lux, which obviously does really well into, or any kind of range support. Renata does really well in the melee supports, range supports, which you pair with Caitlyn.
Yep.
Not so much, but it does mean Brion going to lock in the Ambessa Aurora. Closer had fantastic Aurora performances, even though the pick has been struggling a little bit in the LCK generally, and Ambessa, just one of those top laners. Karma going to come through. So a little bit more stable, I would say, than the Lux. Like Lux Caitlyn's super good because of the trap potential, but if you're not sharp on the skill shots, you know, Lux is all skill shots, even though the E is really easy to hit. But I think there's nothing easier to hit than a Karma Mantra Q.
Yeah, and you can also do the Mantra Inspire and just turn Pyosik into a rocket, and then he can start fights for you. Because a lot of the issue with what DN Freaks have put together now is that there is a decent lack of engage opportunity. With a slight range advantage in the Caitlyn, they might be able to mitigate it, and you can then, you know, throw equalizers around and you can guard areas with traps. But I think DN Freaks, if they lose control of this game, it might be impossible to get it back.
I think if Caitlyn falls behind, the game might just be over. But if they do manage to find a lead, they obviously have the Skarner, who's a solid frontliner. They have a lot of range in their composition, so again, I think the early game is going to be super important, particularly that bot lane 2v2. Obviously, lane swap's gone now for a while, but I feel like this is a sort of lane matchup where really it's down to your 2v2 performance. There's no just weathering the storm. If you're falling behind in either of these matchups, either of these pairings, you're going to have a bad time.
You are. Having a quick check-in on the Twitch predictions. Currently like 75% bro favored. When it comes to bro predictions, you don't know whether that is they actually think bro are going to win or whether they're just dedicated to the cause.
They always believe.
And I think that, you know, this is doable. I think that there are a lot of things that can be worrying here for the DN Freaks. See what happens. We dive onto the rift.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, the DN Freaks have definitely come to yell here today at LoL Park. That was deafening, and you love to hear it. As the bros setting up pretty defensively now, no one with too many of these deep wards. But I think that, like, if this is ever going to be the bro game 1 win, it's today. It's here. It's with this draft. I think it's crafted beautifully for mid-game domination, and that's exactly where the DN Freaks can find themselves the weakest, right? With a Caitlyn on the roster and then otherwise a purely magic damage profile can be a little bit worrying, you could say.
This could end up being, though, for DN Freaks, one of those sort of win lane, win game. Like a lot of these things we talk about, like damage profiles, they're just not that important when you're ahead. And you think of the concept of like Calista who's behind, and Aurora who's behind, and Ambessa who's behind. That's the win con for the DN Freaks. So win lane, win game definitely feels like a direction they can head towards.
Yeah, let's see what Life's going to be able to get done here with his first Mantra Q. and throws it at Polu, and it doesn't even mantra it to start things off. Really playing conservatively. I think that's all right. It's Polu taking a bit of damage here. Berserker trying to utilize that range. Grabbing a bunch of these headshots, and there is that mantra that you were talking about. Not able to get the second proc, but already Polu drinking the potions and feeling the hurt. And if this lane does get outranged, you can find yourself in a little bit of trouble.
Yep, absolutely. I think it gets a little bit better at level 3 because you can threaten all in. You have the handshake, you have the bailout from Renata, so even if they put a lot of burst down, it's hard to like finish off the Callista in those extended fights, but with how things are going, this is kind of what you expect for the lane. Outranged, unable to lock into those longer trades, and they should be able to pick up some minions pretty decently on the tower, but playing against Caitlyn on the tower is always so scary. Not just for the damage obviously she does to tower, but those traps being set up make it so hard to walk anywhere. You can see how very carefully navigating between them.
Yeah, managing to bounce over one of them here. That was quite nicely done. Gets a little bit of pierce damage on the Berserker there at the same time. So let's just see whether Bro are going to be able to navigate this one effectively. One good thing is that Humbug is pathing towards the bottom side of the map, so maybe a possibility to get something happening. Hype right now is just doing his very best to find a minion, and he's found 7. And there's been a couple of waves so far, and it's not looking too hot.
Yep, not a great start, but has kept up an XP, which I think is the main thing. Both junglers pathing down towards bot, which is 100% the right call. You need to cover your Caitlyn Karma if it's going to succeed.
Yep, and you need to stay as aggressively positioned as possible. So if you start playing into the fact that there might be a jungler there, then you're not doing your job. So nicely played there by Pyoshik. You can see Humbug just going for a full clear and then heading towards the top side scuttle, as Pyoshik is already here waiting for the bottom side one. Although, do have Humbug now considering a move towards Bulldog, but that one's watered out very nicely. When Becomes Lightning will come through and actually immediately follows up, just does a bit of damage here, and otherwise will head towards the northern scuttle.
You know, those are the ganks that annoy me the most, where the enemy jungler knows you're not going to die, you know you're not going to die, but he just comes in and just messes your day up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, just a bit of damage, you were laning fine, you're having a good time, you're trying to find advantages, and then he just comes over and does like 200 damage to you, and it's like, well,
yeah,
thanks.
it's the vibes gank.
Yeah.
Just ruins the vibes completely.
Honestly, the worst is when it's like a Nidalee, and she doesn't even hit the spear, but she just autos you 3 times with red buff.
Yeah.
That grinds my gears.
Yeah, misses the spear and then casually pounces on your face and does half the health.
And then heals the enemy laner as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that can't handle it.
Yep.
That's why you crash out.
And you wasted a bunch of mana trying to hurt the Nidalee, and then she just walks away.
Yeah.
Oh, very frustrating. Anyway, it isn't really going to affect Bulldog too much. He just teleports back to lane. Does give Closer a little bit of a tempo advantage, you could say, but he is going to do the same thing imminently. And so no harm, no foul. Currently, it's about a 300 gold lead here for DNF. That is, in fact, all on Berserker, as we can see.
And they're going to get another play here. So things really going well in the bot lane. Hype and Polu not finding any windows. No ganks able to come through, and Closer, though, putting some hurt down onto Bulldog.
That's the Aurora classic trade. If you land all of the buttons, it just does a lot of damage.
His Aurora in the LCK Cup was just something else.
And that was when we did think that Aurora was completely broken, as, speaking of which, Closer is going...
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. He just can't miss.
Okay, you're definitely resetting. And unfortunately, Bulldog used TP not so long ago, so mid lane bleeding out a little bit already there.
Yeah. Top side of the map, as far as, you know, jungle and top lane, very, very even on both sides, just going back and forth based on who's picking up farm and when. Humbug now spending a little bit of time taking down this dragon. And looks like he'll be able to do that without too much of a response here, as Pyoshik is in the area, but they don't have any information as to what's happening. Full mid lane control means that Closer can rotate down and help out, or at least zone away. And that is the prize that they get for Closer just winning the lane.
Yep. Really a lot of value there, and I think important. You know, we talked about the bot lane already being behind. I think Closer being able to add some reprieve makes a big difference. They will secure that dragon as well, which is crazy. You know, you can obviously understand why, because that mid priority, but crazy how badly the bot lane has gone, and yet they managed to pick up first dragon.
Yep. It just shows, like, I think we saw the survey, you know, the LoL Esports put out, just saying, like, what do you think the most important lane is? There's a reason why mid lane was voted pretty highly. Maybe Faker also helping out there. But still, I do think that mid control, very, very important.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of people think about Caitlyn's level 1 being pretty obnoxious, but really, I think when the pick can come online a lot is here, when you've got that first back, You got to be F-Sword. You got a few points in your Peacemaker. If you eat a Q now, it chunks so hard.
I think as long as there's a laning phase, she's really good. It's just in the mid game after the laning phase is kind of broken and you're just positioning your AD carry in mid lane, you're not getting that sieging value as
that's the damage I'm talking
God,
about.
the damage, Probably going to have to back away. Polo's been having a rough couple of weeks here in the LCK, and it seems to be continuing somewhat, as I think that he's also going to get interrupted, as we see.
Yeah, and Berserker isn't too far away from level 6, so if they keep up this pressure, there's a scenario where they just pop the ultimate.
Well, there is another Mantrid Q to land on towards Hype. Doesn't do too much here. As you can see, they're still able to get some of the farm, but he's missing a lot of the CS.
Yeah, Hype even hit level 6. You know, if they were full HP, they could have looked for an all-in, but obviously they're not because they're just getting bullied. And this tower's in danger of going down. Handback hasn't been able to make his presence known on the bot side. Berserker's just hit level 6 as well, so...
And he may as well just press the button. They are going to push this wave in. It's another cannon. This is at least a plate, but they might even just be able to get the turret.
I think take a plate now. Don't need to overstep yet. Get some more poke in.
Kind of bananas. And Hype down to 200. That is just going to spell the lane, or at least the tower, being completely dead. And if they take that and then rotate towards that top side, then it could be a whole bunch of extra early money to help this composition navigate the hardest part of the game for them.
And, you know, we kind of talked about the damage profile on the top side being very AP heavy, how, you know, Berserker's that sole source of AD. Everyone on the top side's looking at bot lane and being like, yeah, you know, we're good. Yeah, we're fine. Dudu's not thinking he needs to build like a Blade of the King or something. He's like, my team have got it.
Yep. I don't think he's too concerned.
No, they definitely have the AD damage in the bag now. And, I mean, obviously things can go amiss later in the game, but to have this early lead already and against a Callista is just so massive. Should look to close out on that bot lane tower. I don't think there's any rush to take it right now. Ultimately, like, denying farm from Hype is really valuable. But at some point, they'll pick it up and they can move that Caitlyn around and look to pick up plates elsewhere as well.
Yep. Yeah, the siege turret.
Yeah. The thing is with the Rumble as well, if you end up swapping... Oh, nice. Finds an ult window where Polo's not there to shield. But I was saying, if you end up swapping, Dudu can play so defensive and just ult waves, you know, to kind of mitigate pressure on the other side. And you can look to try and pick up more plates. But they are doing a slow push now. Handback is trying to find his way in.
Yeah, looking for an angle. DNF still playing aggressively. You've got a rotation down here as Pyosik to move in, but the immediate engage. Crash into the wall is Humbug. Does have access to the ulti as there's the impale, but Pyosik still in trouble. Fate's Call gets a double knock-up, and Pyosik with a whole bunch of sticks in him, gonna get them ripped out as Hype grabs himself first blood. Much needed money over to the Callisto.
Absolutely, and you saw the benefit of the bailout there coming through for Polo. Yes, Berserker life, it's so much pressure in this 2v2, but in those skirmishes where you're locked into the fight, the Callisto Renata value comes through. And bear in mind, Polo didn't even have ultimate there. You know, he was still level 5. Yep. That was potentially costly. Does manage to get away. This could still just be the tower going down. But I think, you know, getting the kill out of that situation, you'll take it.
Yep, really like the hats. But let's have a look at the replay as Pyosik just on a control ward and Bro were ready.
Yeah, the ult that came out here from Handback really big before he got CC'd, so they couldn't really cut through him. The handshake from Polo, and then able to survive because of the bailout, Hype finishing off the kill. And again, no level 6, so you think how much better that would have gone for Bro if Polo had that ultimate and still they end up winning out.
Exactly. Really, it's actually a heads-up play there from Polo as well. I think a lot of people would just bail out their AD carry just to buff him up a little bit, but making sure that he had that one ready to give him the extra life. Nicely played.
Yeah, and it's still a massive lead for Caitlyn. This hasn't drastically changed.
Yeah.
You know, we're hyping it up, but we're not...
And he got soloed to, like, turret gold as well, getting first brick. Like, yeah, it's still huge.
It was a needed injection of gold for Hype, but it doesn't drastically change what happened in the laning phase and the fact that there's already a tower gone. But we do see Bro picking up...
Should be 6 scrubs.
Yeah, should be. So, Handback hasn't been able to impact bot lane, obviously, unfortunately, for Hype and Polo, but he's been doing a good job of picking up these objectives. You'd assume that DNF would be able to pick up the dragon in return without making any moves for it. And
yeah, it's I think
it's criminal if Berserker Life is such a huge lead in the bot lane, and Bro end up getting like 2 dragons and or 6 grubs. So I definitely think DN Freaks need to make a move towards his dragon and at least get that.
Well, right now there is control vision on it for the Bros. We have a reset for Humbug coming in though, so it looks like DNF should at least get first look in towards this. Humbug actually going to stop the back. And so it is just a replacement of the ward. DN Freaks not able to interrupt Humbug as he is going home. Closer now trying to get some priority here at the same time as DN Freaks with a lot of control on both mid and bottom lane. That should be able to give them access to this dragon as there are furious bro pings on this area. With that Heartsteel now completed for Koshik, Humbug is making his way back with his first item done as well, but I don't know whether it's going to be quite enough.
Yeah, I think the item timings are actually good for Bro to fight. They're just not there in time, and with the trap line set up, no way to get in. DN Freaks will pick up the dragon. Positive for them. And it is a Hextech Soul, so a pretty high value one, but it's still just crazy to me that Bros had such a monopoly on these early objectives despite what happened in the bot 2v2.
Yep, they've already completed feats of strength for these objectives as well. It's actually often quite late in the game that we see that one done. Often the decider. This time around it is 1 apiece. His first turret does go over to DNF, and we're just looking for a few more kills to decide who's going to get cool shoes this time around. Okay, so gold lead still 1.3, something like that. It's largely on to Berserker. And of course life as well towards that bottom side. I think if you're Bro though, you're not too worried. Like you were saying, they did manage to get a bunch of these early objectives. 6 grubs means that they'll be able to utilize Morgan in a side lane very effectively.
Yep.
And Berserker with his Yuntal now completed. We'll see whether that is going to be enough to get DNF around the map. Because if Bro never actually make it towards any of these turrets because DNF have so much control of the map, then those grubs mean absolutely nothing. Otherwise, it can be a bit of a catastrophe.
Yeah, I do think it's really important, though, to capitalize on these windows. And because one of the problems is, like, the first item's completed for Berserker ahead of Hype, and that's great. But Yuntal's not, like, an amazing first item because you need to stack it up, you know, and especially considering that, like, Callista's going to Blade of the Ruined King, that is a much more impactful one-item spike. So they have a window here where Caitlyn is stronger, but once Hype completes his first item, the Callista's going to feel really good in return. And even Hype has ended up, well, it's now been equalized, but had a bit of an XP advantage there. And I think that's the main thing, is despite the goal difference, not falling behind in terms of experience. And a big part of that is the fact that Polu's been giving over solo XP to AD carry.
It's working out. Dudu has been very quiet so far this game. Him and Morgan, in fact, have just been kind of trading farm one way and the other. Same can be said after the early game for Bulldog and Closer, as both of them are very, very close. So not really too much of a difference between our solo lanes, and haven't really seen them interact too much as far as any skirmishes more recently. That's why we've only had 1 kill in this game. If that continues, probably good for DNF, but Bro probably wanting to push the pace a little as we, you know, crest the mid-game now.
Yeah, we are seeing a recall from Hype, and does manage to finish the Blade of the Ruined King, so pretty big spike to come through. We did see Leandri's finished for both Bulldog and Dudu, and I get the feeling that we're probably looking at a fight being set up for this Herald in a minute. That could be the big first fight of the game.
So he's going to be able to get positional advantage. Speaking of which, Closer actually looking for a little bit of a trade, does not get it. And Bulldog this time going to be absolutely okay, but Humbug lurking. And Bulldog, you can see, pretty far up this one, does have a cannon to deal with. I think Humbug wanting a bit of extra damage to go down onto this Azir, and let's see whether this is the overcommitment that they're looking for as Emperor's Divide comes down. Doesn't manage to hit him with an Audacious Charge, as that was on cooldown. So nicely played there from Bulldog, waiting for the cooldowns. And the siege continues here in mid.
Yeah, you saw they waited for Bulldog to offensively use the Q on the Azir and thought this is our window to punish, but he still had the ability to dash. And with TP, you know, able to get in and regenerate that health. Ult down shit, you know, that's obviously something they got out of that, but I don't think Bulldog is too bothered there. And now they got some pressure on that mid lane T1 because Hype was left isolated. That tower's been pressured down. Rifthold being started up by Handback.
And without the Emperor's Divide, maybe they think that they have an advantage as far as that is concerned. All ultimates available now.
I should think DN Freaks would want to fight this, at least get a look in.
Well, right now we've got some Qs flying around from Life, but not really finding too much joy. Teleport in from the Rumble. Let's see whether this Equalizer is going to work out, or whether he's even going to use it. The rest of Bro just backing away. They've got a blast cone here if they want to utilize it as Hype gets flashed on here by Pyoshik. Not a lot of follow-up, but there is the equalizer that we were looking for. The flash out, the bailout is there, and Pyoshik is going to get taken down. Polu actually getting the kill somehow. And Morgan, ace in the hole, flies through, but that's not going to be nearly enough to take him down. It's another kill for the Bros, but a reset on the Rift Herald. And more damage to this turret. So DN Freak still playing up because their health bars are looking okay.
Yeah, they should be mid-tier 1. That's the casualty in this fight. All these low health bars from Bro. I mean, they can't really defend this. But they did lose Pyoshik in return.
Yeah, and Hype with no summoner spells, not actually able to walk over and try and defend that. So I take it all back. 1 kill, probably not worth losing the outer mid-turret. As Pyoshik flashes for this one. It's a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, there just wasn't anyone in position really to follow up other than the equalizer, and then they just did so much damage to Pyoshik that Blade of the King from the Callista into a Heartsteel only. Skarner definitely getting a lot of value and able to cut him down, and now 1 kill away from having those feats of strength. Weren't able to secure the Rift Herald. I saw them pinging it when they came back on the map, so maybe thought about getting a look in, but Dragon spawning now.
And it's Hextech Soul.
Yeah, so both teams setting up this. And I think it's really important when you have a composition with range advantage like DN Freaks, with a Caitlyn, you want to get set up and have those traps, but Bro just pushed in brute force to find positioning on the Dragon.
Teleport advantage at full force here as Polu possibly out of position. Ace in the hole, and he's almost dead, flashing pretty late as the smite fight goes over to Humbug. Nicely played by the young players. Closer is, yeah, going to have to go across the Veil, but I don't know whether that's quite going to be full safety. Just not quite fast enough is Dudu, and Closer will make it out alive.
And honestly, Bro's super happy with that outcome. You know, Polu Flash being down, not ideal, but they have Callista ult coming up soon as an extra safety method. They got the Dragon, they got away. DN Freak's not able to capitalize and just watch them do it. And now, DN Freak's move over to the Herald, but they, you know, because they were watching Bro do the Dragon, trying to contest it, they don't have time to finish off the Rift Herald. And the end result is Bro very favored from that trade.
Yeah, Dudu moves down towards the bottom side. We mentioned the teleport advantage is sort of now down, as Dudu just says, get off my lawn, and is going to get Morgan out of here. But both of them don't have teleport now, so it's no one with too much of an advantage as far as this Herald positioning is concerned, apart from the fact that mid-wave doesn't have a turret for Bro.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, if Bro can get the Herald, they can break the enemy mid-tier 1, which is really important. I feel like DN Freaks, one of the big reasons teams want Herald is to break that mid-tier 1, which they've already done. So I feel like, honestly, for them, it's more denial. But it will also help them just push the pace of this game. Now, they are getting a setup here. 4 traps covering this choke, but that's the kind of the limit for Caitlyn at this level. So if Bro can find an angle to loop round, they can definitely contest this one.
Yeah, Closer looking for an angle here as Bulldog takes half of his health bar. It is going to be the Rift Herald secured by Pyoshik. Humbug a little bit late as he moves in. Still wanting a bit of a fight here as we can see. Polu, Fate's Call, pulls him in. The flash out from life, but he immediately gets public executed. Morgan looking for an angle here. He's got the bailout and he uses it. Still is going to go down as Emperor's Divide gets a little bit of safety here, but it's a good handshake as Hype not able to get over the Sand Soldiers. Still 2-for-1 trade, and you'll take that if you're Bro, and they also get themselves the feats of strength.
Yeah, a little bit slow in the contest for the Herald, but they're happy to take the fight, and once again, Pyoshik goes down. It feels like Bro's plan is just to bully him here. We see initially a little bit tricky getting in. Handback does walk through a trap. Polu gets choked out, but they find this angle in here, and Polu gets huge value with not only the ult from the Monada, but also the bailout. Morgan doesn't survive in the end, but it buys a bit more time and really makes it uncomfortable for Berserker, who has to disengage. Bulldog has to flash out, but so much time stalled. DNF's bot lane not able to do much thanks to Polu's actions there.
Yep.
Especially when you look at the Caitlyn's items already, has that Yuntal, has the IE, does a fair bit of damage if she can connect, but she didn't get much of a window to do so there.
Can be difficult, especially because Morgan can get so much backline access. Closer is so slippery on this Aurora. And with Polu's bailout, it can just eat a lot of that DPS. If you spend a bit of time, you know, trying to cut someone down and then they just don't die, it can be a little bit problematic. So nicely played by Bro. And I think that the skirmishes and fights have been all kind of coming up Bro. But DNF have been playing the map very well. They still have a gold advantage. Hasn't extended at all as Dudu now looking for a bit of an opportunity here as the wave is against him. And the Rift Herald is now going to be thrown down. It was in fact Bulldog that had that one, but the Voracious Otacon has been started. Dudu and Morgan fighting one another, and the Flame Spitter comes up, gets the flash out from this Ambessa, and Dudu has teleport available.
And Morgan doesn't.
Yeah. This is a huge deal. Humbug looking for an opportunity here to try and take them down. He does still have his ulti and decides to go in onto Bulldog, utilizing it here. But Dudu with that teleport is going to turn up. And now they have the extra life. They are going to be able to get the recall, but that is going to be a kill from Pyoshik. And finally, DNF come alive. Hype just trying to send as many of them back home as he can. But he is going to be taken out himself. And that's a kill going over to Berserker. For the first time in this game, DNF win a fight, and it's a big one.
The confidence to go for this play. DM Freaks throw the Herald down, start the Arakan, and then Dudu is really the signature piece who set this one up. Because chunking out Morgan, kind of keep him invested and then TPing over, ensure they had the numbers advantage. And I think honestly for Bro, should have just let it go.
Yeah.
I think there's a point here. The TP's coming in. It's low. I think you just back away because realistically, even if they get the Arakan, what are they going to be able to translate it into? Like a dragon? Sure, not ideal, but not the end of the world. But by investing in this fight, losing so many members here.
And the hostile takeover was thrown at the front line, right? Like, the damage didn't have to care about it whatsoever.
Yeah.
And so DNF didn't need to reposition, didn't need to worry, and they're losing. Like, another turret goes down. That is 4 already picked up, and that is large. Like, that's almost their entire gold advantage, is all of these structures that they've been able to take down. Bro just, I think, caught napping a little bit, and it's soul point opportunity for the Bros as well, but I don't think they'll be able to get a position on this dragon.
Yep, and Berserker getting close to 3 items, which is really where he's starting to pump out damage. Kind of getting through that mid-game trough really comfortably with that fight. Bro are looking to contest this. This is risky, though. I mean, they have TP from Morgan, and Bulldog's top without TP, so maybe a mismanagement from the DM Freaks.
Yeah, that's a teleport in. That is going to be soul point secured there by Humbug. And it's because Bulldog's not there. DNF do back away, which I think was smart, but the fact that they had to is the problem.
It is ludicrous that with this gold lead,
oh dear, okay, Pyoshik going to get a crash into Morgan. Another public execution going to stop him from pulling him back though, and Morgan actually finding the angle onto Dudu. Pyoshik's very tanky, but Closer does so much DPS. They take down the Callista though. Another recall is forced. Bro are limping away, but they're going to do so successfully as Berserker's health bar is blinking. But remember, they're only 200 gold as they're walking towards the Bros. Closer still looking for that angle, and they do manage to pick up that 200 gold from Life. And Bulldog still farming in that top lane.
Just when I was praising the DM Freaks for that play around Arakan, they make such a fumble, honestly, with how this went. So not only do they not get the dragon, despite having this buff, they commit to this fight, and this is a 4v5, and yes, they have Arakan. Yes, they're not giving over full kill gold, but they don't win this fight. And it's still favorable for Bro in this situation. If Hype had finished off Berserker there, then it would have been an absolute disaster for the DM Freaks, but Berserker does manage to clutch it out there.
He went down to like half a health.
Yeah, but then they overstep at the end, and we see Bro coming out with this one dragon away from Soul. The Arakan buff, gone. And yes, there is still a substantial gold lead, don't get me wrong, but I just think that considering how favored things had looked for DM Freaks on the back of the Arakan, they really dropped the ball here.
Yeah. And Bro, there's a lot of standing gold. I mean, this is a caster favorite is to talk about the standing gold, but all of the turrets are up. They can just slurp up a bunch of money around the map if they ever get any, like, essence of control. So winning a fight into destroying all of these structures is just going to mean a huge swing as far as the money is concerned. And now, Bro, all they need to think about is playing around Dragon over and over again as Closer does get a lot of damage onto Life, but now Bro find themselves in an awkward position. Polu not going to get bailed out of that one, and that's DN Freaks managing to get a pick.
3 items from this Callista, giving Berserker such confidence, but also just, you know, no Callista ult available to save Polu from that one. Closer doesn't connect his abilities onto Berserker.
Aaron.
They're doing so much damage here. They're going to have to try and take this fight 4v5. Without the Renata, it's so hard.
Well, in goes Humbug. He finds the ulti as well. Life in a bit of trouble, but there's the equalizer down. A flash out from Humbug gets him to relative safety. They've stopped the Baron, but at what cost? The 2-man impale! And both Morgan and Hype are on the floor. Bro now having to escape from this one, and DNF will go straight back to the Purple Worm.
Not going to let their previous mistakes rattle them. DN Freaks take control, and playing around these 3 items on Berserker, they've got such confidence. They set up for the Baron, and they will be able to secure this. This gold lead was already large, really going to balloon at this point.
Oh yeah. Let's have a look at this one more time, because it kind of felt like Bro, they were just sort of searching for an opportunity. Berserker not being hit by Closer was pretty good for them, but Bro just overextending.
Yeah, Pollard just out of position and no Callista ult available yet to save. And here, Handback decides to dive in to try and make something off it, but the equalizer value is huge. And look at Dudu. Just toasts Hype here. This big grab that comes in as well. Kyoshi kind of redeeming himself for that early game.
Yeah. A lot of that feeling like it's well and truly in the past now, as he's sitting at 1, 3, and 5. It was sort of a 0-3 deal for a very long time there. Not to be the case anymore. 8,000 gold now the lead, and that is only going to extend as this Rebel Baron power play comes ever further. And this is what we were mentioning before. If you never get time with the turrets, what does the 6 grubs actually mean? And for Bro, they haven't been able to utilize it at all.
Yep. And now looking for a bit of a flank here from Closer, but they can't just rotate towards the top side. They have a wave coming in anyway.
Yeah, they're flanking the air.
And now there's so much vision in this jungle as well from the side of DN Freaks. They should. Oh, they haven't spotted him yet.
Yeah, Closer now going to pop out of the fog of war. Bulldog going to be slowed down, but does just shift the sands to get himself out.
It's not enough damage, you know, at this point from Closer coming out there. Berserker a little isolated here, but will be able to back away.
Yep, has the defensive Dudu there at the same time. DN Freaks just with all of the control. 9,000 gold, here is the lead.
It's a substantial lead, and I feel like Bro's only real hope is to stall this out and maybe try and contest the Dragon, or just find an engage. And I don't think it's easy at this point, but I don't think they have much choice.
Yep, they have to just go. Humbug has been pretty good at doing that, whether it's for better or for worse. As Morgan once again diving forward, looking for an opportunity. Haven't seen the public execution just yet. We'll see whether he does decide to use that to try and get on top of Berserker, get this fight into a position that they want. Their base not broken yet, and the Baron still with a minute and a quarter to go.
Yeah, a lot of respect given over to Closer in these situations. Anytime they sense he's missing or see him go invisible, they just back up. Don't want to give him a big ult angle. And here, setting up for the Dragon. You get that line of Caitlyn traps, there's just no way that Bro can approach, so there should be a pickup.
Yep, the defensive Dudu as well is certainly going to be helpful. So like you were saying, I don't think that Bro have, you know, too much to worry about here, giving away a second Dragon here, the first Hex Tech for DNF. As the Baron's still with 40 seconds, they're going for a reset. They might be able to get one more push.
Oh,
but oh my god, yeah. Berserker is a problem.
Bad thing to come through from the perspective of Bro. He is already doing so much damage, and now you got to kill him twice. So good luck.
Yep. And they were struggling. Like, it was almost as if he had a GA in that last fight where he went down to like 1 health, and he didn't even have one yet. And so now he actually does. So it's just, it feels like a compiling issue. Still, DNF need to close this one out. They should be able to do so. Still, it's a slight clawing back, and you can see that the Rebel Baron power play is just, you know, basically neutral as far as taking the buff is concerned. Bro have been able to defensively play relatively well. This is after clearing out a bunch of waves that have been shoved relentlessly towards them. I think that there's one more team fight. I'm not willing to give up on the Bros just yet. We'll see whether they can make it happen, as a slow rotation over from Dudu, but Polu's taking so much.
I was through Celestial Opposition.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Scary to be playing Renata into this. We do see them going to be able to take this tower here. Even without Baron, their pushing power is still so extreme. I do think getting the inhibitor, completely different battle. Simply because if you push through into that choke, the Renata ult gets insane value, as does the Aurora ult. So I think they make the right call to slow things down. They are pushing up again.
Yeah.
If you get in range, even with Caitlyn's huge range, if you get in range to hit the inhib, you're in a dangerous spot. So I don't think DN Freaks need to hard force this.
Well, Closer looking for an angle here as he flashes in, gets over to the other side. He has some one-on-one time with Berserker, but he gets a huge shield, and another crash here onto Morgan. They take down Humbug, but the Impale does absolutely nothing. Berserker's just free hitting though, taking whatever he wants and their lunch money. Hype running the wrong direction, and the DN Freaks are looking like they're gonna crush the Bros here in game 1.
And, you know, it wasn't a flawless game, but I think the player who was flawless is Berserker. You know, they gave him the Caitlyn, confidence into the Callista, and he's just dominated from minute 1. Hype, yeah, this is kind of summary of how the game went.
Yeah, that's some mechanics there from Dudu, pressing the Q button and walking near him. And Nexus turret's going to fall. I thought that Bro's composition was nicely put together. I thought some of their fights in the early game were pretty good, but DN Freaks, they controlled the map, and they took down the Bros here in game 1.
Absolutely. Camera focuses in on Berserker, who had a phenomenal game. And we're talking about the damage profile, the trust in your 1 AD source, and he 100% delivered.
Oh, he did. Controlling that lane and controlled the game. And I just want everyone to know that their channel points are in a better place now. And it's totally fine. Myself included. I think I put 200,000 into that one. I didn't go all in necessarily, but definitely a decent donation into the nether, or into the DN Freaks fans' pockets. And you can see a man with the long hair. Berserker certainly having a fantastic game in this one. The Caitlyn looking real good. And that was on the red side as well. We've seen blue side be pretty powerful. DN Freaks really putting themselves in prime position moving into the second game of this series.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit unfortunate because obviously you got priority on the bot lane you wanted, it got countered, you got counter pick in your solo lanes, but against the Zia Rumble, what did counter pick really mean? Not so much. Closer had a bit of a lane advantage against Bulldog, but it's not so significant. And we look, you know, there was some mistakes from Bro, sure, but for minute one, they were kind of on the back foot. And then even when DN Freaks made mistakes, you never really saw that much of a dip in terms of their gold. You know, it was always mounting towards them. The objectives secured were solid for the side of Bro, but dragons don't mean that much if you don't get the soul.
Yep, and the early game doesn't mean that much if you then throw it in the mid. But it is time to learn for the Bros. We'll see whether DN Freaks can also keep up the good work, as it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
쉴드 줘. 어때? 정면 맞아. 해봐, 나 봐줘. 너 안 죽어. 해봐, 천천히 해봐. 해봐. 나 앞에 거 걸게. 시작해 줄게. 앞에서 죽이시죠, 저랑. 탑으로 가면 끝날 듯. 오, 쉣. 끝내자. 빨리 필이야. 목골. 죽었다. 아이, 야. 너무 던졌다, 내가 좀. 괜찮아. 아, 갉아먹어야 되는데 버스트를 내버렸네 내가. 천천히 이겼어. 안전해. 나 천천히 안돼. 그럼 내 번 5,300 운전해. 바텀 타워피 보니까 근데 든든하긴 하더라. 잡으니까 뭐야 바텀. 원래 이게
Welcome, GigaChads, to Friday, where the bros do the old GigaChad loses to DNF in game number 1. Digon here, alongside Wolf and Wadid, to break down the Kalista Renata draft for the bros that didn't quite pan out.
We knew today's first series was going to be scrappy. We knew it was going to be messy. We knew it wasn't going to be our highest level LCK. But our first game, it delivered. You know, it definitely matched our expectations.
What did it deliver, Wolf?
It matched our expectations,
Okay.
Digon.
All right. Wadid?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it happened, you know, so many 4 versus 5 fights, you know, that we cannot really understand. So, I mean, there were some good lane pressure, though. I think they used enough of Caitlyn, Karma Power in the bot lane. So we're going to mostly talk about those matchup, and we're going to talk about the situation that what they should do instead. So you can start.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously Caitlyn Renata, or sorry, Kalista Renata is one of the strongest bottom lanes you can have. Crazy that they were given this lane, right? And if Caitlyn was just the answer no matter what every time, then why would teams ban Kalista every time on red side? They would just counter with Caitlyn every time.
That's true.
Obviously, right? So I don't think this lead should have been as big. There was no attention really given to the bottom lane. Hype and Paul were just left down there to take the brunt of that Caitlyn Karma lane.
Yeah, which is what happened. It was constant pressure, constantly being pushed behind. And so the question is, what did they do?
I mean, so maybe you can simply think about the ganking bot lane, right? Xin Zhao has great potential on ganking bot lane, but I think if Scanner matches bot lane 3v3, then I think it's going to be really hard to gank a bot lane because you're going to mostly likely getting poked and you're not going to have good condition for the fight for 3v3. So I think what should they do instead of just doing nothing? I think they should gank mid lane to get the mid prior with the Aurora, because Aurora can actually have a good trade if jungler just put behind on him. So you can gank mid, so get the mid priority, and also just use that mid pressure into the bot lane, so enemy team cannot really play that far up.
Closer could have come down if he had a little bit more prio, if the pressure was there. We did see one gank there, but it wasn't enough to lead to constant prio. They also could have banned Karma and Lux if they wanted to. They banned Rakan, which I thought was quite peculiar. I don't think there was any scenario in which Rakan would be locked in that situation. Doesn't have a great pairing there, so that was quite bizarre. I think there were so many different things they could have done. But I think we all learned that this is a great response to any Kalista lanes that have come through, and I think teams are going to have to play way more proactively around their Kalista into the Caitlyn if they want to find success.
All right, so you said what did? In a 3v3, in normal situations, they would lose, but here, this is a 3v3. Didn't quite work out that way.
Yeah, so Pyoshik already mentioned his mistake after the game in the voice com that he shouldn't go here. They should win by scratching, you know, not really looking for the gank. So, I mean, if Scanner just stand in that brush with the control ward, they cannot really do anything, you know, they cannot really gank. But Pyoshik was way too aggressive, so he was just way too far up. So I feel like he kind of failed, but I feel like Bro kind of did well in a gank, especially from their jungle.
Apollo had a really good game in the early to mid. Like, he had a really nice bailout there. He had several really game-changing ultimates, it felt like, where that was going to lead them into success. Until we get to our second clip of this segment, where we talk about what happens on Otacon at 21.5 minutes in, because remember that it was a top side trade, so no teleport for the side of Bro here, right? And this is where things get really hairy, because you're going to see a TP come through. This is now one of those 4v5 fights you were talking about. Hambak is chunked down to half. He is Xin Zhao. He does have Crescent Guard. Decides to go in here.
You can
but
pause
where's
here,
the follow-up?
Yeah.
Like, where is the follow-up here? Like, how do they win this? And look at the Ambassador's top.
Yeah, just look at your top lane.
Yeah.
Just look at Ambassa here. He's on top.
And doesn't have teleport.
Without TP.
So going in here at this moment, I get the desperation. Otacon is low, but I feel like there's no realistic scenario where Bro can win this fight. And this was an uncharacteristically weak ultimate from Palu as well. But given the scenario, I think we can forgive it because there's just not really an angle to follow up on that Xin Zhao engage. I think someone made the call to go in. It might have been Hambak, but it was absolutely not the right one. We saw a similar situation on Baron, where the tempo from this Otacon play leads to DNF having Baron control, and Hambak once again goes in alone to try to make that heroic play and is punished.
So the point is, why he's on top without TP when Otacon is up? So he was definitely lost in the map. So I feel like they really gotta communicate each other that what objective we are mainly focusing on and also what objectives are up. So this shouldn't happen. This shouldn't really happen.
He got pushed out a little bit by the Rumble just moments before, and I think that communication wasn't there. Like, I can't TP, I'm low on health, I can't join. Pyosik looking for a big milestone today. Doesn't have any kills in the Skarner game. He played Skarner. Not looking good for him to hit it if we don't see a big turnaround, though.
Yeah, again, Pyosik about to hit 1,000, currently sitting behind Ambition for 6th place, and then Owner, Cuz, Peanut, all the grades that are still active, and Score as well. So a big potential for not only Pyosik, for DNF to get their first victory. Will they be able to do it? Let's send it on over to the casters for game number 2.
Defeat no more, Freaks win. I would agree. I would 100% agree.
would have gone a long way there.
I do want to shout out Twitch chat. There was one guy that just named Woodid and Wolf and called them Chedid and Brolf.
Beautiful.
Which I think is absolutely gorgeous, much like some of our global fans that are here at Lowell Park today supporting the bros. These are some of the matches that, you know, you might be able to get a ticket for. But also, everyone's a bro fan.
You know, actually I have a story. So my partner, big Hon Life esports fan, wanted to get tickets for Hon Life T1. You know the capacity of Lowell Park?
Yes.
Yeah, which is...
It's like 200 odd?
Yeah, so she queued up to try and get tickets. Do you know what place she was in queue?
201?
11,000.
Oh no! Wow! I thought it was going to be like, oh, that close, but no. 11,000.
Little off.
I don't think you're quite going to get there.
No.
Yeah, maybe 10,000.
Maybe in a couple of years she'll be at the front of the queue. Oh, they're all sold out? Oh, look.
You might, like 10,800 people might just pass.
Yeah, maybe. Banking on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd be banking on. What we're banking on is draft utilization by the bros. They aren't going to swap sides. It is going to be blue side once again here. We'll see whether they can utilize it effectively, as once again, the Sejuani, Ezreal are both taken away, and there is the Gwen as well. It would be Vi and then Yone to be banned on the Dan Freak side, and this would be a Varus ban if we were just going to mirror the bans entirely, which we might just do. Oh no, maybe it's a Varus first pick angle this time with like Kalista not on the table anymore, Caitlyn not on the table anymore. Maybe it's.
I think that's the thing. If you ban something else, then you know you leave DM Freaks to choose. Do you want to leave Yone open or do you want to leave Varus open, and then you can get the other.
Yeah.
I think the correct call potentially. I mean, the thing is, I don't think Yone is as big for DM Freaks. That's the problem. Because if you leave them both open, I think Brion might just take the Varus and then.
Yeah.
You know, so they end up banning the Yone, which I think makes sense given the context. But then Brion just first picked the Varus and. Are pretty happy with that trade-off, especially with how rough bot one went. You really want something like the Varus where he doesn't have the same bad matchups as Kalista. Like, you can't just outrange him.
Keep it honest on the bottoms, because it felt like it was just matchup dependent. That's what gave the big lead to the DN Freaks in game number 1.
And I agree with what Wolf said. Definitely it was, you know, how well Berserker Life capitalized on it. You know, it wasn't just purely like, okay, this matchup means we should be this far ahead and have your tower this time. But yeah, definitely the Varus gives a lot of security for that bot lane matchup.
Yeah, and yeah, full credit, because you do have to play it right for it to work. We've seen it not work.
You know, the Neferi's been picking up some momentum.
He needs 4 kills!
Considering the bad start, but...
Reset champion for the 4 kills!
Yeah.
Let's go!
I'm not as...
Nefari?
Oh, man. I mean, I think Ahri is fine, but I just... This is surely just a Talia slam immediately from Brion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look at the Wukong as well. Wukong Talia.
Sounds pretty good to me. And there it is.
Yeah, you know, Pyosik.
Look at his face as well. Closer really knows that's a W.
Pyosik did win last game, but there were definitely some moments where it didn't feel like he individually was winning.
Yeah. I like that qualifier.
Yeah.
He did win, however.
Yeah, and now he's playing Neferi into Talia. Neferi has been such a volatile pick. You know, when we came into the start of the season, we talked about how it was 80% win rate in the LPL. It is now stabilized at 50% in the LCK so far, which is pretty good considering how it started.
Yep.
But still, we've seen it being so volatile, and it can just get punished, can get shut down, doesn't need momentum. We do see the Corki coming out for Berserker, so picking a champion that does have a decent amount of lane presence, but still not as much as the Varus will have.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the same lopsided matchup that we saw last time. Of course, you know, supports need to be taken into account, but they're the things that are going to be taken off the table here. Already the Nautilus to be removed, and we'll see what else Polu's going to have to deal with not having. As Morgan being pretty vocal, as he's having a chat to Edgar about what they want to be banning away. As we could be limiting the topside pool, we could be limiting the support pool. We'll see where they're going to be considering.
Yeah, look at the Poppy ban. I think Decent was going to have a lot of value in support. I think, honestly, if I was Brion, I would kind of love a Rakan because it syncs well with Wukong. But also, DM Freaks, if they pick Rakan, it's Rakan into Talia, which is suboptimal.
Yeah, it feels a little bit rough. Also, it feels rough into Wukong as well, because often you leave a clone behind when you engage, your backline standing on the clone, and then you Rakan, you dive in and you just get immediately knocked up by Cyclone. And it can be quite annoying.
Can be frustrating. You know, a lot of CC options to shut him down. So, I think in this situation, Jace ban coming out. Is there anything specifically they want to deny away from Dudu? Maybe like a Gnar could be annoying to go up against if they were to like leave that counter pick till the end.
Yep. Also a decent blind pick here if they do want to save support pick till last. And so there is that Gnar ban. Good call, Mr. Orcs.
Yeah, and now in this situation, where do you want to prioritize? Do you want to give counter pick to Dudu? Is there something you think you can really lean on? Is Morgan just going to pick Renekton? Do you want to deny the Renekton? Seems like they do want to have that counter pick, so just looking at the rel, and I think Brion would... I mean, you have options. Obviously, you can pick the Alistar into it if you really want. But actually, they're going to turn around and go for the Aatrox.
I don't know whether I like 100% agree with this, but I do think that Dudu has had some phenomenal performances on Aatrox in the past.
Yep.
And so now Morgan, with that on the table, there's not that many things that you really want to take blind into it outside of his Renekton.
Of course. You know, I feel like the two in my mind would kind of be Jax or Renekton, but it's Morgan, so of course it's Renekton.
Yep.
And here, they end up going for the Alistar. I think that's fine. Especially, there's a decent amount of damage flying out, so maybe they thought Rakan was... I think Rakan would have made a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I also am a little bit worried about... Like, I feel like you need to see the angles as Life may have seen the angles in the future, perhaps.
One concern as well is that, you know, Rakan, despite being one of these sort of engaged supports, the sustain he has is very hard to counteract, so has a good amount of lane presence early. I think that's maybe what Life was pondering with. Do I want to pick a range support and bully this Alistar out? But in the end, just goes for the rel and
the self-counterpick instead of trying to counterpick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still... I think the matchup is still playable, but I think ultimately, Team Comps as a whole, I think Brion is super happy. You know, I think Pioshik had some struggles game one. He's now playing Neferi into like Talia Wukong. So much CC on the side of Brion. I think they're really happy with the matchups across the board. You know, we came out of game one like, you know, Berserker needs to win bot lane, and he did, and that allowed them to take it. But this game, I really feel like Brion have the edge, and it's kind of looking more at Pioshik being relevant than Neferi, which...
And I feel like this has happened in a lot of DN Freaks games where it's one player that has a huge microscope over them. Like, if you do not perform, this is doomed. And a lot of times, it hasn't worked. DN Freaks obviously have lost more games than they've won, only with 2-game victories now after this Game 1 win here so far as we get into Week 2. So, worrying beginning here. As Pioshik fan here in the audience is this a marriage proposal situation here? I don't have too much context as to what was happening here. We're both married.
Oh.
So I don't know whether that's entirely appropriate because they haven't legalized second marriages.
Yeah, that's the only blocker. If that wasn't there...
I mean, 100% I would have proposed. Don't you worry.
What a shame.
As it is now time for game number 2, my wedding gift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Man, DNF fans are so loud here today, as already some rocks being thrown around. Pioshik going aggressive, finding some daggers, but Humbug's going in as well.
Did you see, by the way, in the zoom in on the champions there, how derpy the dogs look from the Neferi hot dog skin?
Oh, it's so good.
They look so funny.
Oh, this whole skin line was actually, like, every year, this is like the best time for skins.
Yeah.
Except that when we get our yearly T1 skins, that's pretty cool as well. But this is probably my favorite.
Look, the best skins either look really cool or look really fun and goofy.
Yep.
Renekton, another classic.
Yeah, it's the one that Morgan uses all the time. I think Pool Party Renekton is easily the best. That back animation is so good.
Spamming it onto the lifeguard chair.
Uh-huh.
Anyone who's played that skin
You used to be a lifeguard, was it you?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, there we go.
Days.
So you really relate to that beautiful skin.
Absolutely.
And I can understand. As Closer and Bulldog, this is a matchup that has gone Talia's way in the past. Morgan as well. He has been relatively good on Renekton. But Dudu has also had some great games on the Aatrox. This is not, a phenomenal matchup one way or the other. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the hands and brains of these top laners. We'll see how it does go. As here, Hype and Polo are just really happy to be able to kind of play the game.
Yep. Bit of a lost streak for the Corki right now.
Yeah, hasn't been doing super well, as we can see here, utilized in many lanes.
In fairness, a lot of these teams who have been playing it kind of underperforming in general.
Yep.
Although 2 of those losses are Berserker.
Yeah, T1 also losing 1, and they've been doing relatively well, especially after the Telecom War. People sometimes tell me that the Telecom War is just, despite the form of these teams, it's always about. Yesterday was not a banger. It was not. It was a shutout, and I'm a huge Puddock fan, so I was really happy that he was back. And so it didn't quite work out. Still, we are digressing away from the match at hand, which is Bro and DNF. If you're just turning up now, pay your bro tax. Goodness me. That is something you're going to have to do. Also,
I think it was quite clear game 1 we didn't get enough bro taxes.
Yeah, I think so too. And now all of the bro fans who all in on bro, as you would, have no channel points. So bro tax is going to be really difficult to pay. So
yeah, they need to find a sponsor to cover their bro tax.
Well, Closer is slurping up all of that bro tax and is using it to put damage into Bulldog.
Good trade, and Closer, even in game 1 had the edge in the mid lane matchup, finding it again on this Talia. Bulldog kind of wants to be in a position to recall.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do that, but should miss this cannon unless he stays. He does do that. As the Infernal Chain's coming out here. And Morgan and Dudu just continuing to trade blows. Should be pretty even as far as the farm is concerned after these waves do equalize. Unless this pesky caster minion is going to get taken down by that melee. Oh, tragedy. It's not a cannon, it's still.
Honestly, with how low Bulldog is, looks like he's found a window now to recall, did manage to clear the wave out. I was going to say, he was bordering on, dive threat potential, that health. Is able to get away, and the junglers do just trade Scuttle Crabs. When the TP back in, that earlier pressure hasn't really amounted to much, as both mid laners have similar CS.
Life taking a bit of damage here. Some Blight stacked up there by Hype. The Varus certainly one of Hype's better champions in Challenger when he was playing that on KT in past years. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to use that comfort to get some wins here. Headbutt Pulverize from Polu as Hype finds a combo. Berserker able to offer a bit of damage back, but the trample is good. And the follow-up is also good here. As the bro bottom lane finding some angles, it must feel cathartic.
Must feel so much better. They suffered in game 1. Now able to put the hit down and just have Varus outranging the Corki. Really not finding too many angles to trade back in return. Closer again though, this is fresh off recalls and TPs, and already Bulldog is gonna have to recall again.
Yeah, and Closer has been really good in lane, honestly, in a lot of the games here in the LCK. As Morgan, he's playing with fire. He really wants this cast.
He knows his limits. He's the Lord on his signature champion.
There's
no way he's just gonna die here.
Well, I know it's Chronicler that's the caster curse guy, but that was dangerous there, Orcs. Be careful.
I just have faith in my Lord. But do get your bro taxes in really quickly.
Yeah, please. You need to make up for that horrendous caster curse. As speaking of caster, that was a melee. Morgan going to be able to take that one down and look for a reset. Kyoshik still just farming things out here on the top side of the map. Does head over towards Krugs now. As Morgan standing on a ward, not sure whether he's fully aware. You can see the health bars are very even. Level 6s hit by both of these top laners. The world could end in dominance, or something like that. But it's not going to happen. I'm commentating a top lane matchup. Orcs, save me. Help me.
Let's look towards Hambak, who's now looking to put a ward down.
Hey!
What a great segue. And looking towards the Grubs, which is actually
That's probably more important. It's a 100 goal difference between the two teams, and that doesn't mean too much. That's a good seismic shove. From Closer on to Bulldog, who is just being hit by kind of everything here.
Yeah. Tanking the rocks with his face is certainly a decision.
It is.
Not going too well, and now we do see Pyoshik starting up the Dragon Return, so we actually saw one grub taken by Handback, and he's now beelining down. He's not willing to make this trade, and I think this is the absolute right call, especially with this pressure you have in mid and bot.
Yeah,
shouldn't be given over objectives freely.
Yeah, already getting experience from the grubs as well as he makes his way down. So really nicely done there. Not going to put him a level in advantage or anything like that, but hitting that level 6 as fast as possible going to be so important here for this Wukong, who is just going to dive towards this Dragon himself. Pyoshik now moving down towards the bottom side, does have his Gromp now spawning, but I think he might try and contest this, but full vision is available here for the bros. And Polo is in position, has a wave freshly crashed, and Life not going to be able to impact too much here as Bulldog does manage to clear out a wave, is looking to rotate over, but it's a little bit late. Shattering Strike gets a beautiful double stun, but the Pulverize is going to stop the crash down from doing anything. Spry's delivery here as Life's going to have to flash away. Hail of Arrows comes down and Humbug's making his way, and Piercing Arrow is gorgeous from Hype. As now Closer finds himself in trouble, but it's another gorgeous seismic shove, getting Pyoshik out of there, and Bulldog has to use a very defensive ultimate to escape. The bros with so much control in that fight.
Just beautifully played. You know, it felt like game one, Bro was getting these objectives despite the pressure DM Freaks have, but here they have the pressure, they set it up perfectly, and it felt like really Hype landing all his abilities there with the setup from Polu and Closer. Like, normally an Ari and a Neferi bearing down on you is so scary. He just had complete confidence. We'll see that play again. So Polu doing a great interrupt here, and then the cleanse coming out from Hype. We see Handback moving over, the Weaver's Wall as well, and just everything connects. You know, getting the Blight Stack saved, getting the Q. And then look at Closer here, gets jumped on, manages to disengage Pyoshik, dodge the Orb of Deception there, and DNF instantly know they have to back away.
Yeah, beautifully played. Closer's Talia has been fantastic in the past. I feel like Closer is like either a genius or he's lost his mind in a lot of the games that we've seen from Bro.
There's a lot of LCK players you could talk that way about.
Yeah, it is a good point. And honestly, if things are going well, then you're generally going to look better, but Closer is certainly never scared to make the play, you know? DNF going to be able to grab at least a couple of these grubs, but because Bro managed to pick up one of them, there's not going to be any feats of strength or portions of such. And so Pyoshik not going to get too much value there. Still, with 2 grubs for DNF, that is infinity% more grubs than they got in the last game. So there's that.
Yeah, but they did lose last game, so maybe it's a bad omen. And now, oh, they're looking for Hype here.
X-Flash. Life is going to make his way in. There's the Crash Down Shattering Strike combo. Remember, he doesn't have Cleanse. And is now going to turn things around. Does hit the Piercing Arrow to try and at least alleviate the trade somewhat.
Yeah, does end up using the flash. A lot of patience there, and obviously didn't need it. Does result in him getting chunked out. But I think Life does have to be a bit careful. Flashless into this Alistair and this Varus with ultimate. If he oversteps, they could just burst through him.
Morgan playing pretty aggressively here. Does get hit by the 3rd Q and kind of everything else that Dudu was thrown out. Seismic Shove, this time going to be avoided by Bulldog, but a big rock to the skull is also going to hurt.
Yeah, and it's now Catalyst already come through for Closer, and no Catalyst for Bulldog means these trades are just even harder to win with that sustain that comes through.
Ooh, this is feeling dangerous.
Well, level 6 hit.
Yeah, Magnastorm available. Remember, Hype does need to flash and does do so to get himself out of the way. And there's the special delivery. Polu! Who is this guy?
Beautifully played. Didn't even need to use his flash to set that up. Hype able to use his to bait Life, and Life falls for the trap. Another kill for that Varus. A huge boon for Bro right now.
Man, that was so well played. And I had my doubts about this Alistair play from Polu, but I take it all back. Looking real nice. Hype, of course, starting it up with a beautiful flash, but then the delivery and getting a kill out of this moment is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, the layering of CC great, and now looking for a kill on the top side.
Bro, just unrelenting. Closer going to be tanking this one up, but does find the shove and is able to walk it off just right. And that's plates going over to Morgan as well. Bro in so much control here of game 2.
Yes, and great proactivity. The fact that they get the winning 2v2 play bot, set up a play top side. The CC setup for the Renekton makes it so easy, and things looking a lot more positive than the game 1 did.
Yeah, it's positive. There's the bro activity and the positiveness, and we are getting all of it here in this game.
positivity.
Yeah, it's hard to say without an accent creeping in, isn't it?
Yeah, difficult. I'm working on it.
We'll see whether you can get there by the end. I think there's going to be need for some positivity as we move forward. Their mid games have been the more difficult parts.
Yeah,
as far as
sometimes some questionable decisions. Looking for
the disengage cone. But Polu is going to be able to find an angle. There's another pulverize. And Humbug on top of the Rel. Life comes at you fast, but this time he's going to be going down, although managing to flash away. There is a teleport coming in, and finally he falls, but the fight is on for real. Pyosik going to go down sort of sadly, and Bulldog looking for an angle here, but Humbug's over the wall, finds that Warrior Trickster, and Bulldog is on a side of the map that he doesn't really want to be. He's going to get smoked, and another Nimbus Strike should spell the end of him, and there he goes. That's a pro win if ever I've seen one.
Looked like initially it could have been scary, the fact that a lot of CC was used on a life and they weren't able to really follow up. The counterplay comes in. We'll see that here. So a little bit scrappy at first, not able to get over the wall initially onto life. And then Polu using both the visibilities onto this Rel. I think this is why we saw the window for DM Freaks. But the big thing is the TP difference. So Renekton able to teleport in. Life's already low and disengaged from the fight. Great peel on this Neferi from Polu and Closer. And then Bulldog commits the flash to get this kill. And in terms of gold, it's worth, getting the shutdown. But definitely doesn't feel good just to go down to handback a moment later.
Yeah, and Bro with full control of the map afterwards as well. It's nicely played. And also, I think kills going over to Wukong going to be feeling fantastic. You can see already has the Trinity Force completed, 2-0-2. I mean, Humbug is off to the races in this game. As we have a look at the gold, it is up and to the right here for the Bros.
Absolutely, starting early in this one, and with a big, sizable lead, picking up that Dragon as well. Their second is going to be Infernal Soul, which, oh man, with a Varus, with a Talia, that is...
With the Renekton.
With the Freaks, yep, absolutely.
Oh man. Yep, it's looking a little bit worrisome. Thankfully, DM Freaks can, consider the fact that the third game is going to exist, right? They managed to find a really good game one. They had a lot of control there. They were able to turn around some good skirmishing from Bro. The problem is they were also able to retain a gold advantage by controlling the map really well. And this time, they've dropped the ball on all fronts instead of just dropping the ball in these skirmishes.
Yep. Do you see DM Freaks jungle and support pushing in here, trying to threaten Closer, maybe looking for an opportunity. Remember, no TP for Morgan, so Closer is isolated for now. He's the one with the Weaver's Wall.
Ooh, it's a bit scary, yeah. Bulldog looking for the angle, but maybe going in a little early. Does have Spirit Rush now on cooldown, or at least does have, now it's on cooldown. And Life crashes away.
I think, they started to sense something was up, and then when Bulldog ulted, you're like, okay, there's definitely, it's very clear what they're going for. Bro start to move in response, and DM Freaks had such a short timing window because they are behind, because they wanted, a 3v1, not a 3v3, that they end up disengaging.
Yeah, lots of vision here towards the bottom side of the map. Still 3.5 minutes on the Drake, so nothing too much to worry about there. Humbug starting off these grubs. If he gets all of them, they will have a grub lead. We'll see whether Pyosik does head on over there. Quiet game so far for Pyosik, sort of unceremoniously dying in the last team fight, and that's been the contribution.
Yeah, I talked about how this was going to be a harder game for Neferi, and also Neferi is a pick who does like to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Not really seeing that. Oh, this could be devastating for Dudu.
Yeah, I heard the Korean casters with an ooh. And I certainly second that thought. If Closer does find a seismic shove angle, this could be real rough. As Dudu throws out the Q, that is going to stop any ruthless predators from coming on forward. As Dudu going to look to try and hold the wave, and that is not going to work out because Closer is here in position. Nicely played, a little bit of a substitution here for our solo laners as Closer moves on up and does push Dudu out.
Yeah, Morgan about to have TP up and available, so with them setting up for this Herald in 50 seconds, he would be able to join. So doing some early work to get the lane assignments in order.
Yeah.
TP coming out now.
All right, Seismic Shove just going to immediately throw Bulldog back because you cannot avoid that because he just turned up. Speaking of just turning up, Polu is going to do just that, but the flash still has to be invested here by Closer. Get himself out of the way. Good aggression there from Bulldog to get the summoner spell.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a longer cooldown for the flash compared to the ult, but that doesn't really matter when there's a Herald in 20 seconds. So I think that really is going to make it difficult for the DM Freaks to contest that. It already was, but maybe looking more towards that Dragon in 2 minutes. That's when Ari will have ult again. and Closer will still not have that flash available.
Well, Dudu actually finding that second Q. I was expecting that one to miss. Does not happen. As Morgan picks up a Cinder and looks to go aggressive. No sweet spot there for that first one, but the second one is going to land. Humbug starting up yet another objective. And feats of strength are already there for the bros. His control ward goes down. Pyosik doesn't find the daggers.
I always judge people who don't pick up Cinders and don't pick up the flowers. You know, we see a lot of the pros just kind of ignore them. I really doesn't resonate with me. But Morgan, he knew he was there, what he was there to pick up.
I mean, the Lord understands. He understands where the value comes from. As Olu does manage to headbutt Dudu away, but now he finds himself in an awkward spot. Flash out, and he's going to take the northern exit. Life just crashes towards him, and it's a little bit of a comedy here. The Unbreakable Will up and available, and Polo can just headbutt his way out. Polo is just running him around the map. And in the meantime, the Rift Herald is taken. Humbug crashes it into the mid-outer turret, and Closer is on an inner turret in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think the concept of the play from the DM Freaks was fine. You're giving up the Herald that's leaning towards bot lane, but it got a little bit goofy towards the end.
I mean, I need someone to clip this whole game and just, like, send it to I Will Dominate, you know? Because Dom had some choice words to say about Polo recently, and I honestly kind of agreed. I think that Polo was having a very, very rough start to the season, but this game has been very good.
It's been some good redemption, honestly. Some good Alistair play in this one so far, really taking advantage of the matchup, and now looking to set up for this third dragon. I feel like this is one of those where, do I think the DM Freaks were in a great spot to fight this? Absolutely not, but is the game maybe a bit cooked if they just let this go? Kinda. So they're trying to find Closer here.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall, and he just gets himself out. Finds himself in an awkward spot as he jumps off the wall, as Humbug's looking to re-engage. And speaking of engaging Polo, he's going to be not finding too much joy because Pyosik goes untargetable. Still, Seismic Shove's good onto Life. And now the Aatrox turns up to die. Hype just takes him out. Sometimes you teleport, and it doesn't work. And that for Dudu was one of those times.
Look, I don't massively agree with the decision to burn your Ariel to try and find Closer, but I get it, right? You're behind, you want to try and find a pick before the fight because you're not confident in the fight. But once the pick fails, why'd you still fight? That's my question. I think DN Freaks should have just taken that as a memo to get out of there.
That's because they made that decision in the last game and they won.
Bad habits.
Yeah.
That's how you build them. So like here, a little risky with the wave there. It was a great call from Closer.
Minion.
Yeah, they didn't have full information, but here, it should just be, the call should just be get out, you know? If Life can escape, Life can escape. If you can't, he can't. But I think like TPing in here, you're baiting the TP, and you're just sacrificing your top laner. Like, keep your top laner top, you can push in a wave, maybe pressure that tower, and then potentially you just don't give over as much.
Yeah.
I think these teams are struggling a bit with these decisions in the heat of the moment. When to just say, right, we tried, we're not winning this encounter, back off, fight another day.
Yeah, and now it's an Aatrox at 0-2-0, and I think that could have some serious flow-on effects here. As Morgan 1-0-1, going to be winning in this side lane. And we know that his Renekton, he's one of the players that does manage to find a lot of success in the later game on a champion like this, even though you only have that one form of CC. It lasts a long time and is just clickable.
Yep.
Which feels good. Still, Berserker up against Hype here in this mid lane. We've got the shield done, Ghostblade there as well. 2 items already completed. Berserker still looking for that second spike as Pyosik looking for an opportunity here. Dominus from Morgan. And we've got Rel making her way down. Pyosik still going to be able to continue the chase. But Morgan, I think he might be out, although Dudu does chase after him. There's a slice, but there's no dice. Doesn't matter. DNF just have to back away, and they'll lose an inner turret for it.
Of course, the Lord doesn't go down. He knows the limits of his champion.
Oh, yeah.
Better than any. Able to survive that one, and the tower structures getting taken down here by Bro in return is devastating.
I think they really wanted to get that one, and now Life once again out of position because Closer does a drive-by of the objective and looks to kill the Rel. He'll have another Seismic Shove as he's not getting out of this one. That's Hype with another kill. 5-1-2 now on this Varus. And they'll just take a Ruinous Archon. They'll grab themselves a bunch of experience, some adaptive force. My God, the Bros are really upset about how Game 1 went.
Just such a slick transition, able to move, get these towers after the play fails bot, and then also pick up that kill on the Life, also get the Archon. Feels like Bro are in complete control of this game. Night and day.
Yeah.
Compared to Game 1.
This is just prominence.
Absolutely prominent.
We started this game with bromance, and we end it, or we are in the middle of it with some bromance and with some brominance. And is it going to be bromination, or is it going to be brotastrophe? That's the question. Because there are, you know, a game is never over until it's over. It's a 5,000 gold lead, but that is not, I guess, end of the world. It feels like end of the world, though, as Morgan wants to take down a Grump and is going to be able to do so. And Blastcone gets him and Dudu out of there. Life looking for an angle. There's a teleport to come in. Magnet Storm invested. And maybe this time they can kill the Lord as he gets interrupted, knocked up, and taken out. And that's going to be Bulldog that collects the kill.
So generous. You know, he knew that DNF was struggling a little bit in this game.
He's a benevolent Lord.
Absolutely. And, you know, this game looks pretty rough for the side of DN Freaks, right? With this goal disadvantage, with what they're playing into. With the fact that there's a Ruinous on the side of Bro, but also, factor this in.
Yeah.
They're a minute 50 away from Infernal Soul, but it's a Ruinous Infernal Soul with Varus.
Yeah.
I really, for science, I want to see what happens. I want to see Bro take the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, we need this game to go really late, so it's hype with 6 items. Ruinous, Infernal Soul.
But just even, you know, I'd take it. Just get the Ruinous. Sorry, you got the Ruinous. Get the Soul, and I just want to see a fully charged Q onto a squishy target.
With W.
Just see what it does.
Yeah.
I just want to see the burst, right? At a point in a game like this where it's looking pretty doomed, you're either waiting for a throw or you're waiting for science. And I'm kind of leaning science right now.
I like to lean science. I am sometimes a cultural victory guy, but science does seem to be the easier option for all our Civ players out there. As Bro just looking to regain some control here. The double warded Banana Brush from the DN Freaks is just going to get eliminated. And so that is a lot of that ward money being taken down. Doshik going to have to bounce his way out of this. And DN Freaks just pushed back. The cow is just too scary.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of these situations where if they let this dragon go, it's completely cooked. But also, how do they get in?
Yeah. By the way, with like that Alistair skin, do you think it was designed by Jace? You know, because it's like Hextech Alistair. So like, and Jace used to be a farmer's like son, right? Before he moved to Piltover.
Maybe you know how he was like his first inventions. Well, obviously it was the Hex Gates, but he was like, let's make a big hammer, some like gauntlets. He was like, why don't we just stick some Hextech on a cow and see what happens?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And then it's Polu's Alistair, and it does this on Summoner's Rift. Charm not going to be followed up, although a bit of damage there. Still, Closer is going to be A-OK. Morgan and Polu just keeping the rest of them out of there, and Bulldog is in such an awkward spot. Dudu looking for a flank. Hype, what are we doing there? But he's missed by everything, and Bulldog is still being chased down while the rest of the team is making sure nothing happens. Hype finds yet another angle and just pierces this Ari. Life's now in trouble. Not going to be hit by the Seismic Shove, but it doesn't matter. Magnastorm also does absolutely nothing, and Dudu's still trying to find a flank angle, and he's just not going to be able to do so. Pyoshik, no way to get in either, and that is going to be Infernal Soul for the Bros, and the science will be experienced.
I was a little worried that the DM Freaks might all 5 of them go down and the game just ends without the science. No. Science wins here. Thank you, Jace, for your contribution.
Yeah, there we go. Science was already winning because Polu was running the map.
Yeah, now Bulldog, it felt like he was actually in a decent position getting some damage down until he ran out of charges in his ult. That was the point where really things started. He was like, oh no, I'm not flanking you, you're flanking me. And then the flash still gets caught by the ult. Beautiful from Hype there. And then the Infix, you know, they were trying to corral them in, and the ball just kind of burst from the pen.
Yeah.
And it really just did not pan out well for them. Oh, Manamune finished. Okay, this is peak science.
Okay, let's see what this first piercing arrow is going to look like. You can see there towards the top of your screen, the Infernal Soul that has been locked in. Ruinous Otacon going to be buffing that ever further.
You know what's a problem? There's no one who's like the squishiest person is Berserker, but he's got health for the Triforce, and he's got plated steel caps.
Bulldog getting hit by it though is still going to feel good because like you can see the bars, you know, like I mean, the health bars are like relatively large. It's just Life's isn't. Morgan looking for an angle onto Dudu here though. Remember this inner turret is down, and so is the World Ender.
It just doesn't look the same as if it's on a squishy target. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Come on.
Alright, just land one.
Okay, it's on cooldown again.
Yeah, went boom. Still, teleport just to get closer towards this Baron. A lot of vision available here for the DN Freaks, and Bros seem to care about zero about that.
I get it. The Baron gives the extra AD. He needs that for full science.
Peak science. That is what we're witnessing. It's down to half health. But the Bros, they obviously want to scrap. Polu taking a bit of damage here, and it's looking pretty real. As now Dudu dives in, almost manages to steal it, but no. It is Humbug that locks that one down with his smite. Polu very late ulti, but he's still going to look for Pyochik. He's surviving for so long, and he's able to get out of there. Still, the Rel takes down Humbug. Morgan trying to do something, and then Fish in a Barrel Hype just finish him off. Just one Q, and he is dead. But Bulldog's going to be able to take down the third. And Bro only keep 2 Barons alive.
Feeling like a cultural victory right there for the DM Freaks.
100%.
Science not coming through, and also...
That's domination victory, my friend.
Absolutely. And now DM Freaks managed to shut down a lot of those Barons. And it's just the additional damage onto Polu. And Bro are like, let's just finish the Baron. But Polu's getting low. They're corralled in the pit here. Hype, unfortunately, doesn't get huge amounts of value. The first Q's flashed. This E doesn't do much. And everyone starts to get low. This engage from Life, huge as well. And then you see here, Hype's ult and Q dodged away from by Pyochik. So honestly, Hype, I think he got a hail of arrows, and that was kind of it in the whole fight.
Yeah.
Just people dodging away, unfortunately, and it was clear and clinical from DM Freaks how they just managed to jump onto the right targets.
I'm waiting. I'm jonesing for the Science, man.
So am I.
And we do, like, he does have the Baron. So we can see the peak Science. It can happen. He just needs to hit a Q with a W and hopefully 3 Blight stacks.
Yeah.
Because that's peak. That's what we need.
Yeah, the ideal is maybe build up the Blight stack. The Infernal Soul comes off cooldown. Then you get the big...
Then you proc it.
Yeah, oh man.
That's what we need to see. But that is going to be very, very hard to execute, and we're going to need more than 0 Qs landed. And that's what we got in the last fight. Bro still have a gold lead, but they are showing some signs of not knowing how to complete this game. And that is a worry. Dudu now clearing some vision.
He queued Berserker there. Wasn't fully charged, so it didn't do that much damage, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't see it personally, and I can see by the health bar, it's not as impressive as we really wanted.
Is Science failing us?
Perhaps. Well, Morgan isn't. He's fighting Dudu, as we can see here. There's a Seismic Shove onto Life, but he does have that Celestial Opposition. He should be all right. As Chains of Corruption connecting. Do we get it charged up? That's a lot of damage as down goes Bulldog. Nowhere to run. As Polu happy to tank up this turret. Hype going to be able to take it down. That is the pick they were looking for, and they're utilizing these couple of Barons for their last 30 seconds. And look at that, the Rebel Baron power play ticking over towards 700, and at least it's positive, you know?
Absolutely managed to pull it back towards the end of it. And now taking down this inhibitor in the mid lane. DM Freaks without their mid lane are going to struggle to find an angle here.
All right.
Humbug
is not afraid to start fights. As closer
to
also,
see how much damage he can do.
Yeah, going to be pushing Pyochik out of there. Morgan dealing with this mid lane, but now finds a bunch of friends. Man, look at that. He is playing on the edge. He knows the Renekton aggro angles so well. Gets himself out of there, and that is going to spell the bottom outer turret also falling. Sorry, inhibitor turret. Inhibitor also going to follow suit. There's now Seismic Shove, Umberly dashed away from, and now a teleport flank angle from Bulldog. Okay, he's out of the fountain and immediately back into the fray. As in goes Humbug, and he finds Berserker in the backline. Gorgeous engage, no rel this time, and Bulldog turns up to his whole house being on fire. Oh no, it was a Donald Glover angle if ever I've seen one, as now Pyochik has to go back to his fountain to try and lick his wounds, as doggos do tend to do. And oh god, he's straight into an arrow, just skewered himself. Oh dear, that is going to spell the end of these Nexus turrets. The Science victory is going to be concluded here as the Bros bring us to a Game 3 and a chance to win the series.
And you know, coming into a day of the LCK, you look at a series and you're like, is it going to be a 2-0? Is it going to be a 3-gamer? And you can always sort of, you have like, maybe there's this sort of chance, is this likely? This was always a 3-gamer.
Yeah.
This series, you know, everyone knew it, everyone came to the conclusion, this was always going to go to 3. Bro able to bounce back, and you saw how much more Hype and Polu did in that bot lane when they weren't getting absolutely destroyed from minute 1. We got the Science victory, we got to see some boom boom damage, we got to see the Hextech cow, all great things with Bro fans.
Yeah, no, honestly, we couldn't have asked for more in this one. And we get more. We get another game. That is the best part.
But you know what? Science is expensive.
True.
So make sure you keep paying those Bro taxes.
That is so true. I can see some of these highlighted messages. I'm incredibly impressed, guys. Keep them coming, though, because as soon as you stop, the bros will as well. That's kind of how it goes. As we're going to have a look at some of these damage numbers, Closer still did the most. Like, I know Hype, he had the full Boom Boom potential, but Closer was really running the map. He put Bulldog in the ground in the early game.
Yep. You know, I feel like there's some games you get a decent amount of value on Talia when there's 5 champions with dashes.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good about this Talia pickup. I'm a little bit surprised they kind of just played into that one, but yeah, definitely Closer happy with it.
Let's go bro fighting indeed. Nice Teemo hat, my friend. And it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down joyously. And then we're going to have game number 3. We'll see you there. What a day. What a day. Oh.
야 나리 야 앞으로 아래 진짜 디테일 아래 진짜 디테일이야. 앞으로 오자 이거. 아래 진짜 디테일 빠져 오케이 앞으로 봐줘 내막 해줄게. 야 포르기 나왔어. 아트 봐봐 이거. 아트 마무리 줘. 나왔어. 야 나피드 야 아트 잡고 바텀 라인 살려. 바텀 라인 미드라인도 괜찮아. 끝내자 이거. 미드라인으로 올래? 그냥 타워쳐 아리 이제 집이야. 나가 나이스. 한번 잘해보자. 파너 좀 부탁이네. 우리 살짝 발언대 정도? 너무 우왕좌왕하나? 그냥 할 거 하면 되는데 콜이 자꾸 이상하게 나와 얘들아. 그냥 다 벌어주고 있는데. 저기 너무 잘다 이거 판.
한화생명의 주전 멤버들 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 받아주시기 바랍니다. 한화생명입니다.
제우스, 피넛, 제카, 바이퍼, 딜라이트 가장 전 세계에서 주목도가 높은 팀이라고 봐야겠죠?
네.
꿀잼이네. 레전드네. 꿀잼이다 꿀잼. 이러시야. 일단 난 기운 다 썼어. 예? 밑밥 뭐예요? 기운을 쓰긴 했잖아.
디펜딩 챔피언 한화생명 e스포츠입니다. 오! 아니 한화생명 e스포츠가 아니라 뭐죠? 설마 그제 그리나 와! 락스의 전설들이었던 선수들이 이 한 곳에 다 모였습니다. 네. 한화생명 전신 한화생명은 락스 타이거스부터 시작이거든요.
관객석도 난리가 났고요.
한화생명의 최초의 트로피를 이 2016년에 러블 때 달성했는데 그 기업이 가지고 돌아왔네요.
피넛이 그래서 계속해서 그 의지를 잇고 있다고 볼 수 있겠죠?
그렇습니다. 예.
오랫동안 정말 계속해서 이렇게 응원하셨던 분들한테는 진짜 큰 선물이 되셨을 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 2016 서머 그리고 2018년에 한화생명으로 새롭게 거듭난 다음에 이런 성공이 있었습니다. 선후배가 함께하는 그런 자리예요.
맞습니다. 이 선수들을 진짜 이 한 무대에서 볼 거란 생각을 못했는데.
그러게요.
먹으면서 같이 보시면 재미가 두 배죠?
안녕하세요. 저희 뭐 이렇게 오랜만에 또 뭉쳤는데 왕호를 응원하기 위해 왔습니다. 오랜만에 롤파크 와서 팬분들과 이렇게 또 응원도 하고 했는데 너무 반가웠습니다.
경기 입장 씬 이렇게 해봤는데 진짜 경기 할 것만 같은 그런 기분이 살짝 들어서 너무 좋았고요. 또 이번 기회에 잘해가지고 이번 연도 딱 깔끔하게 스킨까지 해가지고 마무리할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 하나, 화이팅!
정태야. 너 진짜 미안하다. 정태야 왜 내 자리로 와? 몰랑. 아.
1세트 뱀픽을 지금부터 만나보시죠.
아질 할게요. 일단 아질 맞지? 할게요.
완성을 했습니다. 자, 양팀 1세트입니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
야, 탑 따자 이번에. 해야 돼. 탑 따자. 바텀 좀 한번 내려봐.
오케이, 나도 일하는 거 바텀 좀 살짝 내릴게.
정타 이거 코르케까지 간다.
오케이? 아, 근데 나 괜찮을 것 같은데? 아, 나 죽었다.
뭐야 죽었어 바텀?
다시 천천히 할게요.
누가 다 잡을 것 같아요. 지우가.
근데 천천히 해도 되긴 해. 정태야 이거 괜찮아.
일단 달려요. 연기가 되나요?
미드 빨리 봐줘 얘들아 바이부터 봐줘 얘들아 바이부터 궁 뜯어마 궁 야 아니 뒤로 쓰지.
뒤로.
바비 정태야 그거 맞아? 뺄게 하지마 빼야돼 정태야 침착하게 괜찮아. 괜찮아. 화이팅. 제이스. 야, 미드 뛰어야 돼, 얘들아. 게임 끝내.
넥서스가 이렇게 파괴됩니다.
정태야.
미안하다.
이겼어, 됐어.
나 아지르를.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as the bros battle back and make it 1-1 in this battle of the week. One of these teams are going to get one of the wins and get off being just a 0 on the scoreboard.
Neither of them are getting a 2-0 though, Degon, are they?
Not. Also, still waiting for Pioshik to get closer and closer for his
Still waiting.
1,000 kills.
I mean, and also, how can you be that chill? You know, bro got just win with the stomp.
Because, you know, the job's not done yet.
Oh, all right.
The BNK
right.
Fearx game changed me.
All right.
I'm more of a stoic bro now.
You're just
Pikachu.
waiting for a great moment. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right, well, let's take a look at this game here. The big change between Game 1 and Game 2, how dominant Berserker was for the DN Freaks. And I think a big reason was the play of the support in Game 2 as we take a look at highlight number 1. A little bit tougher game here for Life.
Yeah, Life having some struggles in this one. They picked the Alistar, by the way, and DNF responded by picking Rel into it, and Life had a real rough game. There's no real way to sugarcoat this, but he made some attempts. He knows what Alistar does, but he was reminded several times in some of these engages. This one was a bit of a disaster as Hype had Flash, and so could easily just get away, and then he's on the wrong side of an Alistar that knocked him back into the turret. The early game just felt like it was Life trying and failing and Bro generated a natural lead because of it, and were able to stack up a ton of Drakes because of the advantage they had in bottom lane. And you know, Life has had some really rough games this season, but he's had some other games where you feel hopeful, you know? But this was unfortunately not one of them.
Yeah, so first of all, Rel is having a hard matchup into Alisa. That's really clear. But I think the one point that he was really missing is that he was just losing flashes every single time by getting ganked by enemy. So, I mean, if you're a Rel, you're still Rel. You can actually look for the play with your flashes, even though you have countered by enemy teams. So I feel like if he had more clear plan in his head, I think he could save his flash to make some other plays so he can actually make the window. But this time around, I think he was just not focusing enough. He was just kind of not respecting enemy Alisa, you know, to do something. So he was just going in and just wasting his flash so many times.
Felt needlessly desperate, you know? Like, as the best way I could describe it, you know? Like, they know there's a Varus on the other side. It's going to be a big problem. Already has a lead. He's still trying to fish for the answer, but just not respecting those summoners, not respecting the Alistar. And because he kept trying to fish for those plays, they dug themselves deeper and deeper into a hole.
I mean, and you know what? I feel like the more I see this Alistar, I feel like it's really, really good pick in this meta. Because I think top tier teams are more picking it, like first pick Alistar, you know, you can see it from T1 as well. I feel like Alistar is just so good, maybe except Poppy matchup. I feel like you're just really okay in the lane. And also, you're not really just playing for lane in this meta. You just play for the map, play for the rotation. After like level 3 or 4, you're just on the mid lane all the time. And I think it's one of the great champion in the skirmishes. And I think especially with the Glacial Augment, it makes special.
I like that you bring that up because in game number 1, that's clearly what Bro wanted to do. You get Kalista Renata, you are playing for the lane, so you have to be dominant back, and DNF were. In this case, it's just more of steady, do your job, hang in there, punish when they step out of line, and we know that Palu can. However, Life was the one getting dunked on multiple times here. As we take a look at the Fearless draft list so far.
This is where things get interesting because the crux of both, you know, what we've seen, both games, we had literally Varus and Kalista get through 2 drafts. That almost never happens here in the LCK in 2025. Almost always banned every single game. Both of those are gone. The Caitlyn's gone. The Corki is gone. And we've seen both games basically won by the bottom lane for both teams. So we move into game 3 when those pools are thinned out. You don't have that hard winning bottom lane champion. It's going to take a little bit more team play. Like if you're playing something like a Zeri, or if they even pull out something like a Jinx and play for like a Lulu lane or something like that. It's going to create a situation where a lot more coordination has to be done, and it's not just going to be one of those games where you can roll off of a huge lane advantage like we saw from the Caitlyn, and then the Varus that defensively absorbed those life engages and got a huge lead.
We didn't give many credits to Hype, but I feel like he's also playing so much better than before. I feel like he's really aggressive and proactive in many kind of situations, so I feel like it's one of the strengths, you know, like DNF, using Berserker like aggressively, but I feel like Hype is doing so much well, so Berserker cannot really do anything out of the lane.
Yeah, like let's dive into that just here after 2 games. Berserker clearly the DNF POM. Who's your leading candidate for the Bros?
I think it's got to be Palu. I think even though some of the mistakes he made in game 1 did stack up, I thought he had a good Renata game. I'm looking for Ashe Sejuani. I feel like that's the best combo that's left here for game 3. I think blue side, whoever takes it, probably looking for that pick.
He likes easy champs. You know, like just press R and pull the trigger, you know?
Well, Bro fans, you know the easiest way for victory is the Bro tax. Tax on up. It is 1-1. One of these squads will get their first victory in the 2025 regular season. Who will it be? Will it be OK Savings Bank Brion or the DN Automotive Freaks? Let's send it back on over to 2 scientific casters, Atlas and Ox.
We'll see whether it's going to be Science victory this time or whether it is indeed some more cultural League of Legends we're going to see on the Rift this time. Of course, Domination victory exists, but that is a little bit ham-fisted, and we are, I think, an intellectual level above that here at the LCK.
Of course, you know, truly, LCK has always been a league of savants, so not going to go with the domination.
Isn't there diplomatic victory as well? I think that is another option, but I don't. Yes, there is.
A little bit deep into it.
Yeah. You need to be voted as like full chairman of the thing, but I've never really done that. I'm like science or culture all the way. Wait, were they on the Bro side and they were DN Freaks fans? Kind of crazy. Are you even allowed to do that? I guess if you're mates with someone who is a fan of the other team. then you can sit together and it's okay.
They should provide like little boosts for that, where like one side right on the edge. So
we need to actually, because there is a split kind of down the middle, and so we just need to seat them there.
Yeah,
and it's totally fine. The other thing that's totally fine is getting into a draft. We're going to see the Yone band away first here as the DN Freaks take the blue side for the first time, and blue champion Gwen going to be taken away here as well.
Yeah, so first time we get a change in sides. It'll be interesting to see how the bands develop. Nocturne, Yone banned away. There's still Vi open, Sejuani, Ezreal. And there's 3 bans left.
Yeah.
But if Bro ban, for example, Sejuani and Vi, DN Freaks could take Ezreal. You know, so I think a little bit of difficulty navigating here from Bro.
I think Sedge needs to be banned, but the Vi is going to be taken away first. And so probably Gwen, Vi, Sedge, the guaranteed bans, as the Lilia.
Yep.
It's going to be taken away here as well.
It's a good call from DN Freaks to ban something a bit lower prio. And now it's a decision for Bro. Do you want them to play Ezreal? Do you want them to play Sedge?
Ooh,
and the
trade
correct
it.
decision is you trade. So by banning the Jace here, now means DN Freaks will get that Sejuani. But on the other side, Brion have the potential to take that Ezreal in return.
Yep.
But it does mean that Sejuani Ashe, you know, I don't know if you remember, I'm harkening back to about 30 seconds ago when Wolf on the space said, Sejuani Ashe blue side, pretty good.
Well,
if they can pick that up, and that might be the avenue this time for the DN Freaks.
That is looking to be the case. And you mentioned blue side, they also have blue jerseys, and both of the champions are largely blue, and Freljord is a blue region based on the sort of the colorway.
You know what that is? That's Freljord's culture.
Yeah.
Oh,
win. The Freljord cultural victory angle?
Yep. It's looking like it could be it.
Oh, I'm so excited. Anyway, it is going to be Pantheon and Ezreal locked in. The Ezreal makes a whole lot of sense. The Pantheon is higher priority than I was expecting, but that's going to be the response into the Sejuani is what we're looking at. As the DN Freaks, they say, we don't care about cultural victory. We are going to just lock in Kai'Sa because it's a cool champion, and that is going to be the angle. Victor as well. This feels like the theme has gone out the window.
A bit more science, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely a bit more science here. But, you know, especially with the mid lane pool being thinned out a bit, getting a solid mid laner, snap it up before we go to the next rotation of bans is important. Ahri, Azir, Aurora, Talia already gone. They will take that. And now looking over to Brion, Closer looking to match here.
Breaking the chains that bind. It will mean that the 2v2 is terrifying here in this mid lane if Closer can do okay. As of course, the Victor in the early levels not going to be doing as much to get rid of him. And you can see Edgar pretty animated here on the side of the Bros, talking about their first ban as we get into the next round.
Well, one thing with the Pantheon is it's a flex, so it actually is pretty difficult for DN Freaks to ban in this situation because they can just move that Pantheon between jungle and support. And so they'll look at banning away top laners right now, keep their options open. Jack's going to be the first takeaway.
Yep, J-named top laners have been eliminated here by the Bros. Not wanting to see those. Unintentional rhyme, but I guess that's okay. First ban here from the DN Freaks. Where are they going to be focusing? Like you were saying, can be a little bit difficult with that flexibility of the Pantheon, but the Elise is going to be the choice here. I think that our Bro fans probably breathing a sigh of relief. I remember a pretty difficult Elise game for Polo more recently. But DN Freaks maybe with a little bit more information based on scrimmages as to how that one's been working out for the Bros, as the Na is going to be the next one.
Yeah, I think Elise is a good ban because Elise Ezreal has a lot of trading power, but also a lot of all-in power as well, and you're kind of locked into a melee support with Kai'Sa, and I think just avoiding the harassment in lane. We've seen both games so far in the series, the team with Prior Bot has just ended up winning, so I think it's important to take that into account.
Yep. So many people think that the Kai'Sa is like the be-all and end-all counter to Ezreal, and I just don't feel that way.
Yeah.
As Poppy,
there's a lot of value.
Keeping things even more ambiguous.
Yeah, can still flex in between, but importantly, a lot of the picks you expect to be paired with the Kai'Sa, things like the Nautilus, things like the Leona, Poppy does decent into. I will say, we've seen Nautilus actually find an advantage in this matchup a decent amount of time. Even if you block his dredge line, he can still end up following up with like the auto. But I think Polu pretty happy, assuming this is going to go into the support role, which I think is a safe bet.
Yep, he's also just had a brilliant game on the Alistar, and Poppy can make the same kind of clutch plays. We saw that yesterday, or was it the day before? I don't know. But the Poppy play more recently here in the LCK has been pretty impressive. As one last pick here for the DN Freaks to round things out. Looking for a top lane for Dudu. Gonna have to pick that one blind.
Yeah. A lot of top laners already gone.
Yorick, there it is!
Yorick.
We get our first one! That's cool. This has been cropping up quite a lot in the LPL. I think yesterday Hysterics was tweeting out saying that there were at least 2 of them. I think Flandre playing one of them as Aurelia. A possible option, as of course you can reset the Q on the ghouls.
Yeah, this was the old school counter
Yeah.
that every Yorick player hated playing into.
I was one of them. I used to, old school Yorick was my favorite, man. WMAX AP Yorick. Oh. Instead it's gonna be Fiora. And this is some vintage Morgan. Morgan would just go off on his own and win games in side lanes on the Fiora, but this champion has historically been not good in competitive play.
I feel like the composition for Breon is so volatile, you know? You have this mid jungle, which is obviously strong, but also like Pantheon, if he falls behind, pretty underwhelming. Fiora, who, yes, can be a late game menace, but typically in the side lane. I do think DN Freak's composition feels a bit more stable, but I think there's not a clear... I feel like there was, you know, game 2, I felt pretty confident coming out of the draft who was going to have the edge, but I think this is a game where really it still could go either way.
Yeah. I'm really interested because this is going to be a battle of side laning. Yorick is one that doesn't like to exit a lane, like sort of ever. We've seen this, like Fiora is exactly the same way. So this 1v1 is going to be so incredibly important. The Modu battle, you know, the ex-Harmon Life Esports top laners, Morgan of course, just taking Dudu's spot and running away with it as an Australian here to support the bros. You'd love to see that. I'm one of those. I'm unbiased though, obviously. No favorites, as it is also the Kitty Cat Yorick, which is very, very cool. But yeah, you're so right, Orcs. Like, I don't know how to feel about this lineup here for the bros.
It's a fun one though.
It is. And it always is. Let's get into game 3.
시간차에 학교가 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, the fans are loud here at LoL Park, and we are ready for a game number 3. What a setup to an already phenomenal day, because we have, you know, Lehens battling against his former teammates, you know, Ruler versus Lehens in our second matchup. But here, the DN Freaks and the bros really making sure we have all the information possible to try and differentiate between these two squads. And it's feeling very, very close after the first couple of games. This game, though, could get really not close really fast, and it's worrying me.
Absolutely. But you know that with these two teams, there's always that volatile aspect where they might just decide to fight Narakan with maybe one less member than they should have. So...
I feel like you just gave away the DN Freaks game plan.
Oh, man.
That's the playbook is like just open in front of you and you just read right off it.
To be fair, it's more forgivable in this game to fight without your top laner present.
I mean, the top laner is never going to be present. But I don't think Bro's top lane is going to be present either. So I guess there's that. That's the consolation. Maybe that's how they worked it out. They were like, well, we're really struggling to work out what Dudu is going to do. And so they just played out that way. As Dudu is, speaking of which, is going to be finding some graves and things like this, smacking things down, and wanting to become that big menace. Getting the good old reset on the queue. I miss old Yorick, man. Does anyone even know what old Yorick used to do? As we're zooming in on Pioshik, he has hit 400 games. Will he also hit 1,000 kills? That is the question.
Not the best champ for it.
Did he get 0 in the last game, or was it 1?
He got 1.
So the first game he got 1.
Did he get 1? Did he get 1?
Well,
don't quote me on that.
HLE's Toe didn't manage to pick up a victory against Nogari when they played the Yorick.
Yeah.
Miss Toe. It's been a while since we've seen that guy. Of course, formerly played for T1 as well. As look at these ghouls, aren't they adorable? I'm so interested because we did see a Fiora more recently.
Yeah.
Didn't really look good.
Yeah, it is the updated, they had a gameplay update for Yorick. There was a lot of changes. It's a sort of one where you look at it and you like, that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to pan out.
Didn't it? It put him as a jungler, and then they were like, nah, we kind of regret that. And then they reverted all of the jungler changes. Is that sort of how it works?
I don't actually know. I just know that like people were talking about it being a pretty positive thing overall. There was a lot of hotfix. It was, look, it's happened, okay?
Yeah, it happened.
We get our experience.
Things were there. There was, like, his passive got nerfed when it comes to monsters. That doesn't affect his top lane matchup. The healing on Q also got buffed a bit. So that's kind of cool. So there we go. The healing certainly helping him as far as lane is concerned, and I think a lot of the changes were just to put him back towards the top lane. Closer is moving towards the top lane as well, and in the meantime is looking to try and kill Bulldog. Okay, Pyosik is going to be moving down here, and they don't have a ward, but they are still going to back away. That's smart stuff.
Yeah,
the fact with a lot of control.
The fact there was Prio as well for Dudu made that really dangerous to go any further. They will force Bulldog away, but he's got TPs, not too bothered.
And now Pyosik not having the aftershock is a little bit of a worry, but looks like Closer is just going to go for a reset, shoves that wave in, and I think that Bulldog's going to be totally okay with it.
It's been a good season for champions who like summon groups of creatures to assist them, you know?
Yeah.
But the Fury showing up for the first time really, other than like occasional performances since they're coming in, and now Yorick.
Yeah, and there's Zyra as well. Sponge had a great... Never mind.
Great for some of them. Perhaps not all of them.
Yeah. I think summons are actually one of the coolest things in most video games.
Oh, also, you know, they have planned, I'm pretty sure they planned like changes to Annie as well. They are going in on the summoning.
Hey, there we go.
You know, I don't know if you know this is the lore, but originally the players used to be summoners. I don't know if they are anymore. I don't know. The lore got a little confusing.
Do you know what the lore used to be as well? That the observers were Teemos.
Yes.
That was really cool when you just had a Teemo sitting in a fountain.
Yeah, because we still call them summoner spells, but didn't we change it so that like the summoners aren't a thing anymore?
Well, I don't really know. I'm more up on the new lore, which is like all about these being actual like people that are then choosing to fight in a battle. Then there's like all the lore that's actually about like world building instead of just this is cool character. Let's just put them in the game, and who cares how they're connected.
Yeah, I remember something. Honestly, trying to harken back to what I know about the old lore is like. This is like digging deep in the memory bank.
Exactly, like the Shaco lore, because that's obviously
it's extensive.
So much.
You know, I think it was so extensive that I've actually forgotten a lot of it. It was just too much for me to remember.
Oh, look at that! The Kitty Cat Maiden, looking fantastic. As this is what Dudu's going to do this game.
He's gonna do.
He's gonna do. A lot of cats in the top lane.
Yep. Always a pain trying to fight the Yorick with the Maiden up.
Yep.
And the thing is, it's just so powerful because a lot of the times in top lane, when you ult, it's like, okay, like imagine like a Renekton or a Fiora or an Aatrox, you're ulting to get power in a fight immediately. But Dudu just has Maiden up.
Yeah.
And you're not, as a Fiora, you can't just go up to it and kill it. That's just not feasible.
No. And we are seeing a lot of that issue here. As Humbug is going to grab the dragon. And saw some really interesting stats, actually. LS tweeted about this, having a look at the grub stats. And if you have 0 grubs, in the LCK at the moment, I know sample size is not massive, you have an 80% chance of winning the game.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier today. I think part of it is that grubs did get nerfed. And also, if you're committing so heavily to the grubs, what are the costs on the other side of the map? We've seen teams getting quite a lot of value to dragons in return. It's kind of weird because it went like 4 has like an above 50, it's like 60%.
Yeah.
5 is like 77%, and then 6 is like way down.
Yeah, it's 80% win rate if you have 0.
Also, did you know 3 grubs is exactly 50% win rate?
Wow. 50% of the grubs means 50% of the win rate.
Yeah, because obviously.
Wait, actually, if you get 3, then the other team got 3. Yeah, never mind. Ha! Statistic. I really walked into that one. That was very effective.
Yeah,
like that one a lot. I actually think that it's really interesting though to talk about like the why, right? And that is if you actually convince the enemy team to fight you while you're taking the grubs, then and you take more of them, means you probably won the fight and therefore you're winning. However, if they don't fight for it, then you're probably getting a dragon. So it just kind of shows that dragons have been pretty good.
Everything has an opportunity cost in League of Legends. A lot of time it's time, but it can be pressure. resources, tempo, and 6 grubs is a lot. And just, again, the nerfs, the buffs just aren't as strong anymore as they used to be.
Indeed. Well, we'll see whether the Bulldog's going to be okay. Does have flash and everything like that. He is totally fine, but Hype putting some pressure on Berserker here towards the bottom side. And speaking of bottom side, 20 CS the lead here for Hype right now, as they have been dominating that lane.
Pretty sizable, and this is the thing with this Kai'Sa Ezreal matchup. The reason people like it isn't so much I'm going to crush you in lane, it's more so when we get to team fights, if anyone lands CC on you, even if you just engage, I can follow.
Yeah.
I can hunt you down. Once you get some items, you can hunt him down in the side lane if we end up having a situation where the 80 carries our left bot. But for now, we see Bro managing to secure that blue buff.
Yeah.
Just kind of has to watch.
So, Dudu not finding the morning mists, but Morgan, of course, having to invest the riposte for that one. And the top lane matchup, yeah, not too much more going to happen, but that turret is always under fire. There's life moving in, closer should be okay.
Oh no,
and
the maiden!
Maiden kitty cat!
Dudu!
Get him, maiden! Yeah, there we go.
It does slowly regen, so give it
very slowly.
7 minutes. Yeah. Full HP.
Right as rain. That's, oh no, -1. Bit of a zoom in there. Thank you very much for that one.
So easy to last hit on Yorick as well. That's really unforgivable.
Maybe hasn't had as many Yorick reps, Dudu here, which may make some sense.
You know what? That's kind of valid.
Anyway, Hype kind of by himself right now. Life and Berserker both down here. Hype is relying on his Arcane Shift safety quite a lot, as we can see. True Shot Barrage going to clear out the wave.
Yeah, I think also Berserker ending up with the Scout Slingshot instead of a BF Sword on the recall and going the cull as well, so kind of in a trough a little bit in terms of power. Whereas Hype got the Sheen, got the double longsword, feeling good about the pressure he can put out right now.
Yeah, it's actually just going to wander towards this mid lane, setting up for this one. As we've got Closer in the side lane already. The Bros really wanting to put together this 1-3-1, and you can understand why.
Oh, and there's the BF Sword coming through, so Berserker feeling better. I think overall, though, despite the lead in favor of Hype right now, I think the increase feeling pretty fine.
Yep. Looking forward to seeing how this Yorick is going to change up this game as we get later and later. It's always cool when champions of different like archetypes come in, right? Like having a champion that is so good at split push really sort of pushes a different opportunity for like a different win condition we're going to have to pay attention to. Of course, Fiora, another one of those examples.
Handback making a mistake there by taking a grub and not letting DNF
no.
have 6 grubs. You could have had the 80% win chance.
Now you only have a 23% chance of winning the game.
What is done? What an error. Did you not see the statistics?
Oh, God. Disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. Maybe the fact that they didn't lose a fight over it as well is going to help them out there, but I'm still really worried. A stat is a stat. You know, you can't do anything about that.
Yeah. I mean, they have got 1 dragon and likely looking towards another if they can secure it up in 10 seconds. And Game Freaks do have the jungle on the top side, but still time for Pioshik to get down there. Now, top lane seems to be going pretty well for Dudu.
I feel like it's going better for Morgan than I was expecting, though.
He just made Maiden save.
Yeah. You really got to take care of your Maiden. Especially when it's the adorable kitty cat version.
I like some absent-minded maidening.
Yeah, you really, like, that is Yorick, like, rule number 1, is make sure that you're maidening correctly. Oh, okay. Micromanaging the Maiden nicely. With Tiamat now available for Morgan, though, I think a large reason why he hasn't lost more plates. As Bro on the second dragon of the game, and goodbye Pioshik. So that is going to be second dragon of the game secured. Life now getting pushed back as Closer going to get knocked up. There is his own ulti. Oh, and just going to back away. It's fine.
Did the flash? I think the flash might have lost vision for Closer, and the ult went on cooldown anyway. Because normally,
yeah, that was really
if you
weird.
lose vision as Nautilus of the target you're ulting, it doesn't go on cooldown, but like it cancels and you can use it again.
Yeah.
You don't knock them up. But there, it looked like that's what happened, but because it was Silas instead of Nautilus, you just lost it.
Yeah, so the hijacked one doesn't come back.
Yeah.
It's probably what happens if you like cancel a Poppy Geek ultimate as well, right?
I'm not 100%,
don't work.
Yeah, that would make sense, I guess.
But he's not going to be able to steal it away from his teammate, so it's fine. As this is first blood The latest one was 11-19, and now it's going to be whatever this game does, because we have had no kills. And I think it's good that this is a slower game, because we've had other things to talk about. You know, like the Yorick and stuff, like Maidening, like Morgan, like attacking Dudu. As Ravenous Hydra now completed, and Morgan thinks that is now time for him to just attack.
Big spike, and especially as Dudu doesn't have a complete item. Quite defensive in his early itemization. Kind of getting mangled a little bit.
Yeah, extra pressure does need to be put on because the teleport has recently been invested here by Morgan. Oh, it's a Yorick, so never mind. He's not going to be teleporting to a team fight or anything like that. What was I thinking?
He's trying to mind control each other to teleport to the team fights.
Yeah, exactly.
You go. No, you go.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be like whoever teleports loses, actually. And neither of these champions can even interrupt one another if they do decide to teleport. So it's fine. Technically, Morgan can interrupt Dudu if Pyoshik ults Morgan and he riposts Dudu. Okay?
That would certainly be a move of all time.
I hope it does happen now. Because I mean, it was a lie that I said. Morgan can interrupt, but he does need assistance from the enemy team.
Well, they could interrupt if they just kill them. That will stop the team.
Oh, that is true. That is also CC. Take it all back. Is Voidseeker not going to be able to find any minions here, as Berserker is going to switch towards the top side, life assisting Bulldog here, as the Victor is slowly but surely building up in power. And Morgan, oh dear. Berserker not allowed to be here as the Grand Challenge comes through. Morgan still looking for more, but doesn't get all of the weak spots. And so the challenge is going to be unanswered.
Good amount of damage though onto Berserker there, and now looking for Dudu.
Okay, well, he's going to be able to put down the procession. Those kitty cats are adorable, and just walks his way up. Does have to use the flash in order to keep himself safe. It's called Procession something, isn't it? The Dark Procession, that's it.
Which ability is that? Like
that's the Circle of Ghouls.
Oh.
And the reason why it's confusing, because it doesn't really look like a procession, but it's a procession because it's like a whole group of ghouls all sort of hanging out together, and that's what puts up the circle, like the baby cage, as we call Viga's version of it.
Yeah, I probably would have just called it like Death Wall or something, you know?
Why are both of the abilities that are like cages that they put down, like the names are so dumb? Like Event Horizon? How is it an Event Horizon?
Yeah.
That doesn't make, like an event, like what? I don't know. Because it's just a cage.
It is just a cage.
Like why are none of them called cage?
Yep. Or at least if you called like the Yorick thing, like it was like a little wall, you know? Like a spherical wall.
Why can't they call it Ghoulie Wall? Ghoulie Wall would have been so cool.
Ghoulie Wall. You know, maybe you would have seen more Yorick if they'd called it Ghoulie Wall.
Straight up.
Fine to play it.
And what about Shovel Smash? Like Dark Rites or something?
Wait, it's not called Shovel Smash?
It's not called Shovel Smash. All right, down goes the Dark Procession.
Oh, the
now
cat
Dudu
fight
is in trouble. Yeah, it is indeed a cat fight. There's another Maiden picked up closer. That is cheating. And now Dudu is going to get demolished. And look at it. Oh, it's two Maidens on the Rift at the one time. It's too much Maidening. No one's Maidenless today. It's not happening.
Tragic there, Dudu falling prey to his own. Well, the cat from the other side stolen away from him. And now, going to use it to get some pressure on the tower as well.
Oh, using their own Maidening against them.
That cat looks so cool.
Yeah. Close it. Save it.
I don't think he's saving it.
Save it. Close it.
He's sent it on its way.
Oh, no. The Maidening's terrible here.
Oh,
so
50
much extra
gold as well?
Yeah, that is like Tibber's gold right there.
Good money.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the money they got for the initial play worth a bit more.
I would say so. As First Blood actually did manage to come down. I think it was like 16 minutes or something like that. It's very late. So congratulations to Bro for finally taking that one down. They only need one more objective, and they will be able to grab that feat of strength. And Humbug looking to start that one up now. That is going to be the third dragon of the game as well, as Polo moving on in here. And you know that he wants to ult Pyoshik away, but Life is taking so much damage, hype landing everything. And now it's Pyoshik's turn, as they are stepping up one after the other. There was no, like, how are they supposed to protect them? And they were still trying to jostle for position.
And now third dragon should just go over to Bro. No real way to contest this. Pyoshik low and actually closer, looking for a kill.
Yeah, does manage to find the ulti. Pyoshik's still able to lock down the Raptor. Let's have the smite, of course, as now the Glacial Prison that was stolen away is going to guarantee the Chain Lash damage as Gravity Field, is going to stop Closer from fighting anymore. And there are the Feats of Strength.
That's a well-named ability, Gravity Field.
Yeah, see, that one's a good one.
Yeah.
But it's not like Event Horizon, Dark Perception. Oh, bothersome. Humbug is going to push Pyosik away. Glacial Prison, another well-named ability, is going to be thrown out here. Was looking for a little bit more follow-up. It looks like this red buff will go over to Pyosik as it was dictated.
But Pyosik did get a Heartsteel stack, so...
Oh, no.
I think that's the important thing. Those last forever.
Yep.
Anyone who's taken Heartsteel in ARAM knows that it's worth sacrificing your life to get as many Heartsteel stacks as possible.
Yep. I learned about Heartsteel and its value from you in ARAM.
Yeah.
That did happen.
It is just the ultimate dopamine facilitator, you know? You see the number go up, it's satisfying.
I mean, I am like, Valdez and I played a lot of Cookie Clicker, so we are all about number go up.
You're locked in.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think there was a patch, actually. I need to go and spend all of the sugar cubes that you get, sort of like late game Cookie Clicker. It's pretty good. That game is actually just a dopamine funnel. It's ludicrous.
A lot of games
takes advantage of your brain, but it's so obvious. You know how a lot of games hide it. You know, like all of these achievements and things like that, and it's all about like hidden behind a game. Like Cookie Clicker is literally number go up.
Yeah,
and that's it.
You know what it is? It's like, I feel like it's a little bit like reality TV where everyone like looks down on it, but everyone has their fix, you know? And everyone is like, oh yeah, I'm watching it ironically. No, you're not.
No, you're not. You just love it.
You watch it the same way everyone else does.
Exactly. And there's a reason why they keep making them. Because a lot of people find joy. And that's what it is in the end. As we find joy watching Shelly headbutt this turret and Bro deal with it. Not really getting a whole lot of value there, as of course Bro playing for the Dragons. And right now, they have DN Freaks exactly where they want them.
See, if this was a situation where DNF had 6 grubs, you know, I would completely understand this game state, the 3-dragon lead, but it's interesting they have 5 and they still gave over 3 dragons.
And I do need to take this moment now to remind everyone, Bro are in a good spot. That does not mean you stop paying your taxes. And so please highlight some messages.
Yeah, I think at this point they're in a good spot. So you want to keep paying your bro tax.
This is where it all goes wrong.
But that's not to say you pay more now than if they're in a bad spot. You have to just keep, no matter what, even if they're in an okay spot,
it's a good point.
Or a bad spot, you just always pay, right?
It doesn't matter. Pay your taxes.
Yes.
That's what we want you to learn from the LCK here today. And I think it's an okay lesson. If not, just a bit weird to be on an esports broadcast. Pyosik going to be just continuing in his jungle. So much vision control here towards the bottom side. The Bros wanting to make sure they are going to be first to the Dragon. It's going to be up in 2 minutes' time, though.
You know, I wondered
if
we'd be able to find out who's the first person ever to pay their bro tax in the LCK chat.
Ooh, that is a really good question. Who was it?
I don't know.
Was it one of us? I don't think it was.
I don't think so. Some legend.
The OG GigaChad. I really want to know who that is. How can we scrape the VODs to find out when bro tax first happened?
Scrape the chat, go all the way back and find out who's the OG. And then we found out it's Morgan's alt account.
Look at this highlighted chat right now. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you guys. I am so proud of you.
The legacy that has been continued by that first bro taxpayer.
Yeah, if anyone knows who the first true GigaChad was.
Someone's just going to come over and be like, yeah, it's my buddy Jeff. He was actually the...
yeah, exactly. Like, maybe someone knows. Like, it's just like Bobby Tim, you know?
It could...
Old mate.
Yeah, it could have been like a friend of yours from school that you haven't talked to in a while and you just find out he was the OG bro taxer.
Yeah. Who would it be out of my friends from school? Maybe it was Simon Jameson.
He was like your sister's cousin's uncle's best friend's dog.
Maybe it was a -1.
Owner.
Dog owner? Or just owner? I don't
Dog.
okay. I was a bit confused.
That was a very... I don't think... Didn't really make any sense. Just half of what we say.
Whoa, there's a flash! They're saving us from the lack of anything is... Okay, never mind. It's disengaged. Polo says no. We are not having action this game.
Regardless of what happens in this game, Polo has been stepping up.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of criticism last week, but he's been having a great one. And as much as this looks really doom and gloom because Handback's going to be late, there's an ability Pantheon has to get there sharpish.
Do you know what it's called?
It's I get it mixed up with Galio's, isn't it?
Well, you could get it.
Oh no, it's
mixed up.
Grand Skyfall. Starfall?
It's Grand Starfall now. And it used to be Grand Skyfall, and that's better. I often call it Grand Skyfall because that's what it used to be, and it makes more sense.
Okay, I don't feel as bad for getting it wrong because I was kind of also right.
You were right in the past. If I asked that question a few years ago, you would have been okay. Okay, here's a bit of an engage as Polu just gets himself out, makes his way over towards Morgan, who's a team fighting Fiora. Not sure about that one, but he's got Pyoshik out of here. Dudu now in trouble as well, who's also a split pusher, somehow trying to team fight. And we all know that that does not go well unless you're already winning. And Morgan is making use of that.
Well, actually, he got a clutch riposte. It wasn't a stun, but the attack speed slow on a Berserker. And I like to think that, no, that had no impact. they'd already won the fight.
Well, now Bro are going to pick up yet another Infernal Soul.
Yep. Unfortunately, because of the slow pace of the game, won't be a Ruinous Atakan Infernal Soul. But it was a great stun from Polo here on a Berserker. Straight into the wall.
Where was this Polo like all year?
I don't know. Well, he's here now. And then they're killing Dudu. And then look, watch Morgan. Look at this riposte.
Oh.
Attack speed slowed. He did cleanse it.
Oh, God.
Forced to cleanse.
My God. This Fiora in a team fight is incredible. Now,
maybe
the
no
largest
one's realized
goal
the
lead
potential.
Outside of Humbug.
Yeah, maybe no one's realized the potential of the Fiora in team fights before now. Maybe they just haven't been playing it right.
Well, it's because we haven't seen any potential of Fiora in team fights because Fiora's been terrible in team fights until now.
Well, maybe you just need to slide in and riposte the enemy AD carry so they can't auto-attack. Maybe that's the strat.
Well, honestly, you have all the evidence that works in the world. It just happened a few seconds ago.
I've seen one Fiora team fight this week, and it was one. So stats don't lie.
Do you know what the biggest loser in this series is? 5-1 grub stats.
Oh, so
absolutely doomed. As Humbug is now in trouble. That is a big shutdown, actually, as they do manage to hook him up. But now, can Berserker survive? As the Killer Instinct comes in here for closer, he can stick to anyone he wants to. And let's see who he chooses. As no, never mind. They don't manage to get the lockdown. Still, the punishment is going to be there. Life is the one that bites the bullet.
Yeah, still, I think a decent trade for DM Freaks there in the fact that they got this shutdown from Hambak. Hambak not opting to flash away was like, you know what, in for a penny, in for a pound.
He can Grand Skyfall back onto the Rift in 19 seconds.
Absolutely. Making good use of that.
Level 16 for Morgan as well. This Fiora is becoming a massive problem. A massive 0-0-0 problem.
Yeah.
If you type that into your phone in Australia, you would call the police. So there's that.
Gonna clear out some vision here. But I think there is that ward they still missed yet. Just outside the range of the control ward. You know, sometimes it's just really unfortunate when you do you sweep, but you just missed a ward, because then you're thinking, hey, we've played it all. Hey, we have a control ward. There's no way they have a ward right here, and it's just outside the range. The false sense of security. And I think ultimately, as much as Bro in a great position right now, Baron and Atakan on the same side of the map, those are fantastic ways to throw a game.
Yep, throw ability is at an all-time high.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Bro will do it. They really would.
Do you know what Chronicler would say at a time like this? He would say, there is no way that Bro could lose this game to Fiora.
Of course he would.
Because he doesn't believe in caster curses, and so he wouldn't be able to curse Bro out of this one. But he's also a known Bro anti. And so if they are real, he also wins.
If he curses them on purpose.
Oh. Do you reckon he's watching? Or do you reckon he just doesn't mind because he's a Bro anti? So he's just not watching?
I feel like he's watching. Oh, but the thing is, right, what do we do at the start of every week? Predictions. And he takes them so seriously.
Oh, yes,
There's no way he's not watching right now because he needs to know the outcome.
I hope he's in chat. Chronicler, just say something in chat, just to confirm that you're here.
I think,
and then we'll know.
I think he predicted Bro, so he's probably feeling pretty positive, good vibes. But man, if they throw a Baron,
he just put a clueless in chat.
You're gonna hear about it.
So, Chronicler, you're off the hook, and I'm sorry about all the mean things I just said about you.
Wait, don't we also need to do a sub check? Is Chronicler subbed?
No.
Oh my!
I know. Otherwise, he would have chatted, obviously.
That's shameful, honestly. And then he's gonna say some excuse about, oh, but you can't subscribe and create. Get a VPN, bro. That's what I did.
Exactly. That's what I did.
Dedicated to the cause.
Well, Closer is also looking for an angle. Gets on top of Bulldog here with the depth charge, but maybe it's not enough. Killer Instinct from Berserker gets into the fight, but life is just on the floor. Dudu is now team fighting as Yorick once again. Morgan looking for an angle. The Dark Procession, and Hype just arcane shifts out of it. It's very cute, though.
I love that was Dudu's contribution to the fight. Just put the cage around an Ezreal.
Yeah. I just love that the cage also, like when it's Yorick, like it takes a few hits to die and it holds him in position, but doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
True Shot Barrage, actually a lot of work here as Dudu down to 50%. The Maiden, it's attacking Polu, and the Void Seeker not going to seek anything. Closer now caught on a flank angle, but the Bros, they're focusing. They're looking for the Baron and they'll take it. Another Dark Procession that does nothing.
But it was a good disengage Dark Procession. Unfortunately, Baron does go over the Bro.
Yeah, they didn't really want to disengage, did they? Engagement that they needed.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, when we're talking about engages, perhaps there's a reason we haven't seen Yorick support.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly into Ezreal.
For some reason, Yorick support is like, there's something in my memory banks of that, but maybe I just tried to forget it because it was really bad. It's all right, Berserker. He came in and they tried to do something, but it just felt like there wasn't enough.
Yeah, they're trying to connect. Dudu walks in and it's kind of like, hey, I'm here, doing things. And then even the fact that Bro went on a Baron and we're getting chunked out a little bit just didn't really seem to matter. Now, it's a minute till Elder. Atakan has just been ignored completely.
Oh my god. Okay, so here's an update, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is incredibly important. Not only did Chronicler sub, but he also paid his bro tax. The known bro anti-paying his bro tax? I'm so proud of you, Chronic.
That could be a caster curse, honestly.
Maybe.
Oh no.
Are you saying he's doing it ironically?
Oh,
there is no way. He can only do it chronically.
Is he doing it ironically? Is this how he watches reality TV shows?
He would never do anything ironically, okay? It's Chronicler. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that, would he? He would do that.
Crafted is saying, we'll see. We will only know for the outcome of this game whether it was ironic or not.
He can also tell us, maybe.
Don't trust his lies.
All right, Closer is going to be split pushing here on the bottom side, and I feel like this entire game has been Bro slowly winning, and they are still slowly winning.
Yeah, I love when we get like a really strong split push champion picked, and then instead it's Silas who's side laning.
I mean, they are 1-3-1ing to be fair.
I mean, in fairness, Morgan's holding off the Yorick, but it's just a bit funny. Oh, this is a great angle.
They've caught Polu, or have they? As here's the hijack of the Chaos Storm. In comes Dudu. They're teleporting in, and he's out. He's out again immediately. My God, the AoE. These wallets are so powerful, and of course, Polu survives with about 0 health. The Grand Starfall, and he's in to the Yorick cage. The Dark Procession to hold him back, but everyone's dead. It is only Dudu that's left alive. And the trail of minions is just, this is a clean, nothing to see here. Dominant Game 3 victory here from the Bros.
Team 5 Yorick coming in clutch, the Bro tax coming in clutch, and Chronicler was not being ironic. That's what we learned here today.
Yes, we did. We also learned that Grand Procession is adorable, but unfortunately it does not help you win games of League of Legends. The Nexus turrets are going to fall. The Nexus to follow suit. Another stolen Maiden will take down the Nexus, and look at that. A huge grin from Edgar, and the Bros find their first win at 2025 LCK.
It has been a little bit grueling these first couple of weeks for Bro, but they managed to get their first win on the board. They have to fight for it, you know. That game one, I think initially it was looking a little bit doom and gloom for the side of DM Freaks, but I think ultimately they managed to step up, and really who I've been looking at who had such a fantastic performance was Polu.
Oh yeah.
Night and day from his previous performances.
I mean, from actual liability to definite POM in my mind.
For sure.
Like that is an extraordinary glow up here for Polu, and he has had some great games in the past as the Lord. Going to point to the OK Man Brion sign, and there's no real special ones. What I want him to do is to do the shaky hands thing, because his Renekton icon is so good.
We got Renekton Fiora for Morgan on the day. That's pristine. That is peak. That's what Morgan fans, which realistically everyone's a Morgan fan. Yeah. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, it is a great day of our Lord. As you can see there, the Bro fans have never been more ecstatic than right now, outside of the last time that they won, and especially that time where they beat GenG. So there have maybe been times, but that's a real happy Polu, and he 100% deserves it. A heroic performance here.
It's an absolute bounce back, you know? The Alistair game, I mean, the thing is, the Poppy game was great, but the Alistair game was just on another level.
It was. I think, yeah, even his game number one, I think Wolf had some great points. Some of the later game hostile takeovers weren't great, but his first bailout to grab themselves first blood, things like this, absolutely fantastic stuff. And so the Bros, heads held high as they leave LoL Park today And I'm looking forward to seeing where they can go from here. Our Kesper Cup champions. You know, maybe it's LCK champions now. Maybe that's going to be the next destination here. Maybe Hype packing his bags, looking good here.
They got all that losing out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, only wins from here on out. In fact, let's take a look at who they have next on their schedule. It's KT.
Oh, that's winnable.
And then the team after that.
Wait.
The team after that's GenG.
Okay, well, I mean, wait. Bro wins those.
True, actually, they count to GenG.
Yeah,
it's looking pretty good. It's looking like we might be able to work a bit of a win streak for Bro right now.
And on the other side of things, DN Freaks, you can see here, having a look over some of the footage. As Rapid Star, I think we've seen him happier.
Yeah,
things didn't quite work out here.
Didn't really come to fruition.
It was very cute though, with the Dark Procession.
It was. I liked it. You know, did it win them the game? No.
Is it a bandana or a bib that the maiden kitty cat's wearing?
I don't know. It's
looks a bit like a bib. Kind of like it.
Maybe the cat's a messy eater, you know?
Yeah. The maiden does a lot of slurping as it goes up the rift. As this play from Polo, absolutely fantastic. I actually, we knew that Closer was coming up, there was an angle there, but the way he played it was gorgeous.
Yep, and there's that clutch riposte from Morgan, showing the team fighting power of the Fiora. And here, this is where Handbag just kind of said, you know what, I'm okay with going down. The damage still there from the double Fatal Soul procs on a Berserker was kind of insane. And once again, you know, a lot of team fighting for this Fiora.
And they won. And it was slow and steady, and they won the race. DN Freaks, honestly, a little bit disappointing, right? It felt like they went out with a whimper after, having a lot of control in game one, but they just ran out of steam.
Yeah. And also, I think the objective control has been pretty favored towards Bro this entire series. Even game one, they were kind of getting these objectives I felt they had no right to.
Yeah, it was like a come-from-behind victory. As we're going to have a listen, as it's a cacophony here in the Bro comms. As soon as the fight starts, everything goes quiet.
And that ult value was massive.
Yeah. That's some very, very happy Bros. And Polo, super vocal. Didn't know that he was as much of a shot caller as he is, but that is great to hear from the support player. As Hype did a bajillion damage, so did Morgan. Nicely done there.
Don't be swayed, boom boom damage voters. You know, remember the fans get votes too now.
I think it's Polo and Closer, and I don't think that there is any other real choice in this game.
I think that's valid.
I think Closer's Talia was so good in game 2. That has to be a consideration, but otherwise it's President Polo. He's the man, and it's Closer that picks it up. So there is no God, there is no justice. However, there is Closer picking up POM for today's match, and he did play fantastically well. His Aurora was also pretty good, especially in the laning phase in game 1, but it was his Talia game that really was the clincher.
Yeah, he 100% deserves it, but I do hope it's a split vote. I think Polo deserves some recognition. He's definitely getting it from us right now.
Oh yeah.
But it would be great to see that reflected in the votes.
Well, I have to be honest. I just really wish it was Polo. I just felt like if today of all days, this was going to be his time. Didn't manage to pick it up, but Closer does. In general, he is the one that plays exceptionally well. And now it is time to hear from Closer. So let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Closer on the side of OK Savings Bank Brian. Congratulations! Finally, you got your long-awaited victory. It must be so meaningful. Yeah, it was such a crucial match today, and I was so nervous, but I'm really glad that we're able to win. No, I was so nervous that I couldn't even control my facial expression. Even though game 1 was a loss, you swept games 2 and 3 for the ultimate victory. Your champion picks and the overall gameplay was full of confidence today, so what was the key point in the mid lane? I think in mid lane, I think I really tried to make sure that I can win lane so that I can roam around and then really get that proactive edge and prio overall in the map. And in the last game, Yorick made an appearance after 2,112 days, and many wondered about his whereabouts after the patch. And your opponent locked it in. So did you expect this move? How did you guys react to this? No, we had no idea. No one predicted this, so we were all really surprised, really. And in the end, Morgan was like, I can counter that with Fiora. He was so confident when he said that out loud. And you are now wearing OK Savings Bank Brion's uniform this season. What do you think is different about yourself? Because I had been in a different team for such a long time, it did feel a little new. It was really refreshing, but I'm able to contribute to this win today, which makes me so happy. And your next opponent, you will face KT Roaster next. What mindset will you partake with? I feel like KT Roaster's mid laner is really the ace of the team, so I think that mid lane matchup will be the key. To manifest Brion's first win, a couple who's getting married tomorrow came to support you on site, and there were many foreign fans cheering for you passionately. So, any message to your fans? Because we had been losing, I'm sure that all the fans were just as surprised as we were, but I'm just so happy and so thankful for all the continuous support. Thank you so much. And that's the end of the interview with Closer, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. As the bros get it done, the taxes are in, and it's a win for OK Man Brion. Oh man, and stick around, we've got a special surprise for you in just a little bit. POM goes to Closer here as we take a look at the player of the match votes. Wolf, who did you go with here?
I ultimately ended up going with Palu. I thought he had a pretty good start on the Renata, fantastic Alistar game, and was really high KP in the final game. The hype kind of took over that last game in my mind, but Closer also had a phenomenal performance, especially in game 2 on the Talia, which was a big standout. It's really hard when you have 3 games like this to pick who's the player of the match across all 3. I'm surprised it wasn't more of a split vote, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like Polu finally he showed up his ability to do something. I think also hype helped him a lot in lane and outside of the lane. I feel like finally Brion is finding their playstyle, and it's really surprising to see that.
All right, let's take a look at some of the comments. Wolf, what did you have here for Palu?
Huge return to form for a very talented bro. I think Paulo has a ton of talent. Like Delight before him on this roster. I think if given a little bit more direction and he can find a little bit more consistency, this guy could go places, and this is one of his better games, one of his better series for this year so far, so very happy to see it.
We did? Guys, finally, your points are working out. He's finally here with the bro taxes, You spent so much, and finally he's working out.
Tax is going to a right place.
Yeah, exactly,
Great job there by Palu. I think we got a couple more here. Ox, peak President Palu performance. Sticking with the alliteration work here. I love that by Ox. And again, a good bounce back game here for Palu, who's had a tough go. In the mid lane, it's the CL mid difference. Is that click?
It could be closer, like
closer.
Closer, mid diff. Okay.
Yeah, or challengers.
Helios.
No, he just loves challengers.
Yeah. And then Prince, the key to breaking Bro's losing streak, the door closer. I like that.
Ooh, that's a good one. Prince has had some good ones.
Prince has been working, man. He's been reading a lot. Any more? One more? Done?
All right, I'm gonna move over.
All right, time to welcome in. I was so excited to bring in for the first time on the broadcast. It is Headhunter Hype for Brion after their first victory. Please put the claps in the chat as we have Hype here.
Let's go, bros.
Let's go, bros. Welcome, Hype.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. So our first question is bros are huge fan favorites every time you play. How does it feel having massive support every time you play.
사실 이제 해외 쪽에서 브리온 팬들이 엄청 많아요. 이게 원래 뜻이랑은 좀 다르지만 해외에서는 오케이 브로 약간 이런 느낌으로 해외 팬분들이 정말 많고 오늘도 많은 분들이 또 현장에 와서 해외 분들께서 응원을 해주시고 계신데 좀 이런 부분을 알고 있었나요? 해외 분들이 많다는 건?
일단은 해외 쪽 팬이 저희 팀이 많은지는 잘 몰랐고 그리고 약간 제가 알기로는 이제 베트남 쪽에서는 루안이 저희 모건 형이 인기가 많은 거 정도 알고 있었는데 좀 더 글로벌적으로 인기 있었던 거는 저는 잘 몰랐던 것 같습니다.
I really didn't know that we got a lot of fans in global, so it was really surprising. I knew that Morgan has some fans in Vietnam, but I didn't know that we are really global team. So.
I mean, is Twitch chat open? Is chat open on the thing? Like chat is just woo.
So you have words for the Brion fans global? 혹시 지금 보고 계신 글로벌 팬분들께 혹시 하고 싶은 말 있나요? Thank you.
I love you.
That's a true Giga Chad right there.
All right, Wolf, go
All
ahead.
right, so I wanted to ask, of course, in Challengers League and CL, you were dominating. Your team was winning a ton of your matches. You were the strongest team. But moving into the LCK, it's a very different experience. How has that transition felt like for you as a pro player, moving from constantly dominating to a bit of a rougher start here in the LCK?
사실 챌린저스에서는 압도적 1황이셨잖아요. 근데 이제 또 LCK에서 와서는 확연히 좀 다른 환경인데 좀 어떤 부분이 가장 좀 크게 다른 점이라고 좀 느껴지시나요?
일단 제가 느꼈을 때는 일단 뭐 모든 팀들이 다 쟁쟁한 실력을 가지고 있고 그 안에서의 그 사소한 디테일 차이들이 좀 많은 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 CL 했을 때는 사실 저도 디테일이 막 좋진 않았는데 다른 팀에 비해서는 디테일도 좋은 편이었고 그런데 여기서는 이제 그런 한 끗 차이나 실수들이 나왔을 때 역으로 맞아오는 손해들이 너무 크게 들어오는 것 같아서 LCK가 훨씬 더 정교하고 이제 5명 다 모두의 디테일이 좋다 보니까 이게 한번 삐끗하는 순간 약간 이제 게임에서 사라지는 느낌을 많이 받을 때가 많은 것 같습니다.
So basically, every team in LCK is so much better, especially in details. I feel like in challengers, I had some of details, but when I compare to LCK players, like I'm kind of behind. But I feel like just that one little thing changes everything, you know. So if you make one mistake, it feels like I'm getting disappeared in games. So I feel like there's so much pressure in LCK, but I feel like I'm getting better and better day by day.
Yeah, and that's actually the last question that we wanted to ask here. From week 1 to week 2, it felt like the team played around you a little bit more. The Nocturne Varus game comes to mind. What were the conversations like in practice and in review from week 1 to week 2?
그 녹턴 그 바루스 게임 하셨을 때 저번에 그 막 녹턴 오리아나 궁 맞으셨던 거 기억하죠? 사실 그때는 좀 팀이 막 도와준다기보다는 좀 혼자 좀 하는 느낌이었는데 오늘은 정말 팀이 하이프 선수를 많이 봐주고 또 하이프 선수도 정말 주도적으로 많은 플레이 메이킹을 하셨는데 좀 그런 차이점들을 본인이 느끼시나요? 아니면 좀 본인이 막 피드백 과정에서 나 좀 봐줘 좀 이런 식으로 좀 어필을 하셨나요?
일단 솔직히 녹턴 오리파는 제 기억에서 사라져가지고 제 머릿속에 없는 게임인데 그것뿐만이 아니라 그냥 제가 게임할 때 뭔가 너무 혼자 하려고 하는 것도 있는 것 같고 다른 강팀 리플을 많이 봤을 때 그냥 팀이 좀 다 같이 서로 이제 이어주기 하는 것이나 간격 유지 같은 게 좀 중요해 보여서 그냥 평소에 피드백 과정할 때도 저희 이제 폴로 선수한테 그냥 저번에 담원전 때도 장난으로 너가 이제 사이드로 3명이 뻗으면 나는 죽을 거야 라고 말을 한번 그냥 장난식으로 한 적이 있는데 뭐 그렇게라도 계속 생각하고 얘기하는 게 좀 컸던 것 같습니다.
So I don't remember Nocturne Oriana game, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's gone from me. Yeah, it's gone from me. So yeah, so basically before I was just doing myself, you know, not really calling to the team, but after watching a lot of teams doing, a lot of good teams are doing for the team, you know, not really just solo play, you involve your teammate to make the plays. So that was one of my change after that. And also, it was a joke, but I talked to Paulu. If you leave me, I'm gonna die, okay? So, I mean, you can choose. I mean, leave me die alone, or you can win the game. I mean, it was a joke, but that kind of little talk and it really helped me a lot.
All right, well, there you go. That's all the time that we have for the interview here with Hype as we take a look at the standings. A huge, huge victory here for Bro as they get the win over DNF. And they move up the standings. How does that make you feel getting your first win?
이제 순위표에서 드디어 첫 승을 따내고 한 걸음 한 걸음 올라가고 있는데 좀 어떤가요? 이걸 보니까.
솔직히 이제 데뷔하고 딱 정규 첫 승 하는 거라 기분이 좀 많이 좀 풀리고 있고 스트레스를 좀 많이 받았었는데 그래도 오늘 경기 이겨서 좀 그런 게 해소가 많이 된 것 같습니다.
I mean, it's our first win. I was really stressing out, but I'm relaxing right now. We're feeling relieved after this first win. I'm really happy.
All right, you said at the top your words for the fans. Can you give us the final words you have for the fans? You could say it in Korean as well.
정말 마지막으로 이제 혹시 팬분들에게 하고 싶은 말씀이 있으신지 한국어로 하셔도 됩니다. 네.
일단 많이 응원해 주시는지는 잘 몰랐는데 이런 걸 좀 힘입어서 또 이제 경기 봤을 때 즐기실 수 있도록 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
I didn't know that the global fans are supporting us. So I mean, now I know. So I'm gonna try my best to live you up. I'm gonna try my best to give you a best experience supporting Brion Blade. Okay, Brion, yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much, Hype. 감사합니다 for the interview.
Thank you.
And our next match, Nongshim versus GenG. Don't go anywhere. These two top titans fight to stay on top of the league.
Are the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire. 국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
Sempre vai ficar tomando esse push. Ele dá dano nas lutas, mas as lutas estão sendo longe deles. W dá na filha pra sair de novo, mas a Red Cão tá.
Olha o Frost, olha esse flancaço do Frost! Ele deu uma volta, consegue segurar 3 jogadores e ainda vem a sequência agora pra cima do Duel, pode ser eliminado, mas ele consegue sair de pé! O contra-ataque tentou entrar, mas acaba não funcionando. É tudo na Red, é tudo no Brain. Se anota que são 5 abates.
It's the weekend, I came 10 toes down. One thing about me is I don't play around.
Will turn his eyes back towards the Baron. Yike still available to steal this. Has the flash, has the smite. Can he do it? Yike, the smite king of the LEC again! And he touches the Emperor's Divine, eviscerates them! Razzle dashing in, but Kana's here, and he's ready to party. Humanoid and Oscar, juicy targets. Razzle falls first, Humanoid short to follow. It's double Darkins, and woof goes Yike!
And immediately Yike with a gut punch to win them back into a deficit.
Trying to get away from Linces now, who has a flash of his own, goes in. Adam trying to get away on about 600 health. Knockup from Nagnako. Doesn't land! Nagnako dies to the tower! And Linces follows! He was there at the beginning. It's Adam! The first man, the only man in the top lane.
들이대면서 잽이 아니라 조금 세집니다. 근데 알리가 지금 찔겨진 상태에서 이거 알리가 맞을 때 여기서 때려줘야 되는데 그러게요. 그게 안 되고 이걸 나가요. 그래도 한번 근데 그 다음 때 여기 근데 카이사 프리딜 카이사 와 뭐예요? 그러니까요. 와 바이퍼 방금 움직임 기가 막혔어요. 맞습니다. 이거 진짜 카이사 소환사 주문 없을 때 한 번은 잡아야 돼요.
One thing about me, I don't play around.
莉莉娅被晕住以后，那边冷战过来了，技能空掉，他们有闪现，回头给了一个大招，美国扛在最前面，但是后面的输出呢？输出呢？
也来了，
姐姐一个长矛，但是后面有一个塞恩飞起来了，塞恩！飞机直接给一个爆炸输出，莉莉娅为拿到了2个人头，L 和一剑差点穿死了，下方的人拿到了人头。 全杀了啊！阿斌怎么在这个位置？又一个鬼故事。
One thing about me is I don't play around. It's the weekend, I came 10 toes down. One thing about me, I don't play around.
저비 근데 좀 더 봐야 됩니다. 이게 딜러들이 달려! 이기를 했고 이를 잡았고 구라비를 이쪽 잡이를 좀더 그리고 순간이도 스페이크 근데 소비 언제 나와? 소비 일단 들어와. 나 소비야. 들어와. 들어와. 그리고 빅토리 잠깐 나 순간이 남은 멤버들이 40초, 30초. 예. 경기 초비가 다 우리가 대장에게 미디어들 병사가 없어요. 병사가. 이거를 어떻게? 이거 막아 이거야. 혼자서 미친 척이야 진짜. 다 죽었어요. 케이스 메이스.
About me, I don't play around.
The first lands.
Ionia is but a doorway.
Yes, come claim your prize in my world.
Listen to your puppet, LeBlanc. Besides, you have no host. And even if you did, the new Grand General would never approve another campaign in Ionia.
I have done your bidding. Release me.
Losing our host was an unfortunate turn. As for the might of Noxus, it won't be necessary. A single whisper can cut deeper than 1,000 blades.
To Ionia, then.
me stronger.
젠지 화이팅! 농심 화이팅! 소비 화이팅! POM 가자!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I am still Atlas, still joined by Orcs here for this auspicious occasion as Nongshim Red Force take on GenG. Lahens trying to get some revenge up against his former squad and, of course, former teammates of many, many years. Of course, him and Chovy dating back all the way to Griffin, things like this. There is a lot of history between these squads, and Nongshim are unequivocally, they're just the best team in the LCK right now.
They are undefeated. And also, you know, they did take GenG 2-5 games in the LCK Cup playoffs.
Exactly. And it's time for them to put their money where their mouth is.
Hey, can you do which number's higher, +4, +3?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking that it's +4. I'm also kind of a little bit wrong because DK's played an extra series and they also won that. However, if Nongshim 2-0, then they will leapfrog ahead of DK. And DK have an extra game under their belt. It's not fair. Absolutely unfair. At the start of this week, Nongshim were first, okay?
Honestly, even if Nongshim end up with a 2-1, they would tie.
True.
So,
true. However, GenG do look pretty scary. And even though the scorelines may say things are a little bit of a worry, these scorelines here are looking pretty good.
I mean, 2021 was going okay.
2021.
Yeah. The 2025, I mean, the fact, I think it's showing how different Nongshim is now looking with this new roster. The fact they took GenG to 5 games in playoffs. The fact they were that deep in playoffs. Maybe an opportunity to start clawing back some of that distance, that difference. I will say though, if you're ever going to catch up, it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of work.
Yep. Will Jiwoo, Nongshim's flavor-packed prospect, that is a reference to the packets of flavoring that you get in your ramen noodles, which is absolutely fantastic. Can he unleash his carry potential against Ruler, which is a thing that measures things, mainly for kids at school when they're ruling out stuff in their books. Did you have to rule margins when you were in primary school?
No.
I did.
Oh.
I had to do it all the time. You just rule a red line down the side of your page. For no reason at all is what it kind of feels like.
Seems unnecessary.
Yeah, it was.
Can't you just get paper that's like pre-margin?
Maybe they taught me that as like just as a joke. Like, can we get kids to do this? Oh yeah, I guess we can.
Look at this idiot.
Yeah, very stupid. I did learn what those like margins were on like Word documents that you can adjust.
Yeah.
So that was kind of fun. I guess I knew what that word meant. There's that. All right, team's gonna make their way out into Low Park. You can tell that we've just casted a bro game because things are a little bit silly. They are not anymore. Keen and Kingin get their first fist bumps out of the way, and I don't see anyone really getting the edge just yet. Did you see anything?
No, not yet, not yet. Still time. But ultimately, I think the thing is, I think if we hadn't seen GenG T1, I would be more like, hey, maybe Nongshim could find an upset. But the last time we saw Chovy on the Rift was that absurd play on Victor.
I remember that one.
That was peak Chovy.
It was pretty good. And I think a lot of us saw the mic check of Fischer after his Azir game, which went about the opposite as well. However, they still won. My favorite thing from that whole video was just Lahens at the end, and the only thing he said was Fischer in exactly that tone, and it was just glorious.
That's all you can say.
Yep, so many vibes on Nongshim. Always has been just a happy team in general. And hopefully they can be, well, I mean, always dating back to when it was their full challenger roster. Prior to that, there was not a lot of happiness, and that was a different time. This iteration of Nongshim, though, certainly all about the vibes. And hopefully they can continue down that path, even though their opposition does look pretty scary.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, Gideon and Fischer are two players who I've praised a lot for how much they showed up in the LCK Cup. I think expectations for them were pretty low, considering what we'd seen from them before. And, you know, I said going into that GenG Nongshim series in the LCK Cup that it was such an uphill battle, that mid-jungle matchup, biggest test yet, and they really rose to the occasion, but they need to again today. You know, against Canyon and Chovy, it's always a challenge. You really need to show up in good form, otherwise you will just get manhandled. I think top lane, Kingan's been putting in good performances. He had some like fantastic rumble in the LCK Cup, and he's generally been solid. Bot lane, though, is where it's interesting, because Duro had that phenomenal Blitzcrank game, but it still feels like he's getting to grips with the team. You know?
I would agree.
But you're seeing him start to shine and see the potential that clearly GenG saw in him.
The thing that I found most impressive of the last match, the T1 versus GenG, that was so incredibly epic, was the fact that Duro in that game 3 was still playing peak League of Legends. This guy was landing hook after hook and wasn't shaken by the fact that he had infinitely less experience than absolutely everyone else on the Rift.
The thing is as well, Blitzcrank is one of these champions where it's so confidence-based, you know? You can miss the first couple of hooks and it can be in your head for the rest of the game. And especially in a series like that, you know, we've seen Lahens be an example of a player who'll bring out a Blitzcrank in those situations, but Lahens is like a storied veteran with titles under his belt. For Duro to do so and go in with confidence and end up winning the game, just really showing that this player is displaying growth, and there's still a lot of time left. This is going to be a long season, but the more he grows now, the more he shows, the better GenG will look, and sooner.
Yeah, and now he's against the actual big brother in his role, right? Taking over Lahens' position on GenG. This is going to be a big moment for Duro, you could imagine. Ruler facing off against Lahens as well after a fair bit of time away from one another is very, very cute stuff at the same time. A lot to really dig into as far as this matchup is concerned. As Coach Kim looking pretty cool, calm, and collected here, having a bit of a giggle. Often is more stoic, so that's probably a good sign for GenG fans. As Chelly just looks kind of confused.
maybe he looked at Kim and he's like, why is he so jovial?
Yeah, exactly. What's the joke, guys? I mean, I'm hooked up to the wrong mic.
That's not funny.
Helper as well, having a bit of a giggle. But now it is time for us to get into the very dramatic champion select. Here it is, GenG on the blue side to start us off. And we'll see what they're going to be taking away first. Often we do see bans really evolve between series, but we don't often see Kalista and Varus not banned, so that's going to continue.
Yeah, saw them open in the previous series, not going to happen again, but we have started to see the evolution of some priorities come out. Sejuani seeing bans a lot more has been pretty successful so far. Vi just getting taken off the cards, which, you know, Neferi was struggling into Vi a lot, but even with the high prio on the Vi ban, still not as much Neferi as, you know, started when we thought it might be like super high prio, 100% to match what the LPL was doing towards the end. But
I think as well, like, Vi isn't necessarily like an instant win champion, but you just don't want to have to deal with Vi's existence while you're planning out your draft, because she can make things harder to pick. If you do have less carries, you know, she can really single out those single targets. So Rumble going to be banned away here. Kingan's Rumble has been epic this whole year.
Presumably got to be Gwen, you know.
True. No.
Jace actually, this makes the Gwen pick even stronger.
Yeah, Kane, I imagine, was just asking the rest of his team, like, it's Gwen, right? And why? Like, what?
I guess maybe the theory was that if they left Jace open, then Keen could take
Jace.
Keen could take Jace, and then you end up playing Gwen into Jace, which is obviously not ideal. Maybe that was a theory, and obviously Jax is still open, which King can play into it, which is a decent matchup. We get the Nefari Ahri. The
Nefarious duo.
A strong combo.
That's pretty good, actually.
Instantly responded to with the Xin Zhao and Azir, and I feel like we're just generally getting a lot of power picks coming out. I think if Kingen is looking to lock something into the Gwen, like the Jax potentially, you kind of need to grab it now.
It's probably not Rammus top lane.
Probably not.
I don't think that'd be
never
great.
Say never.
Yeah.
But maybe say never this time.
Maybe the new the new iteration of Rammus, that's the magic resist stacking Rammus, is the way to go.
This is interesting to me because with the Rumble and the Jace band, it was such a telegraph first pick Gwen. And the fact that they're leaving the top lane pick until second rotation makes me think that Kingen has something in pocket he's ready to bring out against this that he doesn't think will be banned. So
yeah,
I'm hoping for something spicy. They do now, though, pick up the Kai'Sa, which pairs well with the dive aspects of the composition. And now looking to ban away picks on the other side. They take away the Xayah first off, which obviously we've seen a lot into the Kai'Sa and is good against dive.
Yep, and Ruler was the king of the Xayah Kai'Sa meta, so denying that matchup is probably a good idea, given his experience. As the Alistar going to be banned away. Lahen's pretty good at that champion, and there's the Poppy that goes as well.
Yeah, 2 picks, you know, I guess stopping dive, disengaging. Definitely a lot of value with Xayah and Poppy there. We'll see, do they ban something like Khan or maybe the Nautilus? Or do they think they can suss out what King is going to play top? I feel like a Jax ban would be solid.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad.
In this situation.
I really hope, yeah, there it is. So I really hope that Kingen has a plan, like a really good idea.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, they're saving it to last pick. I do feel like at this point, I mean, there's still like Ambessa open and available. You could just slam something very standard, but I'm expecting something more. If you're saving it all the way to last pick, I'm thinking maybe there's something a little bit spicier, but we'll see. Now it's up to GenG to pick up their bot lane in response. Looking for some lane pressure potentially. I mean, Braum Ashe would just be...
That sounds pretty good.
Pretty good here.
They don't have a lot of engage, but they probably wouldn't need that much. And with Ashe, that gives them the opportunity to just throw an arrow.
Yeah.
Instead, Ezreal would be...
Also works.
Yeah, pretty standard option.
I think as well with how GenG's composition functions, and more so how Nongshim's composition functions, Nongshim are going to need to dive in, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think you can just pick champions where you stand back and say, come at me. Toying with the idea for the MF. MF not having the most fantastic setup here. I'm not really feeling it. I think if you want lane pressure, you could have just gone like an Ashe instead, and then would have synced better maybe with the comp. But they go for the MF. Does have that lane pressure over the Kai'Sa early, and the Braum is a pretty good matchup.
Oh, it's Diana. I forgot about this. Obviously, it's Diana top into the Gwen.
Yes. Well, this is kind of what I was talking about. Something a little bit spicier that they didn't expect to be banned. So clearly, Kingen has been prepping this into the Gwen.
I don't know about Diana top lane. It's been a while. I used to play a lot of Diana mid, but that was when she was released, which is approximately 12 years ago.
I guess one of the things with Diana is in melee range of something like a Gwen, like you have, like you want to get into melee range of the target. She is very bulky, she has really high base stats and the shielding that comes out. So I guess the plan is just to dive in. If the hollowed areas drop down by Gwen, you just don't really care. You're getting in her face and fighting.
Well, Kingen has been spamming a fair bit of the Diana in solo queue, and by spamming, I mean he played 1 game pretty recently. Otherwise, it's been 6. He's got a decent win rate on it, and it's kind of been working. All right, well, I'm very keen to see how this...
on GenG.
Oh, I'm very keen to see how this Diana is going to go, because we haven't seen her in a top lane ever before. I'm looking forward to the lower third that has... The last time this happened, never.
Wow. First time for it.
Unless it has happened, maybe like someone on Spenu Sonic Boom a million years ago played down a top just for fun.
2,000 days ago or something, I don't know.
Yeah, it probably actually has happened. There's so many things that played in so many different roles. Man, that is a throwback skin as well. Very interested to see how this one's going to go. Let's dive onto the rift for GenG versus Nongshim.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, Nongshim fans in full voice here today. as I do like the skinergy that's going on here. The Ari and Kai'Sa skins are very well synced up.
Yep, that's good.
It's definitely a good thing.
Yeah, so, you know what? This might surprise you.
Uh-huh.
Max. I haven't seen too many of the Diana-Gwen matchup.
Really?
In the top lane.
Well, maybe we should report that to Ji-sun and she can have a word with you about that.
My bad, guys.
As Kingen just going to be checking around here. It's probably the Pale Cascade Max, right, in lane? The orbs? I think that's still what it's called. Is it still called? I don't even know.
You're the expert on ability names. You're the person I'm relying on for that.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate's Moonfall. And it's a Crescent something.
It is definitely a Crescent something.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's called that, but it definitely...
This is the other champion that used to have a Crescent ability. It was called Crescent Sweep. Now it's Crescent Guard. Crescent Slash was an Akali ability.
Yeah, because they changed it. Because it used to be her ult was the dash, and her E was all in.
Yep. And Moonfall was, the E. And now that does damage. It used to not do damage. It used to just move you around a little bit. It's kind of funny. As Fisher is actually playing hyper-aggressive into Chovy. Damn, Chovy really standing his ground there.
Yeah, the electrocute value. I mean, that's the thing. If you can get the trade out, proc electrocute, and then disengage, you end up winning out over the Z, especially level 1. You know, not notoriously is his strong point.
Yeah.
Unless you're able to get those soldiers in the right spot.
Well, Fisher is now going to go in for it once again. Orbit Deception goes entirely wide, though, and that is going to allow Chovy to stay in the lane.
Yep, and get a grass proc as well, so going a bit back and forth, but I'm loving the aggression coming out from Fisher, looking to challenge Chovy.
Well, Foxfire continuing to do so. There's the electrocute. Very nicely done.
Keep playing around that cooldown. It feels like he's potentially fishing for like a Charm Flash angle. But I think just waiting for the electrocute cooldown and trading around that is the correct response, correct way to play it.
Having a look here. I did want to have a look at Diana and just try and catch some of the top lane stats. But it looks like the rest of the world hasn't caught up to Kingen yet. As far as, you know, what he's getting up to up there. But it is going to be the Conqueror version. Seen mainly, you know, Conqueror picked up just in general. And so we'll just have to see how he's going to go. So far, it's not so good.
Kind of reminds me a bit of like the Akali back when Gwen was really strong.
Yeah.
Akali was picked into Gwen, likely for similar reasons of how you would play the matchup. So I think at 6 maybe is where you'll look to...
Well, he got solo killed. So, sorry about the lack of fanfare, everyone, but they were just kind of walking, and then Keen continued walking, and Kingen died.
As I said earlier, I haven't seen this matchup too much. Maybe this is how it's supposed to go. Maybe Kingen was factoring in he would die at level 4, but I'm going to hedge a bet that he probably wasn't. That generally doesn't seem too positive.
I mean,
my understanding of League of Legends as a whole suggests that maybe you don't want to get solo killed in a counter matchup.
I think you're making assumptions. I think you are making assumptions, and we need to give him benefit of the doubt. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, so Kingen kind of pushes for the level 4, and he's a bit more focused on the minions, and then maybe should have just flashed that Q. Which, I mean, wouldn't it feel good to burn your flash? But it feels worse to die.
Yeah. Well, we'll just see how it continues to improve or not so much. As right now, we do have the lanes already swapped. Kingen going to be moving down towards that bottom side. You can see Keen just went for a reset and actually just walked on down there. So a bit of a tempo advantage here for GenG.
I've got to ask, Max, you said you looked at Kingen's recent solo queue games and he played a Diana game recently. Did he win?
No. Not in the recent one. He's played 6 games of it over the last week on his main account, and he won 4 of them.
Okay.
And a lot of those wins had a lot of deaths.
So maybe this is the strategy. Maybe you're supposed to die at level 4. We don't know.
Yeah, we've learned from other, professional top laners that dying can be a good thing.
And some supports. One support specifically.
See? And he may not be playing Elise top, but maybe that's how Diana works. I mean, Diana used to be a jungler.
Yeah, I will say 20 CS down on top of the kill deficit. That, again, I'm not an expert in the matchup, but that doesn't seem Positive. Sweet.
Yeah, and right now he's like, obviously we're not going to get a lot of great information because he already died at level 4. And so that is going to skew things pretty heavily in Keen's favor. As you can see, it's already a 720 gold lead, which, you know, if I remember correctly, spins you around twice.
Yeah, maybe that's the critical point. Maybe he's like, okay, if I just survive the level 4, it's in the bag. But that's like the critical point of the matchup. But unfortunately, he didn't survive the level 4.
Well, Keen is looking at level 6 right now, as Lehens is going to land the anchor on the wall and gets himself out.
King appreciating some alone time to maybe catch up.
I could imagine that that would be the case. As Fisher is now thinking of shadowing the Gwen, but not going to be able to do too much to him, as Ju taking a bit of damage from Ruler, who greets him underneath that turret.
Well, so bot lane, we kind of, to no surprise, losing matchup.
All right. It did actually win. The last, I knew there was going to be something, and it was Flame that played it. There we go.
4,277 days.
That is many years. I'm not going to do the quick math, but I think it's close to 12. I said I wasn't going to do the math, and it's probably closer to something else. It's 2013, so it is 12. I didn't actually see the date at the bottom there.
Yeah, that is an easier way to figure it out.
The good old Season 3 Flame playing Diana top lane, which is probably close to when she was released, where you could basically play her anywhere and she would win.
Yeah.
For the first 3 days until she was hot.
That reminds me of Echo release when,
when
people were playing Echo support, and his ult, you know, like when you dash back and you deal damage, you had a 3 AP ratio. Like, people would just play Echo support and then just E onto you and just like one-shot you, and it was just like, okay. Yep. People didn't care where you played, it was just broken.
Mm-hmm.
Some champions on release were a little bit goofy.
Yep. I think Zyra and Diana were my 2 favorites.
Yeah.
Vladimir was also completely busted.
Fortunately, for those people who don't know what we're talking about, this is old League of Legends. Obviously, modern new champions are always really balanced.
Always incredibly balanced.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't think we've really ever... I can't remember the last time we've had a champion that was new and I've gone, wow, that champion seems very broken and super powerful. But
yeah.
Maybe someday it'll happen again.
And they never have the same mobility that the old champions had either, you know? I just feel like they never come out with like any sort of dashing ability or anything like that, ways to reposition comfortably.
And I'm sure if a champion did come out, you know, maybe who was like really strong and really mobile, that he'd be nerfed out of the meta instantly and we wouldn't have like a year of them playing the champion. Yeah. A year plus in pro.
Ooh, that's a nice little hook coming out from Lehens as Dora just gives him the door.
Yeah, unfortunately it is Braum, so...
This is all going not so well for Nongshim. Oh. Okay, there's a bullet time. Ju is almost just straight up dead as he flashes, but Ruler still just hits him with a Q.
Yep, can't flash an auto attack.
Oh dear. I mean, it's basically an auto attack as there is a nice Winter Spike connecting onto Lehens as well. And now Ruler is looking to line it up, but Lehens thinks he's found the angle and Ruler will go down, but not before he grabs a double.
That was personal to Lehens, but I think Ruler's still pretty happy with the trade. 2 kills for him. Substantial gold lead in the bot lane. Mid lane, I mean, Fisher's been doing fine.
There you go.
And top lane, still waiting for when this matchup picks up.
Well, the Rod of Ages is on the way, so any experience lead after 10 stacks will be somewhat alleviated.
True.
So there you
Plus,
go.
maybe, I mean, I don't think there's anything in Diana's kit along these lines, but you know, there's champions like Kayle and Caston who spike at 16, so maybe that's the answer. Yeah. He had to walk forwards to get out of it. I think maybe just flashing out of it would have been the correct call, but
yeah.
Hindsight to say. And ultimately, Jiwoo goes down. Had Ghost, by the way, instead of Barrier, so no defensive tool to mitigate that damage.
Yeah, it did look a little bit unfortunate there for Jiwoo.
Double Rod of Ages from Nongshim, so...
We're playing for the late game.
We're playing for the Roe capitalization.
And they're going to need to utilize it, as right now GenG have taken kind of everything all over the map. You can see 3 grubs already done. They're looking for the first dragon of the game here as well, as Canyon is just chilling on that one. Gideon hasn't really been seen so far.
Yeah, you know what's kind of doomed when like Keen doesn't have TP, but Nongshim still can't contest what could be a 4v5. Not really going to happen.
Yeah. Still, there's a lot of questions, and I just don't know whether we'll get the answers. This is the thing that I'm worried about. As a teleport in, we're looking for some grubs. And Kingin, he is another jungler, doesn't have Smite, but Gideon going to be over there as well.
Is this where Diana top shines?
There we go, being a jungler.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I do know more about Diana jungle than Diana top lane, so...
Yeah. I personally thought the mid lane Diana was fantastic. There was a Southeast Asian player, his name was G4, and he was brilliant at the Diana, I remember, many years ago. As Gideon going to hop over the wall, but Duro is still going to just throw some Winter's Bite at him. What is it that Braum shoots out?
I mean, in the base skin, it's like the frosty blast, right? With the ram horns.
What is a frosty blast? Is it a spiritual ram? Is it just a mini Ornn?
You know, like an aircon is going really strong, and you walk in front of it, it's like really cool.
Yeah.
That, but amplified.
Whoa! So he just like breathes really heavily.
Well, kinda, but he's
in your direction.
Maybe just shoves the cold air towards you.
Huh? Pushes it with the door.
Oh, maybe this is it.
Trade? I mean, I can see that Keen's health bar is lower than Kingan's health bar right now.
Okay, well, not finding the all-in window there. This could be a Diana top lane loss. Could be. Early days, but it's not looking super positive right now.
And also, it seems like farming under turret's really hard because your passive just ruins the minions.
You kind of have to get to the point where you can just one-shot like a clump, but Roed not exactly giving you access to the early AP.
Yeah. Well, I'm still open-minded because it's only about a 3,000 gold lead as Keen's immune, but he's basically immune without the Shroud. As Jiu going for the more AD-focused version of the Kai'Sa does make some sense with the current composition.
Yeah, I think it's kind of just been the go-to now.
Doggos.
But it definitely makes sense with this comp, with double AP solo laners. And jungler's dead even in gold. It always just catches my eye when I see that, you know?
Oh, no. One gold ahead for Canyon. Come on, Gideon. You need 1 gold back.
Is there anything that's going to give you 1 gold?
Oh, no. That charm hitting is...
It doesn't give you
1 gold. But Chovy getting a plate, also not 1 gold.
Wait, Canyon had a 1 gold bounty for a second.
He's got a 3 gold bounty now. There's a 1 gold bounty. Gideon, that's so cool. All right, Keen's going to do it once again as Keen's in trouble. Does get the Moonfall, pulls Keen in. But, yeah, otherwise just going to be disengaged this time. Went way better for Kingen. Not as good for his turret. Still, went a whole lot better. And I guess this is the point where you say, did it though?
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe our interpretation of counter matchups needs to be shifted a little bit, because my understanding of counter matchups is, at least at some point in the game, you want to be favored.
Got it. In the team fights, you have more AoE CC. As Gideon has more being dead. As Canyon is going to dive on top of him. Gideon now actually throwing down a fair bit of damage. Yeah, has the doggos, and now Kingen with no ulti, but he's pretty sticky on this Diana. There's a dash forward, and he does have the ult, but I think Canyon still did. Never mind, they get over the wall, and Duro just stands beside him. Oh, what the heck was that?
That looked like they finally got something going. Maybe a kill for Kingen, gonna turn this game around, and they managed to dip out and get away. Canyon getting a pretty big heal there off the Sundered Sky.
That was highway robbery.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh man.
Ruler has taken this today's matchup relatively seriously.
Yeah. You know, maybe
personally,
Coach Kim might have been all giggles, but
yeah.
Certainly not.
No. And Duro as well being a great cheerleader, as we saw in the last clip, as he's diving forward, protecting his minions. Stand beside Braum exactly as... Oh, God, yeah, that double up actually doing a lot of work. Still tanks the turret as Lahens gets the old flash. In comes Jiu. Can Ruler survive? That's the question, as Duro's going down as well. And Gideon just grabs a double out of nowhere.
Oh, Lahens again, this old flash mechanic. He's shown it before. So well played. Duro's like, I'm the target. I need to flash out. But his cooldown's unavailable. Leaves Ruler isolated, who also gets knocked up. It's really well played from the Hens, finding the angle, and a little bit disrespectful for the GenG bot lane.
I would agree. And now they can actually transition it into this Cloud Drake as well.
That's how your Coach Kim would not be laughing after that play.
Not anymore. And they've pulled back the gold advantage as well. You can see Gideon now with the lead himself. Lahens grabbing himself a bit of an advantage. It is a Hextech Soul. So that means that the next few dragons going to be even more pivotal.
Yeah,
Great hook connecting first.
I thought maybe he'd want to ultimate a tower, but instead ults here, Duro flashes, and the redirection with the ult flash catches out the MF. And then the follow-up's there. And this is what this composition does. They have that dive potential.
Well, Lehen's once again in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have his flash, remember, but also Duro and Canyon don't have a lot of damage, so...
Yeah, Lehen's kind of turned around there and looked like he was going to set up something up, but I think they were like, let's not risk it.
Yeah.
We are right next to that tower. How much throwing can we actually do and still win?
Well, Keen is going to take another turret, and that will just go down. No real response available, as Kingion's jungling, which is what we said was potential strength.
Yeah, Kingion's Roa isn't stacked yet, so I wouldn't have thought...
Oh, wait, no, Keen's jungling. I take it all back. Yeah, and now he's pushing on an inner turret as the outer and mid lane is going down. Ju really can't really afford to be here as that turret is not long for the world. And in goes Chovy. Doesn't quite make the distance there with the Conquering Sands, but that is absolutely fine.
There's so much pressure now, especially against like an Azir and an MF who are both quite strong. Chovy managing to just make a 20 CS lead appear as he is to do. You know, he just has that ability.
Yep.
And now, just this threat that they have, this pressure from the Liandry's complete already on Chovy, from Ruler who has a Bloodthirst that can just push you out of the mid lane, especially as a Kai'Sa. We're already so far in the red for Nongshim in terms of gold, and it doesn't look to be getting better anytime soon.
Well, they are going to try to grab Keen here, who just immunes everything. Mainly by dodging it, as it turns out. Duro in position to try and defend, and Lehen's going to wander forward. It's going to give them all the information that they need, but also shows Nongshim that they're not going to be able to dive the Gwen. And Chovy is then able to step up in this top side. Canyon shadowing as well, just to make sure that his mid lane is going to be safe. And GenG just leaving no holes for Nongshim to fight back.
Yep, it has been pretty brutal so far. And you know, sometimes you have games from GenG where they do blow it out, but I feel like the slow twist of the knife is really the one where it feels most hopeless for the enemy side.
Yeah.
But at least, I will say they have a lot of engage tools, so hopefully they just find a window to throw everything in the kitchen sink at GenG. Probably lose the game off that, but at least they tried.
Yeah. I just want to see Kingion find a multi-man ultimate. You know, you can layer in a whole lot of knockups with the depth charge. There is wombo combo potential, and they do have damage.
I kind of want to see the Dana do something other than die level 4.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of hype, you know? It's... Okay, comparison. Has it been more or less deflating than the Yorick pick?
Well, the Yorick pick still had a really cute dark procession. That's he does have that, and that was very cute. As Fisher is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
As in goes Shelly at the same time. Gideon wanting to try and defend, but I don't think it's going to happen. And Fisher's not going to die, but the inner turret will. And there is only 2 more of them left.
The angle. Oh,
okay.
This could go horribly wrong.
It could. Q going to connect, but I don't know whether Kingion is going to have too much of an opportunity.
Jiwoo had already left. He was like, no, the turret's up, I'm gone.
He lost all faith.
Yeah. No faith in the top lane Diana? Jiwoo, come on.
Well, he only has 5 stacks on his Rod of Ages.
Oh, if they had 10 stacks at that point, 100% they're all in.
Yeah, we need to hit the power spike. As 1 minute until the Drake. It's likely going to be the next point of contention.
Yeah, and speaking of power spikes, did you see Infinity Edge for Ruler? And Keen got the Nash's Tooth. And we have the Rift Maker for Chovy.
Keen and Ruler both have 2.2 thousand gold advantages, or plus.
Oh, but Lehen's is 22 gold up, 21 gold. 8. Never mind.
No.
Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. It's all over for him.
Oh dear. I'm glad that we did have a small moment where we could have potentially thought about saying something positive for the gold on Nongshim. That was pretty just Lehen's going to find his way in once again. Gideon diving on top of Chovy. Arakan getting involved as well as they use this as a leash angle. The rest of Nongshim are all already here, and Canyon's on the other side of the map. Yeah, was completely caught out. So now GenG, are they going to try and do the 4v5? That's the question. They're now looking for an angle as Keen dives in. And Kingion, not sure about that. Did get the ult off, but it didn't really do anything at all as Canyon's turned up. They've got 5 members now as Jiu splits to the other side, tries to Hexgate out, and it was very, very sad. Chovy going to go back to the Otacon, picks that one up, and it was a worthy try, Nongshim. And unfortunately, it did not work in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to speed up the game, that is one way to do it. Unfortunately, not in a favorable direction. She kind of just leashed Otacon, and they're going to pick up this dragon as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, the force on Chovy is okay, but then Kingen dives in here and just gets basically one shot, and then although Canyon was a while away, like Canyon shows up. I don't think they needed Canyon to win this, but he does ensure they get a couple more kills on the back end.
Yeah, and I didn't even see the Moonfall do anything at all. It was a very weird.
You know how you said all Diana, like she had out an E and it did no damage?
Yeah.
Are we sure it does damage? No.
He's gone back in time.
Yeah, because that did not look like it did anything.
It did not. And that is going to mean that the gold advantages that we were talking about before have moved to 3,000. And they also have all of the Otacon advantages. They now grab themselves a Hextech Drake, and that is going to be amplified by good old Ruinous Otacon as well. And so GenG have all of a sudden got even more powerful, and they didn't even need to get more powerful because they already had like an 8,000 gold lead.
I don't know, can you spot any champions on GenG's team that would benefit from both attack speed and ability haste?
Yes.
You know, pretty good for them, I would say, overall.
They have at least the two best AP champions that can stack both of those.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
It's nice that you even have the Braum, who's like 5 attack speed. Like you really hit all the bases. This is such a great Hextech Ruinous game.
Too bad GenG may not get any more dragons because they may get a Nexus.
They may get it, but Kingen, 2 stacks away from the rower and has a Rift Maker now.
True, skipped his shoes.
Maybe he was supposed to lose that last fight. Maybe this is how it's supposed to go for Dan. He did say he had a lot of, he did say he had a lot of deaths in his recent games.
What was it, 474 for one of them? I can just go back and have a little bit more of a gander.
Assess the situation.
As Keen has found Gideon.
Yep. Oh, TP coming in.
Oh, Voidseeker is going to land as Ju's going to turn up. Okay, Gideon goes untargetable, so he's out of this fight. But Fisher, he's the one that needs to try and catch him. And there is a gorgeous charm. Keen is just going to smell the roses for a moment as a golden Gwen, but almost manages to pick up the kill at the same time. Still, GenG going to be pushing on that top side. Teleport in from Chovy just to guard this mid-outer turret. And in the meantime, an inhibitor turret's going down.
Yeah, they can't defend this.
Yeah, it's just gone. Perplexing. I would say that the trade does favor GenG, but getting a kill helps morale.
Yeah. Well,
that's all I got.
I can't argue with it. Yeah. That is pretty much what that offered. I mean, they... Oh, and this tower's gone as well. Well...
The gold is not an advantage. However, Nongshim...
They got a red buff?
Steal a red buff, exactly.
Oh, but Baron's not up yet, so it's only for Gideon.
Oh, maybe Nongshim made sure that Baron wasn't even available yet?
Yeah.
When they left the top side of the map open?
But the thing I will say is that it's only one red buff, because I don't think anyone's going to be able to head down there and pick that one up.
The last Diana win was actually 474. I did actually remember the right score.
Well, he needs 5 more deaths, and then the comeback can happen.
Yeah.
I think that's the lesson here.
There needs to be 8 other kills for Nongshim, though. And so we'll see how we do picking up those. As Lahens, he's going to get picked up by Canyon here. And Chovy will be able to deliver the death blow. Never mind, it's actually Canyon that collects that one. Kingen is going to take that as his invitation to go home.
Yes, this is the brush hiding part of the Diana top lane gameplay. Obviously,
thanks for that, Orcs.
Now as an expert on top lane Diana, I can... That's something she likes to do often, is stand in the brush. And then recall after not doing anything. It's just... You wouldn't get it if you're not a Diana top lane player.
Well, I'm not, so I don't get it. We are going to get some bounty gold, though. So that's going to pull the gold lead back to 10,000.
Oh, it's just under 10,000, actually.
Oh, never mind.
They are keeping it
basically even. They have the same number at the start of their gold.
With a little bit of debt forgiveness, Nongshim are basically completely even.
Oh, dear.
At what point do they just declare bankruptcy and then they can just wipe it all away?
Pretty soon is what I'd say. Kingen is going to be able to pick up the wave on the top side of the map, though. Does at least have his shoes now completed. As Ruler moving back.
The 10 stacks have been hit. This is prime time.
Wait. Is Fisher going to be able to find the angle? That's the question. Never mind. Lahens has already been caught out. Does buy a bit of time. with the ulti, but it's not quite enough. That's a brilliant ult coming out from Duro as well as Kingen. He finds an ult under 3. And most of the damage is unable to follow up. Jiu one shot away from being stunned. It's Fisher trying to be helpful, and that Hex Gate actually gets him out.
Does save his life. The hands up at 20. Kingen in 30. Doesn't look like they're going to go for the end now. They are just going to go for the dragon.
Oh, wait. Is it going to be a potential angle?
Can't take that Hex Gate. Execute.
Yep, that is. So he is going to be able to secure the execute. That does mean, though, that it's very... Okay, never mind. Gideon going to be able to pop over the wall. Nice charm just to play some defense. But as it's all happening, Ruler is taking a drag.
Gideon Fisher still haven't died. There is something... I'm going to pre-warn you, Max.
Please.
It's very unfortunate what happens. We're going to see the replay in a second.
Oh, dear.
I didn't want to draw attention to it, but just... I can't help it. Just watch the Ari charm. Just focus on the Ari.
Oh, no. Was there a minion that was quite... Oh, wow. Whoa!
A little bit unfortunate. I just don't think he expected Ruler to stand still and start channeling ultimate.
Yeah.
A little bit, you know, sometimes to not dodge is the greatest dodge. But
read him like a book. Read him like a book. That was, you know...
The pages all stuck together. He just couldn't get it open, you know?
Yeah. That was a sad one. As GenG, they're going to look to start off the Baron. It's been up for 2 minutes time, and that is 2 minutes too long for GenG. So they will be able to punish this one, take it out. I don't know whether Nongshim are going to have too many opportunities to get in here. You can see he's running monopoly on the vision. Oh, yeah, Kingen has the ultimate back up again. As Chovy is just going to hold the ult. Not going to get baited there as Gideon goes untargetable, but it doesn't really matter. And now they take the Baron and they take the lives of the Nongshim members.
Oh,
that is a...
It does not do damage.
It does not. It did not do very much of anything at all. As Lahen's going to be the next target here. Strovi just following him. Jiu trying to do some tricky stuff to try and get out with the Killer Instinct, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work. As Duro trying to stay alive, it's going to be Fisher grabbing another kill as Chovy and Fisher now fighting. Chovy not with the mobility that Fisher has, and Ruler is done with this game and wants to just kind of end it. As Chovy is just going to send the Sand Soldiers forward, takes down the Ari, and Lahens gives him a good old thumbs up and stops the back. And will also help Chovy get some more kills this game, and there it is.
Yeah, Chovy takes out his former teammate in Cold Blood. And I feel like Cold Blood, kind of accurate for how Nongshim are feeling right now. This game is very over, and it has been for a while.
It was. The Nexus goes down. It was an interesting experiment with the Diana top. I think that a few extra things went wrong. And I don't know whether I learned too much. I'm really hoping that Wolf and Wadid on the space are going to be able to come up with a good theory as to why it was picked in the first place. And obviously dying at level 4 was not planned, and maybe we just missed out on some of the greatness.
Look, we like Fearless. A lot of people like Fearless. I'm not trying to brag on Fearless, but it is denying us from seeing the Diana top again to learn more about it. So maybe we're starting to see a downside to Fearless, because
that's a really good point.
We could have learned more about Diana top and what she does, like the brush standing strategy.
I think from a different point of view, a different perspective, some people may say that not seeing Diana top again is a good thing.
Nongshim fans, maybe?
Yeah, perhaps.
6.3k damage. You know, maybe her ult was bugged and not doing damage. Maybe that's why it was so low. Perhaps.
I mean, honestly, everyone didn't do a whole lot of damage on the side of Nongshim. GenG just kind of rolled over the top.
Well, I can say one thing. No matter what happens in the next game, cannot be as bad as this for Nongshim.
I would agree. And that is the cup half full energy that I expect from you, Orcs. Thank you so much for that one. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, we're going to break down that first game. And then we're going to have game number 2. See whether that goes better for Nongshim.
나필이부터 팰게. 나필이 패야 될 듯. 그냥 한번 팰게 계속.
잠깐 먹자.
나필 밀어냈어. 먹었어.
야 매운 거 없다.
매운 맛 줘. 나 다이애나 슬로우 천천히 볼게. 다이애나?
다이나 이끌었어.
나필이 싼 거.
야 얘들아 밑으로 가. 탑으로 가자.
나 노틸.
너네끼리 나 탑 간다. 매운 맞아줄 수 있어.
가봐. 공 안 줄게요.
매운 없다 얘.
형 뭐 여기 끝인 거 같긴 해.
나 살짝 본다. 이게 좋았어? 갔어요. 안 봐줘도 되지 지금. 상관없어. 나필이는 이제 지금 도착했다 만약.
나필 노프림.
형 노틸 지금 집 가는 중.
그냥 같이 가면 끝나지 않을까?
궁은 없어.
탑에 집 갔다 텔 탑으로 다 같이 가.
탑으로 가자.
나 노틸. 탑을 막아냈는데. 나필이 여기 있다.
O EG sempre vai ficar tomando esse push. Ele dá dano nas lutas, mas as lutas estão sendo longe deles. W dá na filha pra sair de novo, mas a Red Cão tá olha só.
O Frost, olha esse flancaço do Frost! Ele deu uma volta, consegue segurar 3 jogadores e ainda vem a sequência agora pra cima do duelo. Ele pode ser eliminado, mas ele consegue sair de pé! O contra-ataque tentou entrar, mas acaba não funcionando. É tudo na Red, é tudo no Brain. Se anota que são 5 abates dele.
It's the weekend, I came 10 toes down. One thing about me is I don't play around.
Will turn his eyes back towards the Baron. Yike still available to steal this. Has the flash, has the smite. Can he do it? Yike, the smite king of the LEC again! And he dodges the Emperor's Divine, eviscerates them. Razzle dashing in, Bakana's here, and he's ready to party. Humanoid Oscar, juicy targets. Razzle falls first. Humanoid short to follow. It's double darkins, and woof goes Yike.
And immediately Yike with a gut punch to win them back into a deficit.
Trying to get away from Linces now, who has a flash of his own, goes in. Adam trying to get away on about 600 health. The knockup from Nako doesn't land! Nako dies to the tower! And Linces follows! He was there at the beginning, it's Adam! The first man, the only man in the top lane!
들이대면서 잽이 아니라 조금 세집니다. 근데 알리가 지금 찔겨진 상태에서 이거 알리가 맞을 때 계속 때려줘야 되는데 그러게요. 그게 안 되고 이걸 나가니 그래도 한 번. 근데 그 다음 때 여보 근데 카이사 프리딜 카이사 방금 와 뭐예요? 그러니까요. 와 바이퍼 방금 움직임 기가 막혔어요. 맞습니다. 이거 진짜 카이사 소환사 중은 없을 때 한 번은 잡아야 돼요.
One thing about me, I don't play around.
亚被晕住以后，这边冷战过来的技能空掉，阿美有闪现，回头给了一个大招，美狗扛在最前面，但是后面的输出呢？也来了，姐姐一个长矛，但是后面有一个塞恩飞起来了，塞恩飞机直接给一个爆炸输出莉莉娅，为拿到了2个人头 ，L 和一剑差点穿死了下方的人，拿到了人头。全杀了啊！阿斌怎么在这个位置？又一个鬼故事。
One thing about me is I don't play around. It's the weekend, I came 10 toes down. One thing about me, I don't play around.
저비 좀 더 봐야 됩니다. 이게 뒷너들이 달리야! 이긴 했고 이를 잡았고 도라비를 이쪽 잡이를 좀더 그리고 순간이도 근데 저비 혼자 나 저비 일단 들어와 나 저비야 들어와 들어와 그리고 빅토리가 나 순간이다 남은 멤버들이 40초? 30초? 예. 경기 초비가 다릅니다. 초비에게 이겼는데 병사가 없어요. 병사가. 이거를 어떻게 이거 막아 이거 해요. 혼자서 미친 초비야 진짜. 다 죽었어요. 케이스맨 초비.
One thing about me, I don't play around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as GenG take game number 1 by Nongshim. And this first match felt very focused on a certain pick in the top lane. And I asked you at home, chat, to write a little bit of artistry, some poems, some haikus. And so we have one here to open it off. Diana top. The team said what? He locked it in against a Gwen. The champ was never seen again. Thanks to Fearless. How do you feel like that one was, Wolf?
I thought that was a great little poem there.
He's so over. He's so over.
I mean, look, Nongshim played GenG really close in LCK Cup, right? That was, for me, the big hype coming to this series. Is there an opportunity for Nongshim to finish what they couldn't finish because they had leads in that series in the playoffs, but couldn't actually close it out? I was thinking there's a revenge opportunity here, right? But and even though they fell super far behind, they had some really good team fights. There was some macro decisions that they made that were smart, even though GenG had full control over the game and there was probably no way back in. Makes you wonder what this game could have looked like had they just not drafted into the MF lane and had they just not picked the Diana top, which did not feel like a counter pick. It felt very weak into Gwen. When I saw it, I was like, I don't think this works. And then he got solo killed. I'm disappointed in Nongshim because I think this team has so much more in the tank, and they kind of, it felt like they went for the happy game when this was actually winnable.
I mean, it's not only top. Both also got solo killed by 2v2. So what can you say after those solo kills? You know, the game is not just normal, you know, after that.
Yeah, you're playing against GenG, one of the premier teams, not only in the LCK, but in the world, and their form has been pretty flawless. So when you make these types of mistakes, it makes it very difficult to come back. And so we show some of the issues that we had here early on.
Keegan's trying to stack Conqueror, but he's in the Gwen Shroud. And all the while, of course, Keen stacks up his Q one more time and just solo kills him. And then down in the bottom lane, obviously they have the MF push, and then it turns into a disaster as Gio steps forward here to avoid the ultimate, and then ultimately decides to flash.
Oh my god.
You can't flash that.
I mean, also, these both kills are really crucial, but I really want to focus on top kill, top solo kill. You know, that actually shocked me. I was actually fuming, you know? Like, you cannot really melee farm as a Diana before level 6.
It's crazy. Like, I mean, the champion doesn't do much on its own at that moment in time against Gwen, who's buffed in the early game, right, and is really strong at this moment. And beyond that, like, the fact that he messed that up, Gwen is a champ that snowballs incredibly well, and we saw that. After that play, he was 750 gold down just moments later.
Yeah, you just gotta farm at your Qs, and after 6, maybe you can try something. I mean, at first you were thinking, oh, maybe Diana top works because of the Road of Ages buff, and also you can like build for some kind of tanky, you know? But, you know, if you get solo killed at level 3, level 4, I don't know, man, it's waste of time, waste of game.
Yeah, pretty tough here for Nongshim. It got a little bit worse as they tried to make a fight over at Otacon in our second highlight here, and this one at first felt like, hey, tempo advantage, but not quite enough damage to knock it down.
If you look at the map where GenG are, they're a little bit slow in the rotation, and Chovy's here by himself. So look at this. I mean, this actually is a smart play from Nongshim. They see an angle. I think Chovy kind of thought, this is ours, this is free. Got a little bit of control in the bottom lane, so I'm going to actually set up vision around here. We're going to look for this fight. He has to use his ult early as well to survive. And I think this was the best case scenario for Nongshim. They have the TP here to follow as well, but they spend a little bit of time kind of chasing there, and they don't, unfortunately, with this Kai'Sa comp, have the damage to actually hold Otacon here. They try anyways, but it costs them big.
Yeah, and also he ended up in the worst situation, man. Look at this Diana. He tries something, but there's no follow-up. He's just gonna die instantly. Yeah, I mean, after this, maybe you consider Diana is not one of the good pick against Gwen, but also that the mistakes that they made in the early game was so crucial, man. It's not only about the draft, but also the plays. So I feel like, just in general, like Nongshim should really just wake up after this game and bring some good quality of game after this.
It was mentioned by Atlas that he looked up some of Kingan's solo queue stats. He had practiced and played the champion. Doesn't look like it was something he was finding a ton of success with, but obviously picked up some wins even with some high deaths. I know that he prepared this pick, right? I know he practiced it, but I hope this isn't Nongshim's idea of like, this isn't a winnable series, let's do something fun. I don't think that's necessarily what we saw here, but man, you gotta, if you're gonna prepare a pick like this, you really have to perform better on it. He did not look prepared, and it ended up honestly looking a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, and I think the tough part is we did. Maybe you can speak to this. When you have a teammate that likes to cook, we've seen the Anivia in the top lane. Kingen plays a lot of these champs, and it looks like there's been thinking behind it. When you pick a champ like that and then it doesn't work and you're on the other side of the map being like, well, I just feel like we just, wasted a row game. We wasted some things.
So that's the thing, the playing a new champion is not only about the specific player, it's all about the team. The team should know how to work with it, how to synergize with the champion. But if that solo kill happens, you literally get nothing out of it. You literally learn nothing. So you are not sure about that, if it's good pick or bad pick, you really cannot explain after that. So I feel like, that's the reason why I say it's kind of a waste of time. But yeah, it's just so embarrassing after that, So it's really sad to see that. But you know what? It's not over. It's not over. And as you mentioned, it's a fearless draft. We're not gonna see Diana once again. I just want to see something really creative picks like that. But I just want something really coordinated,
Well, one thing we got were more haikus from chat. Moon rises topside, 4,000 days since last night. Ah, lunar eclipse. We won't see the Diana, but we will see game 2. Let's get to it.
Thank you very much, Tigon. That was absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, I did not prepare any poems. Did you prepare any poems?
I didn't know I was supposed to. I didn't get the homework.
Yeah, I didn't get the homework either. I just realized that there could have been homework that possibly was that, and we could have done it, but we didn't. And I think that's okay, because what I'd prefer to do is forget that Game 1 ever happened.
What Game 1?
Exactly. Absolutely beautiful response. Nongshim going to head over to the blue side for some reason. They have side selection. They have side selection going into...
also, we've had, unfortunately, there's been some issues, some bugs. So a bunch of champions are disabled, including Diana.
Wow.
They can't be played.
I just can't believe that we're banning away, globally banning 10 champions.
Yeah, and also the overlays bugged. It says 1 for GenG, but...
Yeah, ignore that. Yeah. It's fine. We're diving into game 1.1. Zverev going to be banned once again, or for the first time this year. Sorry. Oh, God. Can't do it.
It's too hard. Okay.
Vi for the first ban of the second. It was played in the previous series, so there you go. But let's get a little bit serious here. Sejuani is likely going to go, things like that. And with blue side, could be that Nongshim can grab themselves something a little bit more high priority. They are taking their time.
Kingen's Rumble has been really good.
Ooh,
Galio banned. Okay, now GenG are going to want to ban Rumble. Unless they feel confident to play the Jace into it. But we've seen that matchup not always be super Jace favored.
Yeah, there is now... So the Sejuani has to be banned, and now the Rumble does need to go. And so Nongshim, if they want to grab something as a first pick, they have their pick of the litter. What is the next most overpowered champion that they could be first picking in this instance?
I feel like the fact that Kalista hasn't walked in yet.
That's a big one.
We'll see. It's really... I don't think you ban Kalista or Rumble here for Nongshim, and then GenG you don't either, because if they take the Rumble, well, actually they opt to go in a different direction, so they don't want to play Kalista. I think it's just Rumble. They want to take the Jace side of the matchup. So interesting. I guess maybe they thought that the Jace ban would come out from GenG. Kingen clearly favored himself in this matchup over the Rumble. Does have pressure early with that range advantage.
Yep, you can certainly play that one. Feels a bit more playable than the Diana matchup. Not that. Why would I bring the Diana Gwen matchup up in
such a weird tangent?
Yeah, why would I do that? I've gone back 12 years.
Is that the last time we had a Diana top?
Yeah, it was.
I feel like it's probably something Flame would play.
Yeah, it does sound like something like that. Wow, you are such a historian of the LCK orcs. How do you keep it up?
I do try.
It's very impressive. The Ezreal going to be locked in here though, and that is another huge one for Ruler to get his hands on. Of course, wasn't banned or even sort of touched in the last game, I think, in the previous series, I guess. The Skarner going to be hovered at least, and that is pretty high priority. It does leave the top lane still open, and it is something that Keen might want to lock in on their third round, just because the Jace is already locked.
Yeah, maybe hesitant about...
flexible.
They could pick Rumble with the Skarner, which we've seen be a really powerful combo. You kind of just hold them over the barbecue.
Yep.
But still not wanting to fully commit to their top lane matchup yet. Secure an AD carry and jungle of choice. Nongshim looking at the potential of this Aurora.
That'll be locked in.
Because I feel like, Aurora priority's fallen off a bit, been struggling to find wins in the LCK. the big three typically have been Azir, Ahri, and Talia. And Talia obviously hasn't gotten a look in yet, so maybe something that Chovy could lean towards, but to be fair, Chovy, pretty wide berth in terms of champion pool.
Wow, Zeri would be pretty early, it feels like. But they could then use bans to try and protect it. They are going to lock that one in with Vi banned and Nautilus already picked, or globally banned, sorry. That is giving Zeri a lot of free reign. Jiu has been a phenomenal Zeri player throughout his entire career, as that's a scary prospect. I think a lot of us have some Chovy Victor in our minds relatively fresh.
In fact, if you were watching during the break, showed the top 5 plays
there we go.
From LoL Esports, and you know what was at number 1?
I think it was probably Chovy.
Yeah, it definitely was. So obviously really comfortable in this champion. I think there are like, you know, Aurora in a team fight can cause some issues. The poke from the Jace can be problematic. It's interesting though that they've opted to leave Keen kind of to wait until the second rotation to counter this Jace or pick something he can manage into it.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to keep the support pool as open as possible, sort of bait out some top lane picks. I wonder whether they do still ban the Rumble. That's my big question, because we know Kingen picked the Jace, understanding the Rumble was up, and so instead, they're just going to go away from it. It is going to be the Leona taken away from Duro.
I think clearly just respecting the matchup enough that they don't want to play Rumble in a Jace, perhaps, and Nongshim are like happy to take that matchup. I think the fact that we've seen this gauntlet thrown down from Nongshim means they're like confident in that matchup, and they think that King is able to dominate Keen if he ends up taking a handshake. Nocturne could have come out as a ban towards the jungle.
A lot of junglers banned, actually, especially on the GenG side, as we can see. 4 out of the 5. Theoretically, one other jungler, as you can somewhat classify Poppy in that area.
Yeah, still like Wukong available. Still like, I guess the priority kind of drops off at this point. Like really, it's like Wukong's the most played jungler that's kind of left open and available. You could look at something like Ivan, but kind of fringe, and they do end up banning the Rumble in the end. So even though clearly they were confident, if the Rumble came out from GenG, they're like, you know what, let's not hand that over to them for free.
Yeah, so the Alistar being considered at the moment does mean that they'll sacrifice a bit of lane control in the early stages of the game.
Just interesting to leave it all the way, leave that top lane pick all the way to last, when it was a first pick top lane for Nongshim. And this makes me wonder what they have in the bag for Keen. And all of the side of Nongshim, definitely want some form of front line at this point, especially when there's such massive front line on this side for GenG. Then we're going for the Wukong, highest priority jungler left open, a lot of team fighting power.
Is it Lulu? I feel like it's a Lulu angle. Oh no, never mind. It's like, it's Shen, it's Elise, it's something like that.
You know,
that's what my head is speaking.
Lulu's taken a few hits in recent patches. He's been nerfed like 2 patches in a row, and I think there's a 3rd one coming next patch, so maybe might dissuade some from going towards it.
Oh,
Rakan though, I love Rakan Wukong as a combo because it's so easy to dash to him and follow up.
Yeah.
Really good CC laying, especially into an Ezreal or into a Victor. I think it goes a long way. Sion.
Sion, this was another one that was in the good old top 5 plays.
For Bin, yep.
Gigabin finding the huge cube. See whether King can do the same thing, as he is going to lock that one away.
Yeah, it's just, to me it's interesting that they opted to save the Sion pick to last. I will say this is a very bulky composition from GenG, but it's also a 2-carry composition, and there's a lot of dive on the side of Nongshim. Like if you land a Shock Blast onto someone and they're just zoned out the fight, really hard to play if it connects onto Ruler or Chovy. If you have that layered engage onto them, and for some teams I could see this being a struggle, being like, okay, if either of your carries mess up, then where is your damage coming from? But I think this is GenG to a T, and they have a lot of trust in Chovy and Ruler.
Yeah.
And they have so much bulk to protect them. I think it is going to be so hard to cut through all that.
I agree. I do think that there is a lot on Duro's shoulders. I think that Headbutt Pulverize is the most reliable CC that they have, and hitting that is going to be what kills Jiwoo. There is nothing else that is going to be nearly as consistent, and so Duro is going to have to be in the right place at the right time, finding that carry if he wants to take down the Zeri. There is a 4-threat comp theoretically, though, out of Nongshim, so damage is going to be aplenty on their side. The one thing that I have is, moving into this game, if there was a game 1 and it did have a Diana top lane in it, I do think Nongshim have a better chance in this game if that game happened?
I think that's a correct statement. It's a bit of a weird example to bring up.
I know, it's sort of out of nowhere, but you brought up Flame playing it 12 years ago. So yeah. I just thought that I'd follow up with some facts of my own.
Good specifics.
Yeah, sometimes you have to get specific, and we are specifically into game number 2, apparently.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for one of the games in this series. And apparently, if Nongshim lose, the series is over. However, if they win, they have a chance to go 2-0. That's word on the street.
Word on the street, yeah, of course.
And now also, the idea of Nongshim being able to be first in the LCK is gone. The best they can do is tie.
Yeah.
With first place.
Tied fair still good. I will say something though. This is the sort of game that makes you really miss Cut Down and Giant Slayer on Lord Dominic's.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of value in this game.
There is a lot of health.
A lot of health.
Have
this
we
is
seen
a chunky team.
What about Leandri Zeri?
I'm unconvinced.
Okay.
But maybe.
Just thinking, you know, trying to get rid of some of that maximum health, which I think might be a somewhat positive maneuver. We're going to see Lehens and Jiu taking a little bit of poke damage here from Ruler and Duro, and they do manage to get that ward. Nicely played there.
Yeah, I feel like you can be pretty aggressive with Rakan into Alistar level 1, because you can hit the Q and just sustain up, but Ruler is landing a pretty disturbing amount of Mystic shots.
Yeah, there's a Flash Pulverize as well from Duro. They are not pulling any punches. Jiu trying to get those burst fires down. You can see Ruler just walking up. Lehens, thankfully, able to smack him back down there just a little bit, but drinking their potions, licking their wounds.
Yeah, and honestly, Nongshim bot lane not respecting the notorious Alistar level 1.
True.
Yeah, but honestly, a pretty heads-up play. You know, Ruler got some good Mystic shots in. The Q flash came up from Duro, and even though Jiu is trading summoners evenly, the health discrepancy means he has to recall. This is horrible for Nongshim's bot lane. Great play from Duro.
Yeah, Lehens trying to pull that wave, but Jiu just going to try and skate his way back here. Has a refillable now, but doesn't have any summoner spells and is in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, also still level 1.
Yeah. And
couldn't even skate back over the terrain to lane.
Like, Hens might get level 3 though, and so that's a thing. He'd have Battle Dance as well.
Not sure exactly how you'd want it to go, but, you know, glass half full. I like the attempt.
Trying the best I can, because that was a very worrying situation. Jiu thankfully didn't die, so I guess there is that. GenG to the tune of about a 200 gold lead off the back end of that one happening is, all right, Lehens going in. He's not able to go back just yet. Exactly, and so maybe that was that benefit that we were talking about. Pulverize is going to mean that that Mystic Shot does cut him down.
I will say, if Jiu had died in that initial play, would have been back to lane quicker.
True. That's really the cup half full. Even making excuses for the theoretical things that could happen as Lehens finds another knock-up onto Ruler. Canyon is here, gets the flash and just pulls Jiu out. Remember, he doesn't have any sums. That is going to be the headbutt back, and that is going to be first blood over to Ruler.
Just bounce house to such a ridiculous degree, and I think this might be an omen for later this game. There's a lot of bounce housing available to this composition.
I'm a bit worried for Jiu's prospects in this one.
It's not been a good start for him.
No. There is thankfully more damage on the rest of the map. Maybe that is something that they can hold on to as Fisher with some more electrocutes. But Duro's back! And the headbutt has to be flashed here from Fisher to get him out of the way of the cow. And Duro is just making plays.
Yep. He is being very proactive as bot lane is already over.
Yep.
And he's moving about on the map.
My work here is done.
Yep.
And I think you might be right.
Ezreal as well can farm super safely into any matchup. We'll see this play.
Good. Yep, just said
good.
Good.
Flash grab.
지르는데?
Bounce house.
대관부.
Beautiful.
제리. 와, 막 미치네. 와, 막.
I think he was pretty happy about that. Duro's back, and he's getting more work done. Okay. Duro's just incredible.
Duro rising to the challenge. You know, up against Lehens, the player he had to fill the shoes off, and you know what? those shoes are looking pretty tight at the moment.
I would say so. I think he needs to size up, as Kingen is going to walk on over. Lahens does find a knock up onto Chovy, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough.
Flash. Oh, the thumbs up. Chovy.
Oh, no. If that was anyone other than Lahens, Chovy would not have done that thumbs up, but it's Lahens, so obviously
That's
he
against
has
his mind. So, what?
What?
The teleport there. Huh? Fisher. Fisher? Fisher, I said nice things about you. Don't make me a liar. What? What was that?
That was so weird. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
Did he not see the teleport, or did he not see the Alistair, or both? You know, like
yeah, maybe like the Alistair was. They've got Alistair-shaped minions now. This is crazy. Nico shapeshifted accidentally into the game as a minion. As Duro is just going to try and affect the only lane that he hasn't affected yet. As Gideon has started up the grubs. Looks like Canyon is going to come on over, so probably going to be a trade of a few of these. Gideon will at least be able to get one. Oh, down. Oh, 1 health! Okay! That was terrifying.
Yeah, just a little bit. Cool, calm, and collected.
All right, Gideon making his way over. The train has left the station, but it was looking for Jiu, so we might need to check in on that one once again. Fisher doing a lot of damage here as Arcane Shift gets Ruler out of the circle. Gideon's still back in, though, and should be able to grab a bunch of these grubs. Canyon making his way over, wants to try and kill the hands, which seems to be the GenG game plan.
Yeah. So you hear the train noise from Sion. Take a little look on over at Jiu's Summoner spells.
Aha! That may have been a successful use of the Arbor.
Yeah. Fortunately, not having so much fun in this game, in a series, in general.
He's within 10 as far as the CS gap.
Yeah. Yeah. Just ignore the kill.
Yeah.
I feel like if you ignore a lot of the information, things don't look so bad.
If you ignore a lot of information, the world can be exactly what you want it to be, Orcs.
Oh, where did his dash go? Well,
there have been some quizzical replays.
Yep. I like that one wasn't full screen, because I just don't think we needed to see that in all its glory.
Yeah.
I think it's a little unfair to Jiu.
Yeah. I was actually not paying attention. I was looking at you at the time, so I feel like I really did the play justice.
Probably for the best.
Yep, I would.
Perhaps Jiu was also looking at me, and that's why he didn't see silent.
Well, he is not going to be looking at Duro for much longer, as he's just going to back away. Ruler down here in the bottom lane once again. Will be able to lock down the cannon minion. So there we go.
There's a little bit of hesitation as it gets close, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But he had it under control.
It's a very, it's a big point of drama on the Rift. All right, I'm just wondering where Duro is going to strike next.
Yeah, he's been kind of bot lane, well, not bot lane, but hanging out with Ruler for a little bit too long, in my opinion. What places to be?
Well, now he goes back, so he's doing what we want.
Fisher's flash is still down for a little longer. You know, Kingen hasn't got much attention yet this game.
Yeah, actually, you know, things going quite well. But Keen with a gold advantage as Sion at this stage of the game has a level lead as well. I feel like that is not a great sign for the Jace. That probably should be making a better start happen than this.
Nope. It is not ideal. And again, I feel like if you fall behind against his GenG composition, you are going to massively struggle to cut through anyone. And by anyone, I specifically mean Sion, Alistair, and Skarner. So,
yeah.
Yeah, already a little bit of a struggle. We saw the vision toggle there. Looked like maybe Duro was around, but he is walking up from bot lane. Fisher is low already.
And Lahens has now walked up to Chovy, but Fisher is not interested in trying to kill the enemy mid lane. As, okay, never mind. There's a knockup from Lahens. Chovy gets ulted here, but the Chaos Storm does come down, and Fisher is out of there. Another headbutt back. Is Gideon going to get knocked up and taken down relatively low. That was actually a cute use of his stop function. The Warrior Trickster was on cooldown. He's just going to walk his way out.
Yeah, honestly, I think Nongshim pretty happy with that. Get the flash from Chovy. Potential for a regank on that one. Meanwhile, Ruler is winning trades while standing in 6 minions.
Well, Jiu is certainly in a rough spot in this game.
You know, I've got to say, the art for different items, there's some items that look powerful, right? You get completed, you're like, yeah, that's an item.
I know what you're about to
And there's some items that whenever I see them in an inventory, I'm like, you are weak. You have no, and it's the scout slingshot. It never looks intimidating. I see that in your inventory with a Doran's Blade and a longsword, and I'm like, you've got nothing, brother. You've got nothing on display.
Yeah, the little hatchet thing as well, I've never found has very much power.
No,
and
that thing always looks underwhelming.
Yeah, and what about, which catalyst looked the most intimidating?
I think
the old one or the new one?
The old one.
Yeah, I agree.
The new one looks, it just looks like you kind of,
it looks too much like Heart of Gold.
Yeah, it just kind of blends in a little bit too much.
And theoretically, functions actually better.
You know an item that looks, when you see it, you're like, okay, that's an item, Eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
That is an item where I'm like, okay, someone's doing damage.
It especially feels good when there's no boots in the inventory as well, because you know that was a satisfying back.
Oh, yeah.
You know? That's all right. Nongshim looking for the 5 grubs once again. We have seen 5 grubs not necessarily work as well as it could, as Lehens is down very, very low, but he's just trying to keep them away. 4 grubs will be locked up, as now Canyon making his way in, does manage to lock one down, but Lehens is still just playing with him. He's got a blast cone he can mess around with as well, and that is actually going to be effective.
Jovi's given up.
Yeah, this is so weird. I don't know which fight to commentate, as Duro's going to get hit by a shock blast. There goes that last grub, as 5 do go over to Nongshim. Lehens is in the enemy base now. He's like, wasn't I on this team? This is the team I was on before, right? As there it is, Soul Furnace, and that is a kill going over to Keen.
Yeah, well, he stole for time. He allowed his team to escape. I tell you one thing, though. You know we were talking about the 5 grub to 1 ratio, the win rate, how it was really high?
Yeah.
Not looking as positive.
We might be reversing it as we speak.
Maybe by looking at the win rates, we curse them.
That might have been a factor.
Yeah.
I need to apologize to those who are collecting the stats. Casters should never look at it.
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously, I think people think of stats as like a pure thing based in math, but it's a lot of vibes, you know? It's very mystical, I think it's safe to say.
And King going to do that standing in a brush and then looking to go back type situation one more time, as Fisher in a bit of trouble. Canyon making his way forward once again, but the jump scare not going to be able to take him down, as Kingen on the gravity well. Oh no, that was gorgeous from Duro.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker, honestly. And Lehens, unfortunately, didn't have the ult. Familiar.
It would have been so good from Lehens as well. Duro is just playing like a man possessed today.
Yeah, he is doing a lot of work.
All right, he's continuing to do so here as another pulverize onto Lehens, but Lehens is just doing his very best to be in the faces of GenG.
He's just kind of trying to be annoying.
I think he's been successful.
Yeah. Not really achieving that much, but he's if being annoying is the goal, he is definitely doing that.
Yep. Chovy will be able to take down this ward. Duro faking it back as best he can. And we've got 80 carries positioned in the mid lane. So the gold nowhere near as dire as what we saw in the previous game, as Keen is trading very, very well with an Aurora that feels wrong. Doesn't have an item fully completed yet, but he is looking like he's going to have at least Frozen Heart very, very quickly.
Yeah, I love how he's built armor into, and he's playing now into Aurora, just winning.
Yeah, seems to be
I
fine.
don't think they killed him.
I don't think so either, but Lehens is here. Duro is also here though, and Lehens is taking a whole host of damage. Phenomenal Impale is going to come through. One of them is a clone though, as Lehens, there it is. Somehow it's Canyon that picks up the kill actually. I thought that was an auto attack following from Ruler. Ruler probably thinking that as well, and he's probably exclaiming about it.
The bleed that he has.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if all 5 members of Nongshim were there, I still don't think they would have had time to take down Canyon. But the fact there was like 2 of them, especially just the Wukong and the Rakan, seemed ambitious.
Yeah. And there's also the fact that Duro is almost guaranteed to be everywhere he needs to be on the map.
Yep.
So once again, actually performing very effectively there, as Keen just being a Scion.
He just does no damage to him.
Yeah, which, like you say, he hasn't really built for this particular matchup.
That is a big shield already, though.
Yeah, didn't seem to.
This Scion is going to be a problem. This Scion already is a problem. And I think Nongshim, you know, I think one of the problems is playing the GenG, one of the styles they've been so effective at, is these structured 5v5s where they kind of form a death ball.
Yeah.
This comp is perfect for that. I think, honestly, Nongshim need to, like, find windows to catch isolated members, pick apart GenG. I think in structured 5v5s, it's going to be so hard from here on out. If they can find someone isolated, different story.
And the difficulty is that the self-peel from Ruler is massive. The fact that Chovy has Rod of Ages, so he's basically a tank, takes way too long to take down. Add to that this Hex Tech Drake that GenG already have a couple of dragons stacked towards. This Soul could be, I mean, it'd be impossible to play into it, but if they do get Hex Tech Soul, the game is likely over anyway. We're going to need a Zeri moment, and we're going to need one as quickly as possible. Yuntal is done.
Maybe 2.
Yeah. We're going to need some serious certification.
Yeah. Kingan's been farming up a decent lead in the top side, but that's kind of the only shining light right now. And again, his lead is over a Scion, who I just think ultimately doesn't care.
Yeah, he will still have a lot of buttons that do a lot of great things as this game goes on. The one, I do have the cope, I do have the positive.
Oh, I need it right now, give it to me.
Right, it is 16 minutes into the game,
yep.
and this time in the last game, okay, never mind. Canyon is looking for Lehans. He'll find him one more time as Ruler is there as well. Battle Dance gets Lehans out of there, and somehow he survives. That bleed that killed him before is not going to work out this time, and so no triple deaths for Lehans.
Well, that's a positive, right?
Here we go. That's on top of the cope that I was about to lay down, which is the fact that they are nowhere near as far behind as they were in the last game.
I did say this game could definitely not go as bad as the last one that we agreed not to talk about.
Yeah, true. The game that didn't exist is that was really nicely sidestepped from Kingan. Just avoids Canyon very, very well. And it's still going to be this top outer turret taking a bunch of damage from Chovy, but otherwise, no one's dead.
You were not far away from it, though. You know, foot in the grave, perhaps, is how you describe it, as Ruler keeps putting that pressure down.
Yeah, all right, Duro going to get knocked up. He is level 6.
He is also an Alistair.
Yeah. All right, Canyon now just going to say, Gideon, please. I would prefer it if you didn't take my Rift Herald. Gideon is going to hear that loud and clear.
Canyon's really going for these Heartsteel stacks. He wants them. I respect that approach.
Absolutely. I didn't even think that that was why he was just walking towards the enemy team as another headbutt comes forward. Charm does come through though from Lehans, but he's just going to explode before he can really use it. That is going to be a steal, but the eye I don't think is going to get picked up. Gideon, never mind. He does get over there, takes that one down, flashes over the wall, stays alive, and they've got a blast cone to take the two of them out of there. That means that Fisher is by himself though, as Kingan wanting to kill Ruler, and Ruler says no. And there's 2 damage dealers up there towards the top side. And that means that it's easy pickings onto the Jace. There is definitely some consolation as Duro might be in trouble here as well. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will. As Ju here towards the top side, he can skate over. They do want to take him down, but I don't think they're that brave.
I mean, they got the Herald, so it definitely could have been worse.
Yeah,
but not ideal. I will say, I found it very interesting, Canyon's decision on where he took Gideon, because he like took him, I thought he was going to put him through the Herald, and he's like, never mind, I'm taking you away. But still Gideon able to Wukong his way over and pick up the eye.
I think the escape was very
escape
well
was slick
as well.
Kingan trying to find escape, but then it's like, hey, maybe I can just kill him. No, he can't.
Yeah, and Ruler also took like 2 turret shots during that exchange, and now, oh dear, oh wow. Okay, well, let's see what
line it up. You can do it.
Yeah, Canyon, he's through the wall, and yeah, unfortunately, if Canyon's already in the wall, if you go into the wall, you will get stopped by Canyon, who is in the wall, and there he goes. Scorpion grabs that kill. Same time, Fisher is now looking for an angle onto Chovy, but Duro is, of course, here, and he is defending his mid laner.
He's just everywhere.
This
everywhere he needs to be.
We are moving towards perfect game territory. I know some grubs were picked up by Nongshim.
And Herald.
Yeah, and Herald. However, maybe we just don't include them in the perfect game stats, and then GenG are right on track.
Yeah, I feel like it's so much harder to get a perfect game now than it used to be, because like, what, if they take 1 grub, is it not a perfect game?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. So do you just go back to what the original terms of a perfect game were? Because otherwise, all the other perfect games are ineligible, right?
Yeah, which was just kills and towers, right?
Yeah, kills and towers and dragons.
Oh, okay. And I guess
Barons, yeah.
And I guess Atakan.
Yeah.
But like Atakan's not the original, but like if someone took Atakan, you couldn't really you couldn't call that a perfect game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that's a bit confusing about it.
Atakan just feels like such a significant objective. It's weird to say perfect game, but they got Atakan.
Wow. I think Ruler is having a good time here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ezreal.
Yeah, that's very true. He's just generally having a good time. As Duro underneath the turret is going to knock up 2 people and a clone. As the turret does actually go down.
Yeah, which, honestly, I feel like Keen maybe could have just killed King in there, but decides to let him live for another day.
Okay, Canyon. This time it's not going to work.
Very ominous skarnering.
That was very scary. Chovy just clearing out vision.
Especially with
they
the
are
skin,
pushing
he
every
like
lane.
has the buzzsaws to the side, and he's just like...
Yeah, the lawnmower skin.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of those epic lawnmowers, you know, the ones that can do a whole lot of different functions and can like mow lawns that are like growing up the wall and stuff like that. Anti-gravity lawnmower. It's very impressive.
yeah, I think my parents had one of those.
Yeah.
I don't have a lawn, so I don't personally have one, but I guess any standard homeowner has an anti-gravity lawnmower.
I'm pretty sure that that's what it is now. I've been living in apartments for too long, but I imagine that's where the technology's at. As Teleport is going to get Keen in there, and of course he's happy to teleport in amongst everyone. That is going to be now feats of strength picked up as Kingin gonna boot Canyon out of the wall. That's nicely played, and GenG taking a lot of damage here. Jude, they are able to get behind him. Ruler down to 50%. Is this going to be the moment here? As there's the flash forward, but Giu's able to dash his way out, and now the grand entrance comes in. It's 1 kill for the Zeri. Keen turned into a zombie as Chovy now there with a whole bunch of damage. Ruler as well, not a lot of mana, but is certainly able to still contribute. As Duro able to limp his way out. Giu running the wrong direction, but Nongshim, it was so close to winning a fight, and I honestly think they kind of did. As True Shot Barrage going to pick up the kill on a Fisher, never mind.
Never mind. So close, so close. They had the edge, you know. It looked like they'd finally able to trade up in terms of a fight, deny the perfect kill game, I guess.
Yeah.
But, unfortunately, with a True Shot Barrage at the end, does end up being just a 2 for 2. And I think GenG just weren't fully ready for this fight. You know, Nongshim split away pretty beautifully, and then they corral back in, and they find access on a Chovy.
Well, speaking of access onto Chovy, Kingin is just going to kill him.
That's a big shutdown. And a good move there from Kingin.
Yeah.
He's not ready to give up on this game. And actually, the gold lead closed quite substantially, only 2,500 apart.
I mean, that's the same as it was like 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, which is coincidentally the amount of gold between the mid laners right now.
So, if Chovy's dead like he is now, and Arakan could almost be an even fight.
Yeah.
If Fisher isn't here. As Dura goes in, that is a lot of damage onto Lehens, as Ruler is still piling on even more of it.
So low. No. This is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see. Ruler does take a shock blast, but there's the train. Giu's going to skate out of the way. But now the rest of Nongshim, they have to leave.
Guys, Chovy's up. He's got TP. Just leave. Just leave. Let him reset.
God, yeah, the teleport in. All right, Gideon, he desperately wants to be here so that he can go for this. As now the Chaos Storm comes in, the Death Ray's there as well, but Giu's able to get over the wall. Lehens is dead, and the Archon was picked up by GenG thanks to the leash, and oh god. Fisher not able to get over that wall, but still able to use the ulti to create the amount of space that he required. So Nongshim lose the fight, but not as badly as they could have otherwise lost the fight if more bad things happened.
I was going to say, that could have gone far worse, but it didn't go good.
Yeah.
And I think maybe Nongshim overestimating their ability to kill Arakan. You know, we've had Arakan around for a pretty long time now. Oh,
yeah, that's a teleport in. They're going to see whether they can get Ruler out of here, and he does get quickness and may actually go down. However, Canyon over here, he's able to destroy the Wukong, and they're just immortal. Yes, they did get one withdrawal, but Canyon is just going to live, and then Keen cuts down the Aurora, or would if he was the Lumberjack skin, but has a hammer with this particular skin, and therefore he bonks the Aurora out of the rift.
Ruler just lived for far too long there. And in the end, he doesn't even die. He just gets sent back to the fountain and they get 200 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was certainly a play. Just taking so much damage. Lehens chunked, Gideon chunked, Fisher gets chunked, and then, again, you have all this bulk. GenG can just stand on Arakan for, honestly, as long as they want. And all they do is wait for Chovy, and Chovy comes in, and he presses his buttons.
Yeah, and Lehens sort of incidentally dies while Chovy is looking to try and kill Giu. And this is what we were talking about. The teleport, it felt a little bit late. As Gideon really wanted to start this before Ruler made his way out. And I thought that maybe it was going to be enough CC, but this Impale was just too good.
Yeah. And again, Fisher comes in and gets the reset, but it's not enough. And then they look for more, but Chovy just finds him over the wall.
I've seen Chovy find people over walls like that.
A wall right next to the one he just found someone over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, actually, it was that exact position that Smash was in, right?
It was Guma.
Oh, Guma.
Yeah.
Guma was in. One of the two. I don't know.
He was in the same position that... I think it was a little bit north of where Fisher was.
Yeah. As Canyon is going to come down and help Chovy out here as Ruler over the wall, and this is a turret that is no longer on the map. 3.5k, now the lead in that mid lane that we were tracking before.
You know, I've been deliberating this one for a while. And I think I'm ready to say...
Okay.
GenG are pretty good.
Whoa! An outrageous statement.
I think it's kind of bold, but, you know, I've been watching them a lot, especially, you know, the recent games, and I think I'm safe to say it. You may disagree. You may find me too controversial.
I do think that you are somewhat controversial. However, I'm ready to agree with you here, as Jiu is also under a lot of danger, as he has to flash. True Shot Barrage was too close. And now, this is Hextech Soul Point. GenG looking to try and pick that one up, as there is no chance for Nongshim to get in. So Hextech Soul for GenG, and it really feels like a death nail. You give Ezreal Hextech Soul, and it doesn't matter what his teammates are, it's already completely overpowered.
This game doesn't... It's weird, because it doesn't feel as bad as last game, but somehow it also feels worse, because at least last game you could point to the Diana and be like, well, you know... Yeah, Diana in this game.
Yeah, there's sort of no why, but there's also no hope.
It's looking pretty rough. The double tanks with Unending Despair, how are they ever killing
Oh no, they even just steal away the blue buff.
Oh, he gets a smite as well.
Canyon's going to be able to secure it.
It's post-Baron. Everyone gets the blue.
They did almost manage to kill his
Look at
shield, and yeah, he's just going to pull the hands over. Special delivery of the Rakan as Jiu. He ults and dies. And Ruler picks up a double, 406 now for this Ezreal, 8,000 gold the lead. And it really just feels like GenG are on a whole different level.
It's just crazy that these two teams matched up in the LCK Cup and it went to 5 games. And then these 2 games today, it just hasn't even... leagues apart. It really feels like so much had to change for it to even be close.
And I think that that has a lot to do with GenG finally figuring out how this new roster is going to play together. I think Duro's improvement has been astounding as well. But I think that Nongshim are also having a little bit of an off day. There is going to be a bounty picked up. I don't know whether it's going to mean anything at all, as Keen is a brick wall. True Shot Barrage does so much damage, but it also slows them all down as Duro comes in looking for that Pulverize. Keen actually taking a bit here, but the knockup's going to be too good. Out goes Gideon, and Fisher is now just amongst the beefcakes.
You know, I thought he might die, and then his Unending Despair propped, and he didn't.
Yeah, and Kingen, we thought he might die, and he did.
Yeah. Keen is just, at this point, basically immortal.
And
Ruler's hunting for Lehens.
Yep, and Lehens is going to die, because he just doesn't have anywhere to go. The headbutt going to help out there, but I think the Mystic Shot was already going to kill. And Jiu, is he even safe on his fountain, is the question, as he's not. That's a Mystic Shot from Ruler one more time. 7-0-7 for this guy's Ezreal. Ruler having a really good day today. GenG just looking a cut above the opposition as they slaughter Nongshim.
And honestly, that game, I mean, it's a bit late in the day for a doctor's appointment, but it looked like GenG were late for theirs because they had somewhere to be. Ruler even very quick off the seat to go for the fist bumps.
Yeah, you can see Lehens, very respectful, and the fist bumps, of course, like a lot of these players have known each other for quite some time. And GenG, I mean, that was rough.
That absolutely was. But GenG, regular season, this is their forte. So no major surprise. If we're looking at teams who can take this Titan down, you know, the Bro matchup maybe coming next week. But,
so that is that Bro's next matchup or the one after?
The one after. So Bro play against KT and then they play against GenG.
Okay. So, I mean, they do have the KT respite. The problem is that one of our biggest matchups this week is DK versus GenG. And after this performance, and after their last one, of course, where GenG were able to win that epic 3-gamer against T1, things like this, GenG are looking absolutely like the team to beat here in the LCK, and DK are always question marks.
Yeah, but I feel like this is how we go into those matchups, and then D+ show up.
It is DK versus GenG.
And GenG just kind of, you know, aren't as clean as they normally are, but then often end up winning it regardless.
I'm looking forward to it.
An uphill battle facing against this team. That's nothing new. And it feels kind of just the status quo.
Yeah.
At the moment is GenG in regular season are very hard to beat. And there were some sick plays. I think ultimately we didn't see the level 1 play from Duro, but he has just been phenomenal today.
Oh yeah.
I felt like when I was looking at GenG, I'm like, okay, this team trying to incorporate Duro into the shot calling system, trying to make sure that he's up to speed with the team and they can work as a unit. We saw some struggles in the LCK Cup, but I'm like, it's a year, you know, it's a long year. By the end of the year, I'm sure this team will look good. It's April. It's April, and they seem fine already.
It's
week
2.
Yeah. It feels like there was a whole arc ready. There was a training montage, and they just cut it short.
Yeah.
You know, we're done. We're ready now. Oh, okay. You sure? They're sure.
It wouldn't make a great anime. I feel like the payoff has come too early. You know, like the arc is supposed to be over the entire
You know what? It
season.
feels like sort of like solo leveling, where it's like, oh my god, there's someone who can beat. No, they can't. No, they can't. He always wins. That's how it goes. That's the show.
Oh, actually, it feels often with GenG, it feels like they're the antagonist in Dragon Ball Z, where it's impossible to do anything to them ever until like the last episode.
And they find a new, like, longer blonde hair, more blonde hair.
Yeah.
Well, they've changed it now with modern Dragon Ball.
And then Goku's arm, like Gohan's arm falls off, and then they're able to win at the end. And GenG fall down. But in the meantime, they are absolutely untouchable, and that's what it kind of feels like here today. And Nongshim just kind of wishing that it was once again the LCK Cup, because this version of GenG just looks nigh unbeatable.
Yeah. Looked a little rough. Kingen had an okay time. Redemption
did the most damage in the game.
Yeah. Jace seeming better than Diana in the top lane. That's something we learned from today. We confirmed that. I'd rather see Kingen on Jace than on Diana. And if that isn't useful information, then maybe they didn't gain that much from this.
I think that is cup half full, kinda.
Yeah.
You know, I think bringing up the Diana game, that's on the cup half empty type side of things. However, the cup then gets a bit better when...
The cup was half full, then I spilled some of the water out of it. And I'm hoping that they won't notice, you know, but there's like a... This isn't half full, this is like...
It's a third full.
Barely a third.
Right, Duro's still going to pick up player of the match, though. This guy, amazing on his Braum, but absolutely extraordinary on the Alistar.
And no kill steals. That's really... This is why he got POM, more importantly.
Yeah.
You know, all those other...
Ruler actually sent a message to everyone that was voting saying it's allowed this time.
No Ruler would have complained if he'd stolen a kill as well.
Yep.
So I think definitely doing the true supportive role.
The classic. Duro is an absolute breath of fresh air here in the LCK. You love it when the young players do well. And of course, Duro is not like a rookie or anything. He did play, of course, last season or last year, but was still very, very new, right? And so seeing him come into GenG, a roster full of veterans, and playing this well and this assertively, it's beautiful to see out of the young man.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like the Blitzcrank game was really a sign of what was to come, but then today it just felt like more and more and really showing the potential that this player has. And I think GenG feeling very happy about how their roster is in the moment, because he was the big question mark coming into the year. And even in the LCK Cup, there were some struggles, right? But to have things seem pretty sorted in week 2, you know, they've already taken down T1 and managed to close that one out, even though it was close. But it looks like they are going from strength to strength.
Yeah, they really are. I think Ruler as well has been playing better than a lot of people might have expected if they were watching a lot of LPL. I know that there were a few doubts about Ruler, but I think him and Duro together are also playing out their lanes exceptionally well in a lot of the games that we are seeing more recently of GenG. A great sign for the Tigers, but it is now time to talk to Duro, so let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Duro on the side of GenG. Congratulations!
네, 오늘 승리로 이렇게 4연승이 됐습니다.
So with today's victory, you're on 3 wins in a row. How do you feel?
잘하는 팀 세 팀을 만나면서 이제 3연승을 하게 됐는데,
You know, we faced 3 really good teams and we were able to secure 3 wins in a row, and just being a part of that and being able to contribute makes me really happy. And yeah, you're right. From Hanalife Esports to T1 to Nongshim, you've taken them down all, and your head coach actually mentioned that Ruler was the one who addressed the team's room for improvement to increase the team cohesion. So what approach did you take in your practice?
중요하게 됐는데
You know, with the lane swaps and everything, I feel like laning phase has become a lot more important. So I think this is something that we have been taking a lot of time trying to improve and practice, and also team fighting as well. Yeah, so what do you tend to communicate with Ruler about the most? Because of how important the early game is, I think we just mostly talk about the laning phase. In LoL part, or during Lowly Night, you actually mentioned that Ruler tends to be a little bit like a boomer who is just getting in everyone's business. So how did Ruler react to that? You know, Ruler wasn't actually very happy to hear that. You know, in the last match against C1, you did such an outstanding job with Blitzcrank, and it looks like you're blending in with GenG perfectly lately. So do you feel like you have been performing a lot better? I think, yeah, I've been playing way better lately. And compared to how I was playing in LCK Cup, where I showed a lot of moments where I was lacking, I think lately, I feel like I am definitely sort of melting in with the team a lot better and moving as a unit. You know, today, you had such great gameplay. So is there a particular one that you were happy with? Now, the moment where I saved Chovy in the top lane. You will face D plus Kia next, and they're actually on a roll as well with 3 back-to-back wins. And you will face Beryl next, so what is your resolution? I feel like we're just facing all the great teams, and the next team, D plus Kia, is going to be a very strong opponent, so I want to make sure that we are prepared for that one, and so that we can perform and show up just as well that we are so far. Anything you want to say to your fans about to reach a 4th consecutive victory? You know, if we get to secure our 4th victory, I will post on GenG Gallery. And that's the end of the interview with Duro, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. And it's great to hear from Duro on the relationship between him and Ruler, and potentially
the boomer.
Another win here for him and the rest of the squad as they take down Nongshim 2-0. Not exactly the same 5-game LCK Cup battle that we had during the LCK Cup.
Yeah, where Nongshim had massive advantages even in their losses. I really was hoping for more here from Nongshim, but I don't think it was outside of Game 1. I mean, Game 1 to a certain extent was, but it wasn't Nongshim playing poorly as much as it was GenG, I think, massively improved. They really found their footing, they found their coordination, and this is what Atlas was talking about, massive improvements from Duro as well.
I mean, this is not the game that we expected from Nongshim, because they showed up already like really good performance against good teams. But here, I think today GenG was more coordinated, especially after that T1 game. I think their confidence kind of got boosted up, and I think GenG right now looking more strong in LCK.
Yeah, but that's what I love about it. As we take a look at the POM votes, you want to see these top-tier teams take care of business against lower-tier teams, and we'll dive into the tiers in just a little bit, but the votes, yeah, mostly there on the bottom side of the map, and Duro getting the plaudits, and Soup just kind of voted for Chovy there.
I mean, isn't this actually
a good game from Chovy too? So
yeah, I mean, isn't this really crazy? Like all the members from GenG, you know, they're just so good, you know, but only the guy on support, like Duro, you know, he's just new at the LCK, and he just got the POM out of it. So I feel like he's improving so fast.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was 2 sides of the same coin in terms of both bottom laners performing incredibly well, and I'm not surprised to see that the votes are heavily weighted towards that.
All right, let's take a look at some of the comments here that you guys had. Wolf, let's start with you, sir.
His rule is, you know, you need a special type of ruler to measure his skills. We haven't found it yet, but maybe he's got one.
A protractor. Maybe we're using the wrong units. What did?
Yeah, I mean, Duro, I think he's in the position where dream of every support players, you know, not only about his skills, but also look at his teammates. You know, it should be like amazing experience and pleasure to play with them. You know.
Yeah, but fitting on in like that, I think that's the fun part of all of this from the GenG side as we continue to roll through it. Ox going with Duro Speedran. Wouldn't it be like Spedran? Speed ran his training arc and finished week 2. Again, a lot of the DBZ references that we had earlier. Ox finishing it with a bang. What else we got? From the Korean side, Helios, what isn't Ruler good at?
Sometimes positioning in the mid game.
Around mid lane.
Around the Raptor camp.
Around the Raptor camp.
Well, besides that, he's quite good. Like
game 4. Yeah. Come on, chat. Do it with me. Do it with me, everyone. Boom.
Well, you guys didn't do the Challengers one. It's very obviously. Well, Challengers fans know.
When I'm with Ruler, it's Lulala. Not too far.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, to further like give context, like in Korean, ruler is rulo, not ruler. So like Lu comes from that, I guess, is where he's. I mean, I don't know.
No, I agree. I see it in my.
Oh, Cloud Templar is kind of checked out of the Palm comment.
We know when he's cooking. And we know when he's mailing it in. All right, Pony going with Delight Carrier Lens. And it's you next, Peril. Duro's list of victims.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, I feel like every time when I watch LCK, there are so many good supports right now. So many different playstyles as well, by the way. And I think Duro is just one of a kind as well. I don't think you can actually compare Duro to other supports.
I also think it's really important to note that he's so early in his career. You know, like he is super young, already super talented, has a bright future ahead of him. Like this guy, we're not even close to his ceiling.
Remember, a year ago, right? The team that he was on was rolling with a different support. He then comes in, transforms that BNK Firax team, and now he finds himself on GenG. The growth has been phenomenal, which has led us to some interesting conversations about the new format here at the LCK, right? We've got ourselves 5 rounds and different groups. So we wanted to discuss between us, which one would you rather be in? Would you rather be in 5th place of the Legends group or 1st place of the Rise group? Because I think we learn a little bit from GenG. It's like, okay, cool, you guys are great. We know you're great. With Nongshim, they were 2-0, but they beat DNF and Bro, and they're one of those teams on either side of it. Are they on the Legends side at the bottom of it, or the Rise side on the top of it, and which one would you rather have? So let's open up this discussion a little bit here.
I'll let you go first, Wadid.
Oh, so yeah, from my experience, I feel like, yeah, when I was lower tier team, it was just all about the mood, you know? I mean, maybe, of course, it's about the skills, but I feel like just environment-wise, it's just not a feeling that you can actually achieve something, you know, when you're losing every single game. Maybe you can have like a better mood without actually practicing, you know, like once in a while. I mean, I think I tried actually not to scream and just go karaoke with the players, you know, and then after that, like, I had a great experience. But I mean, it's just so hard, you know.
Let's kind of lay out some of the pros and cons, right? Like, if you're in Legend group 5th place, you're the bottom of the Legend group, you get good practice on stage, so you're playing against the best teams constantly, you have the triple round robin there. You're also guaranteed the play-in stage, but you won't be able to scrim the other Legend teams because they're playing against you, so they're unlikely to accept your scrim invites. And the momentum against you could cause potential confidence issues. But on the other side, if you're Rise first, you have winning momentum, right? You're the top of your group. You can scrim the Legend teams, so you're getting winning momentum and also training still well with the top teams. But it's a harder path to finals or worlds, or worlds, and of course you could potentially build some bad habits. For me, I'd rather be Legend 5th because I want to be in that elite group. I want to constantly be having that stage practice because scrims versus actually playing against the top teams while they're trying to beat you when there's so much more on the line is more important to me. But I think a lot of people would rather be with Chads and be on that Rise first and be in the winning vibes moving into those play-ins.
Yeah, chat, let us know with the emotes. G-Sun Easy, if you think you would rather be Legends 5th place and get the good stage practice and the stage matches, or Rise first, Chad. if you feel like being top of the bottom would be better.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, you know, I would rather have winning momentum, you know. Yeah, I feel like it was really just depressed, you know, like when you're not winning every single game. So I feel like, yeah, you just gotta win something. And I think they start with the planes again. So, I mean, maybe the Rise First group is more valuable. I don't know. It's really hard. It's really rough.
I mean, what a lot of the 5th place team in Rise is going to look like throughout that, or sorry, in Legend, throughout that entire group might look like what we just saw. And like, Lehens and Nongshim might actually be in that Legends group getting destroyed by GenG, by T1, potentially by Hanwha Life, D+. We don't know what the group is going to look like just yet, but that losing a lot of those games can really hurt your momentum. So I totally understand where Wadid is coming from.
I mean, if it's a regular split, you can have some relief games, you know, some like weaker team. Maybe you can find out the way how to win, like just from the beginning, you know, you can start again. But I think if you're in the Legend group, every match is like so rough. Like you're playing against, for example, GenG, T1, HLE, every single week. And that must be really like, really rough to deal with it.
Yeah, but you're also assuming that you lose every time. What if you don't lose every? What if it's like,
I mean, if you're the 5th place team, you probably lost most. I mean, if you're the 5th place, you probably lost most, right? Like, I guess.
Yes, it means you did lose most, but maybe it's something like that. All right, let's take a look at the standings after today's matches, as it was the Bros moving on up into 8th place. Seoul 8th place. They close out the week there at 1-3. GenG takes Seoul position away from D+ and from Nongshim. Or I guess they're tied with D+ here at 3-0 and 2-1 for Nongshim.
Isn't it pretty interesting how GenG moves up to tie 1st place here in that big matchup against Nongshim, where it was so close last time? And then we're going to have the battle between two teams who are tied at 2-1 on the Saturday Showdown with T1 and HLE. T1 have the better game score right now. HLE playing a lot of those series close. But if they win, of course, they will move ahead of T1, even with their currently sitting at 0 points in terms of the plus-minus. I am really excited for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, we have some banger matchups too. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just a Saturday Showdown. You know, it's HLE versus T1. I'm wondering if T1 uses Smash again. And most likely, it's gonna Smash playing against HLE. And I think that was one of the T1's strength when you watch the last game. So I feel like it's gonna be really interesting.
Huge match there. Huge match for BNK Fearex, who came into the season not having won a game, now playing a KT roster that is still swapping on in and out and has the potential to be 3-1. That would be crazy. Again, a little bit of strength in schedule there, but we'll see how it all shakes out tomorrow on the Saturday Showdown. Thank you all so much for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
Of the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.